Charlie Lomas and Max Gray Trex rounding out your top 10. Leo Basterfield and Bella Fairclough with Braith Murdoch, Aston Brown and Alex Lynn, your top 15. Field then making their way round. Ben Adrian with the fastest lap of the race, being shown on this final lap with a 45.3. So certainly showing that he's got the pace to run at the front, but will have to come through from 21st in the third heat in around about an hour and 20 minutes time. Minimax rolling off. It's time for some of the action from our youngest racers here in the Bambino Kart Championship. It's time for Commentator C50 Bambino. Hello and welcome to Llandow. Grid is on the screen for heat number 2. It's Rex Pooley and Henry Algar with Harry Chapman and Toby Biggs on row 2. Joshua Bailey and Eli Scher on row number 3. Row 4 sees Mason Hibbert and Noah Wicklow with Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson 9th and 10th. Ronnie Kempson and Riley Aston Wilkins on row number 6. Then it's Sebastian McCarthy and Jack Daniels, Oscar Churches and Arlo Gamble with Henry Hales and Elliot Payne on row number 9. Oliver Daniels and Logan Hodgetts complete the top 20. Darcy Durnford and Brady Atkin are on row 11. Joshua Adate and Reggie Lee Chandler on row number 12. Rounds out your grid, dipping into the live chat comments. The first one I'm going to address is from Lightning Louis 47, who says, how hard is it to start the show? Turns out today, rather difficult. Apologies for anybody watching on YouTube. We were not quite as live as we'd have hoped on the platform, but please accept my apologies on behalf of Alpha Live, and welcome to Llandow in South Wales. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch via the live chat comments that's notified us that we weren't quite as live as we'd have hoped, but thank you for bearing with us, and welcome to the south of Wales. There's your Coma C50 Bambinos. Loads of people getting in touch in the live chat comments, including plenty of people that are actually at the track as well, which we do like. We like it when those people that have, just as they've finished racing, out of the cart, helmet off, first thing they do, pick up their phone or their tablet and watch some of their racing back from the previous race. Marilyn Tinkle has been on saying best of luck today to Jos Huschke in the 55 Micro Max. Well, he had a P5 yesterday, his best result in the Cadet Kart Championship, so he'll be rolling off the inside of row number 3 when our Micro Max race gets underway. Michael Burke's been on with his very usual and helpful time update from the other side of the world over there in Australia. It'll be around about 7:15 in the evening over there. So first race of the day was complete with our Minimax class. That was the only race we've had so far, so apologies if you missed that. The result in that one was Andrew Dixon, Harris Roberts, Oliver Fabricius, Ewan Howe and Ellis Dealey. Your top 5 with Peacock, Hartley, Morgan, Lomas and Gray Trex rounding out the top 10. Difficulties though for Ben Adrian. He came into the pits for 3 laps with a problem. Went back out with some great pace after that. It was 3 laps down in 21st, and he's going to have to come through the field as we have a look at some of our Comet C50 Bambinos. The 18 there of Oscar Churches, just in front of Sebastian McCarthy. 13 of Ronnie Kempson, and the 28 in front of him of Freddie Blackshaw. Make our way. The E-plate, the East of England champion Mason Hibbert. The kart there of the 66 of Toby Biggs being placed in down onto the second row. Looks like there was potentially a problem for that kart. He's just getting himself in as the start line marshal signals to the parents and helpers down there that they're allowed to start the engines. So it looks like Biggs has just about made it in time to get out there. So our Comet C50 Bambinos. Drivers racing in the year of their 6th birthday, so we will have some 5-year-olds out there racing in this Comet C50 class, as we do as well in our IAME Bambino class. At least one of our drivers 5 years old in that. The electric-powered machines that will follow this Coma C50 Bambino heat number 2. And then we go to our IAME Bambino. So they are drivers that are actually 6. You can't race when you're 5. You have to have turned 6 to race IAME Bambino. They race as well up until the year of their 8th birthday. So Coma's making their way round. You'll now see a plethora of parent helpers making their way down onto the grid just to get their drivers settled and into position. So they're going to make their way down, not having to put quite as much of a jog in as they did at the first round at Warden Law. They've only got around about 50 metres to walk, so they can have plenty of time. At Warden Law, they had to run all the way down the start straight, so we turned that into a bit of a sport. And they've had all of our parents racing towards the end. Just look from the chat comments as well. Once again, Ollie collecting how many Bambinos are on right chassis. Well, the commentary position here at Llandow is directly above the start-finish line. So I'll have a quick look out the window and see if I can count many, but obviously that right chassis in the Bambino class, a rather popular one. So I would imagine that we've definitely got a fair few, although with most of our drivers running their own bespoke sticker kit rather than the right one that the kart may have come with, not quite as easy to tell. So we'll see as they roll into position here then. Front row, the 5 of Henry Algar in second place. So here at Llandow, the pole position berth is on the left side. It's actually on the outside of the track for the first corner. But with the first corner being fairly flat in terms of power and then a heavy braking zone into the left-hander, it is the best that you are on that side, I feel. Although fairly sure there'll be some drivers who disagree. Parent helpers clear the grid, nicely formed up in their grid berths. Wait for the green flag at the back, and they'll get a 5-second board as well, which will indicate for the drivers to look up at the lights. We're away and racing. It's been a good start from the 5 of Algar as he tries to draw alongside our pole sitter Rex Pooley, but Pooley with too much power. And also from the second row, Harry Chapman comes through to move up into second place there in the O plate, having won that at Wilton Mill in the Winter Cup back in December. Toby Biggs on the outside with a move right the way down the inside there. Great start, and taking 2 places for third place, although they're running wide, is the 81 of Joshua Bailey, who briefly held third place. Looks like it could be fourth, having dropped down into 5th at Chandler's. Looks like he's trying to slot back in to position. It is Joshua Bailey then up into 4th place as they make the run down. Bailey gets a good bit of traction out the final corner. Expect our Bambinos to take a bit of a tighter line down that back straight potentially as they head down towards the Raymond's hairpin. Trying to use all of the track, not wanting to scrub off too much speed on these LeConte all-weather tyres. So they are a treaded tyre, which means when they go round the corner, that block will move ever so slightly. It will scrub speed off. The top 2 begin to break away. Pooley and Chapman in front of Algar, Bailey and Biggs, your top 5. Then it's Mason Hibbert, Noah Wicklow, Eli Scher, Sebastian McCarthy and Freddie Blackshaw. McCarthy making up 4 places on the opening lap, as well as setting the fastest lap from that standing start, although that would be expected from those drivers further back because they'll be carrying more speed over the start-finish line, of course. So they'll be able to at least have a rolling start at theirs, as then not look like Noah Wicklow carrying too much speed into the Dell complex and round diggers. That could have slowed him down. I think that's allowed Eli Scher to come through down the inside, and we'll move Scher up into 7th place, although then Scher tighter into the final corner. Wicklow over the start line, squeezes Eli Scher to the outside, but Scher is through. Little bit of side pod action there between the 2 of them, but no harm done. So they exit the corner and a bit more contact into the rear in these Coma C50 Bambinos. Top 2 still breaking away. They've got a gap now of 1.3 for this battle as they see a great move down the inside. That looked like it was Mason Hibbert on Henry Algar. Algar then with the cut back as they head down towards Chandler's, the right-hander. More side by side there between Eli Scher and Noah Wicklow. I think that one's going to rumble on for a little while longer. Scher's still there, and between the two of them, they have allowed Jack Daniels and Freddie Blackshaw to close in a gap that was around about 0.8 of a second. Lead us through an overstart finish. Eli Scher has managed to break away, and it looks like both him and Noah Wicklow have had a bit of a come together, because Scher through in 7th, Wicklow drops down into 9th, Daniels is up into 8th place with Ronnie Kempson. Big drop though, trying to figure out who else was in that one, because we had at least 4 drivers. Freddie Blackshaw, he's now outside the top 10, he's down into 11th, so Ronnie Kempson starting to come through the field in this one as Algar gets to the inside of the 66 of Toby Biggs into the right-hander of Chandler's. He is through as well. Eli Scher, though, in the background in 7th place. Now a lonely figure, having had previously Daniels, Wicklow and Blackshaw for company. Joshua Adate there in the 11. Looks like he's rejoining after an excursion in 22nd place. Mason Hibbert down the inside of Toby Biggs into the final corner. Leaders come through now with Harry Chapman leading from Rex Pooley. Overtake done at Raymond's on the previous lap. Pooley now in 2nd place. Did set the fastest lap on lap number 3. To continue to pull away, still a few tenths quicker than those in front. Chapman takes a tighter line than Pooley. Pooley managed to carry more momentum behind. Still the battle raging on. Now sees Henry Algar in front of Joshua Bailey, who looks to have dropped down into 5th place. Lead us through and down the back straight. When we move to the camera in a moment, look for the battle in the background as the two leaders take differing lines. They're still the same, as well as Chapman's going to be tighter than Pooley into the final corner. We'll keep an eye out as now Joshua Bailey with a move down the inside of Biggs. That's going to move him up into 4th place. Chapman still leads from Pooley. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Algar up into 3rd, Bailey 4th, with Toby Biggs and Mason Hibbert. The order of the battle between 3rd and 6th place. I'd put decent money that it's not in the same order when they come over the start-finish line next time round. Drop your odds into the live chat comments as to whether you think it's still going to be in the same order when they come over start finish this time, although commentators' curse normally means that I'll be massively wrong. So I'm just praying for an overtake so I can maintain some level of credibility as they head down towards the Dell. It's right-handed, they come through here, Diggers. Looks like Bailey carries lots of speed through there as well. They're into a nice straight line down the back straight. I guess they'll split as they come to the bottom, as once again Pooley and Chapman take differing lines to the final corner. And as expected, all of our Bambinos crossed the line in exactly the same order, and my credibility has been thrown firmly out of the commentary box window. Biggs, tighter line around there. That's going to lose him a little bit of traction on exit, with Mason Hibbert looking to close in 6th place. And Chapman from 2nd place has spins out of 2nd place. Pooley now with a big gap in the lead of 2 seconds. Let's see where Chapman recovers. It's behind Eli Scher, so he's going to be in 7th place. Scher promoted up into 6th place. The battle for the lead then completely gone, with Rex Pooley now with a 2-second gap. Chapman down into 7th, and work to do to try and come back in the remaining minute 15 plus 1 lap, with Algar then promoted up into 2nd place. There is Chapman in the O plate. Rex Pooley, who he was battling with already round the Raymond's hairpin. Some sticker kit goes amiss there from Henry Algar. And both him and Joshua Bailey have started to pull away ever so slightly from Hibbert and Biggs behind. Bailey with a smoother line round there than Algar, who goes wide. Will Bailey be close enough to try and move into the double apex left of Surtees? Not quite. And then Mac Werther's this tightening right-hander, which is one of the most important corners on the track, because it opens up an overtaking opportunity down into this right-hander here of Chandler's. And next most important corner for me, probably the most important corner, is Diggers, the right-hander onto that long back straight. You've got to get that right. If you don't, you're going to get swarmed by all the karts behind you. We'll see that certainly later on in Junior Rotax Honda Cadet as well, maybe, when they've got maybe 10 karts pushing nose to tail down that back straight, how easy it's going to be for drivers to get pushed out onto the outside and unable to get back in. Final lap for Rex Pooley, out at the front, gap 1.7 seconds. Back to Henry Algar and Joshua Bailey, the top three, with Toby Biggs, Mason Hibbert, Eli Scher and Harry Chapman. Chapman still with an opportunity maybe to get up onto the back of Eli Scher. Some 7/10 quicker on the previous lap, the gap 1.3, so maybe needed another lap to wrestle his way back into the top six. Harry Chapman though, front running pace, but will have to start heat number 3 from 7th place. Race leader though, Rex Pooley, into the final complex of corners. Heading down the back straight, has a look over his shoulder just to confirm that he's got enough of a lead. Comes through. The checkered flag is in the hand of the marshal for the start line. Rex Pooley will take victory from Henry Algar and Joshua Bailey, with Toby Biggs, Mason Hibbert. Then it's going to be Eli Scher and Harry Chapman, with Ronnie Kempson, Jack Daniels and Freddie Blackshaw, I believe, rounding out your top 10. We're just waiting for Daniels and Blackshaw. It is indeed Blackshaw in 9th place in front of Jack Daniels to complete your top 10 here, as the rest of the field comes through, with Riley Aston Wilkins, Sebastian McCarthy, Brady Atkin, Arlo Gamble and Oscar Churches completing the top 15 in front of Henry Hales, Logan Hodgetts. And having a quick look out the window, we had a look like we're just having a quick look at the board. Potential penalty coming in for one of our front runners. We'll confirm that when the results are published, which is normally around about 20 minutes to half an hour after each race, when any of the penalties have been fully applied, and then the button has been pressed to confirm the results. So we'll confirm all of those later on as we go throughout the day, just in case any penalties have been incurred that drops drivers further down the standings from where they were expecting to be. Next up then, following Coma C50 Bambino, we're sticking with them though, it's going to be Mighty Bambino. Ralph Martin, who not only qualified on pole position but also won race number 1 yesterday afternoon, starts on pole position with Ansel Murray alongside Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs on row 2, Sydney Nell and Harley Bradbury Stretton on row number 3. Then it's Elijah Sang and Junior Wright, with Jensen James Williams and Heath Smith, Hadley Jarvis and Ava Garrett on row number 6. Seth State McKay and Henry Ward start row 7, with Ethan Lloyd and Arthur Bath on row 8, Oscar Maskell and Jude Taylor 17th and 18th respectively. The top 20 then will be completed by nobody, because there's only 18 runners. Thought we were going to go to another screen there, but we're not. 18 runners for our Mighty Bambino class as they make their way round. The electric powered machines we were discussing, keep your eye out for the paddock walk that will go out during the lunch break after heat number 3, because we spoke to some of the Mighty Bambino parents yesterday during that paddock walk, and it was refreshing to sort of hear around about the class, with it being quite a niche in the karting market within an electric powered machine, what it was like for sort of driver coaching, where whether you can or you can't hear the engine going on and drivers lifting off and that sort of thing. So keep an eye out for that. We had a great paddock walk yesterday in the Llandow sunshine as our Mighty Bambino drivers make their way round. Yesterday's result saw Ralph Martin, who also qualified on pole position, right at the front. Just going to see whether we've got any results in just yet from heat number 2. Don't think Minimax has been declared. It hasn't, so we've got no confirmed results or any post-race penalties applied just yet. And Melissa Lloyd on, saying good luck to Ethan, Mummy and brother Leo. With Michael Burke on. And everybody else just saying hi, hello, and everybody else. So thank you for joining. You see the red lights there up on the top of the thing. We've got a gap in the grid in P number 8 at the moment, so we're just waiting for a driver to roll straight down the middle into position. I think that's going to be the number 11 of Junior Wright. It is. He's just going to roll into position, get his kart settled with the front wheels just behind the grid marks. The nose can sit over it, but as long as the wheels are in the position, then we're good to go. Final few helpers making their way off, and race number 3 of the day, IAME Bambino, heat number 2, will be go in a few moments' time. Lights are out. It's a great start from the outside, from the inside, in fact, from Ansel Murray off P2, and he's moved in front of Ralph Martin at the start as the rest of the field pull away. We've got a spinner in the middle of the hook complex, and we've got one other driver. We've got a few off in the background. Looks like it's the 45 of Jensen Williams. Is facing the wrong way in the hook. Everybody else had to miss him, and we've got one driver stationary. Looks beached on the curb there on the outside, so we'll keep an eye out as to which driver is missing. So can't quite make the number out at the moment, but looks like they could be clear to resume racing on the track, and they are. Just kart beached up on the curb there. Rear wheels not on the ground, which means unfortunately no traction. No movement, and driver having to wait for some marshal assistant. Ansel Murray then in the number 1. Our reigning IAME Bambino champion will lead us over the line at the end of the first lap from Ralph Martin. That's your top 2, Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs, 3rd and 4th. They're in a 2-kart battle over that place. Then it's at Sydney Nell, Elijah Sang, Junior Wright, Heath Smith, Ethan Lloyd and Harley Bradbury Stretton. Ethan Lloyd with a great opening lap, making up 7 places, moving himself up inside the top 10 into 9th place, having started outside of the top 15. So great start for Ethan Lloyd, the big opening lap mover. Look over the shoulder there. Looks like that Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs. Looks like they could be in a slightly different order to where they were on the previous lap. Oakley Riggs now in front of Alfie Garrett for 3rd place as they go down that back straight towards Raymond's hairpin. Leaders still nose to tail, and now this battle for 3rd place is going to go side by side with Alfie Garrett electing to duck back in behind Oakley Riggs. Ralph Martin with the fastest lap, taking advantage of the slipstream from Ansel Murray in front. Only a 10th between the two of them now. You can see them just ahead with Ansel Murray as they come up to some lap traffic, making their way through. I think it was Henry Ward who was the driver who spun on the opening lap. 1 minute 46 for Ward as he was beached up on the curb in the driver of the 38. So and Riggs in front of Alfie Garrett. Garrett closer this time, and Garrett will draw alongside as they go down the back straight. Who's going to be later on the brakes as they head down towards Raymond's hairpin? Garrett's got track position. And Garrett is through down the inside. Riggs unable to get the cut back down the inside as the IAME Bambino powered machine. Ansel Murray then with the fastest lap at the front. Opens up a little bit of a gap to Ralph Martin as they now have the extra task of making their way through some lap traffic as they sweep right the way around the outside there at Surtees to this right-hander at McWhirters. It looked like Ralph Martin was going to try and put a move down the inside into the right-hander at Chandler's. Seeing the drivers transferring their weight to the outside, trying to lift as much as they can off the inside to try and drive their way around that corner. Leaders down this back straight. As they get right towards the end, Ralph Martin closes right in, as we see Elijah Sang there in the blue and red suit, green helmet, just behind Sidney Nell. Now coming under pressure from Ethan Lloyd, who's moved up into 7th place with Junior Wright. Looking at Ethan Lloyd on the previous lap was a second quicker as the 15 of Oscar Maskell rolls to a halt on the outside of the hook complex of corners, so there'll be no overtaking there. Even if you come up to a back marker, while ever the yellow flag is out, you're going to just have to sit and be patient. Don't think we've got much coming through there at the moment. The rest of the field down the far end of the circuit, so yellow flag out, still no overtaking as Oscar Maskell climbs out of the number 15 machine. Will walk to the sanctuary of the marshal's post and retire. So as soon as they're past the incident, drivers will be free to overtake once again. Yellow flag still out though, the kart stationary on the outside. Driver there just being walked off to safety. Leaders through. Ansel Murray still leading then from Ralph Martin. There's a gap through Alfie Garrett, who sets the fastest lap of the race. He's pulled away from Oakley Riggs, 3rd and 4th respectively. The 18 of Heath Smith now in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton. That's the battle for 9th and 10th. Still Oakley Riggs, Elijah Sang and Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd not quite as quick on that previous lap, having closed right in on Elijah Sang. His best lap so far, a 58.8. Last lap was a 1:01, so he's lost 3 seconds almost on that previous lap. Yellow flag still out as Harley Bradbury Stretton looks like he's had a bit of an excursion in P number 10. So no yellow flag anymore down at the hook, so we are fully green for racing. Overtaking opportunities, warning for the 17 of Jude Taylor being applied. The 2 leaders make their way through round the hook onto the bomber straight, which is anything but as the circuit curves left towards the double apex left of Surtees. Warning as well for Arthur Bath in the 24. Leaders come up, and Ansel Murray in the lead gets boxed in behind some lap traffic, and that's going to allow Ralph Martin to come through down the inside. Martin, who drew alongside Ansel Murray, and Murray had nowhere to go, was boxed in behind the lap traffic, and Ralph Martin, as we've got the 22 and the 44 of Seth State McKay and Ava Garrett coming into contact. State McKay has a bent rear axle. You can see the kart jumping like a kangaroo down the start-finish straight. Yellow flag out at the final corner as Seth State McKay's kart is stationary on the inside. Luckily, it's well off the racing line. That kart's going to be absolutely nowhere, though. And he needs to be out of that kart because it's not going anywhere. It's bouncing down the start-finish straight. Unfortunately there for Seth State McKay. Luckily, he's well off the racing line. Ansel Murray, though, is back in front of Ralph Martin now as they make their way round. 50 seconds to go. Ralph Martin once again tries to come alongside Ansel Murray. Murray, though, closing the door on the run up to Chandler's. Behind them, though, Alfie Garrett, the driver on the charge, 3/10 quicker than the battle in front of him. He could arrive right at the correct time for this battle on the final lap. I think they're going to get round to give themselves 2 laps, which is going to be enough, I feel, here for Alfie Garrett to close right in, particularly if Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin battle, and Murray goes very, very wide, does he? He does in the final corner. That's going to allow the 32 of Ralph Martin to draw alongside over start finish, and Ansel Murray, with an uncharacteristic mistake, running very, very wide round the final corner, allows Ralph Martin to come back through into the lead. Alfie Garrett now close enough, once again with the fastest lap, the only driver so far today to dip into the 57s. Looks like we had a yellow flag out down the far end of the circuit. Looks like that's come back in, which is good to see. Everybody back where they should be. Ethan Lloyd moving up into 5th place. Getting past Junior Wright as Sidney Nell and Elijah Sang drop down. Elijah Sang losing 3 places, so I think that explains where the yellow flag was for, down the far end of the circuit. More lap traffic in front, the 44 of Ava Garrett, as our leaders make their way through. Alfie Garrett now right on the back of this battle for the lead. Last lap board will greet them as they make their way round this time. Martin, Murray and Garrett, the top three. More lap traffic to contend with in front of them as they head towards the hook for the final time. And Garrett, ever the opportunist, moves his way through, and Ralph Martin comes into contact with the back marker as well, and right the way round the outside comes Alfie Garrett. Red flag is out here at Llandow. Not quite sure why. We've got a driver spun at the far end of the circuit. Red flag is out at Llandow. We'll figure out why in a few moments' time. That will mean that the results will go back a lap, and Alfie Garrett will not be credited with the victory. I think it's going to go to Ralph Martin, who led them over the line on the lap prior to the red flag coming out. Results will be taken back to a point rather than when the red flag came out. So Alfie Garrett, who looked like he'd done everything he could, sneaking up onto the back of Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray to move his way into the lead, has the lead removed from him as the red flag comes out here at Llandow. We'll just have a few moments then whilst the circuit is cleared with the red flag, and then as that race will have been drawn to a close, we will have our next race for you, which we'll come to in a few moments' time. So red flag conditions here then at Llandow. The mighty Bambino heat number 2 stopped as we were just about to enter the final few corners of the race. So we've got a driver off. We'll report back that hopefully they are okay in a few moments' time when we get a report back into the commentary box. The next race though, after we get the green flag once again here then at Llandow, will be IAME Bambino. So we'll go to the grid then for IAME's, because the mighty Bambino, with it being on the final lap, that race won't be restarted. Next race here then, heat number 2 for IAME Bambino. Chester Forks, the Heat 1 winner, will start on pole position with Charlie Page alongside William Crombie and Albert Farrer, with Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Liddell on row number 3. Then it's going to be Freddie Baker and James Roots, Chloe McGill and Harris Barber, with Max Joy and Sophia Page on row number 6. Charlie Holmes starts 13th, Freddie Purnell for company, Leo Harang and Hugo Williams on row 8, Huxley Dickey and Jack Harney on row number 9. Then it's going to be Theo Poyser and Max Mikalansky, rounding out your 20 kart IAME Bambino grid. Chester Forks there then in the 38, your pole sitter. Just waiting for confirmation that we're good to go. So the incident on the outside of the Surtees complex of corners, it's a double apex left. Not a great overtaking opportunity in terms of finding a way through, but one that's very important to get right in order to ensure that you have an opportunity to get down the inside into McWerthers. So just having a quick look. Anthony Jones has been on saying when are the cadets on? Well, after IAME Bambino, we're going to have Honda Cadet, and then we're going to have Junior Rotax and Micromax. So the Honda Cadet and the Micromax, they're our cadet classes. So in around about 15 minutes time for Honda's, half an hour or so for our Micro Max classes. So that answers that one. Naomi Nellon as well, saying well done to Ansel, but also saying go on to Sydney. Mum is cheering you on. And Isabella on saying good luck to Chloe. So that will be for Chloe McGill. This is your grid of IAME Bambinos then on the screen. The 91 there of Hugo Williams in the Mark Baines Motorsport colours, behind the number 7 of Freddie Purnell. Now, if you're wondering why some of our drivers have got a black background on compared to the other drivers that have got the green background with the number, those drivers with the black background and the white number, there are novice runners, so that denotes that those drivers are newcomers to either the class or to racing. There is Chloe McGill in the background in the 18 in the pink kart. Brand new helmet for her this weekend in the pink and black colours, which she usually wears on the kart. Normally, prior to that, it was an all-white helmet, so she's got a brand new helmet as the 20 of Ollie Liddell gets himself comfortable before this race goes ahead. We've still got a slight delay as we've got the medical team on the circuit, just dealing with one of our drivers down there. Can't see who it is, so unfortunately we're unable to report back as to whom the incident involves. So we're going to have a few minutes here then at Llandow. So as we wait, 'cause it's not going to be any time soon, we're going to have a minute or so of advert, and then we're going to come back, and hopefully we should be in a position not too long to go racing once again here in the south of Wales.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
The best drivers in the world almost all share one thing in common. They started their motorsport career in karting. It's the most accessible way to get into racing, and it's only getting more popular. We found 3 different ways to start karting at 3 different price points, so let's see which is best for you. Karting is a sport for everyone. There are even classes for drivers aged as young as 6 years old. However, if you don't know anyone already involved in karting, it can be quite hard to find a way in. That's why we've compiled 3 different entry points into karting at 3 different price points. This way you can see which one works best for you and your budget. So, where will you get involved? Well, assuming you've already tried out a couple of corporate karting sessions, you've got to answer 2 key questions. What is your budget, and how prepared are you? Your answers to these 2 questions will ultimately decide where is best for you to get onto the karting ladder. So let's start off by taking the cheapest way to get into the competitive karting scene, the BIKC. The British Indoor Karting Championship, or BIKC, takes the fastest drivers from team sport karting centres that are all around the UK. It's likely the cheapest way to get into national karting, as a full season could cost you as little as £350. To get involved, you need to get yourself a grid membership at your local team sport venue. From there, you just need to come to 3 different sessions and set the fastest lap times. The average of these lap times is then taken from the fastest 24 drivers from each class at each circuit. They're then contacted for you to come along to the local finals. From there, it's a knockout tournament, with the fastest drivers being taken through to the regionals and then on to the national finals. This unique championship format is very affordable.
Apologies if you were enjoying that video as to how to get into karting, but unfortunately we've got some karting of our own to come back to here at Llandow. Circuit is now clear of the medical team, and we'll try and report back as to whom it was, and hopefully to anybody watching at home that the driver involved was okay. Looks to be, looks like they are though, because it was just the local circuit medical team dealing with, which we're grateful for their assistance, of course, here at Llandow. So it looks like we've got a bit of movement down there in the dummy grid with engines being started for our IAME Bambino's green flag being waved not only over the start line, just getting confirmation as well that the driver involved is okay. So don't know who it is, but at least we know that everybody on that IAME Bambino grid is okay and safe. So if there's anybody at home worrying, all drivers okay, which is the best possible news, of course. IAME's making their way out then, out onto circuit here then at Llandow to get themselves into position. Standing start for our IAME Bambinos, so they're going to be into position now. Strangely for IAME's, what they do, they come round and they turn the engine off, and then they'll start it again. That's to stop it all oiling up, and meaning that the karts can get away nice and cleanly. So unlike the Comas and the Hondas, where they come round and they sit stationary, the IAME Bambinos, their engines will be stopped when they roll into position. Parents will turn them off, and then they'll get a start your engine board once again, and then make their way round. So IAME's just getting into position, not maintaining the best of formation as they make their way round. We've got a few drivers having to come right the way down the middle into position in this IAME Bambino second heat to get everybody into position. So start line will fall quiet for a period of time, and then the engines will be started once again before we get going here then. Everybody into position. Problem at the moment on the start line, it appears, for Chester Forks, off pole position, engine stopped and not starting, and Chester Forks is being dragged away off pole position. You can see there. I think they're going to have an opportunity to maybe try and get that engine started. If they can, it's going to get him back in, but Chester Forks unable to get going. Spark plug, I think, coming out the top of that engine. We are away in racing though. We've got a driver sideways over start finish, the 92 of Freddie Baker, as the rest of the field have to split and miss. He's back into the mix though, and all of our runners make it through the hook at the first time of asking, with the exception, of course, of Chester Forks. His kart being worked on, still trying to be started over start finish, the 38 of Forks. I think he's only going to have around about 20 more seconds before they're going to have to give up the ghost on that one. Yellow flag out. We've got a driver facing the wrong way down at Surtees. Chester Forks machine still not being moved. The field are going to be coming round soon. They're going to have to roll that kart out, I believe, of this race, just so that it's safely enough away to the outside. The 33 there of Charlie Page leading them down the back straight from the 15 of William Crombie, who made a good start, as did the 5 of James Roots. He started in 6th place. He's now up into 3rd in front of the 42 of Albert Farrer. Then it's Darren Dimitrov, Chloe McGill, Ollie Liddell in front of Harris Barber, Jack Harney and Max Joy rounding out your top 10. Theo Poyser, Freddie Baker and Sophia Page. 13 runners in front of then Huxley, Dickey and Charlie Holmes. They were the couple of drivers that had the opening lap incident that caused that yellow flag down at the far end that we couldn't see. Hugo Williams, Max Miklansky and Leo Harang as well. Charlie Page's kart still stationary and is just being lifted up and out of the circuit. So Chester Forks goes from pole sitter to starting heat number 3 from the final row of the grid. Move down the inside there in the background. Looks like it was Darren Dimitrov trying to make a move. It was on Albert Farah, and James Roots now comes through from 3rd place on the previous lap to lead over start finish, with Charlie Page showing us the leader in terms of timing, but James Roots moved through by the time they got to the first corner, so Roots then leading from Page. Then it's William Crombie with Darren Dimitrov up into 4th place. Albert Farah, Harris Barber, Chloe McGill in 7th place. Barber with the big moves on the previous lap. He made up 2 at the expense of McGill and Liddell, with Jack Harney and Max Joy completing the top 10. At the front, James Roots appears to be checking out. The gap out on this lap by well over a second for James Roots, driver of the day at Rowrah. He's leading heat number 2 comfortably at the moment from now William Crombie up into 2nd place. Albert Farah, Charlie Page. Freddie Baker gets a contact warning. He's currently running up in 12th place, having recovered from the opening lap spin on the start finish. James Roots with the fastest lap, 4/10 quicker than anybody else out on the circuit at the moment. Roots, Crombie and Farah, your top 3, in front of Page and Dimitrov. Page, the early pace setter, going off 2nd place, de facto pole of course, with Chester Falk's car unable to make its way off from the line, having not started. The engines were turned off. Roots then leading from Crombie. Right behind Crombie is Albert Farah in the slipstream. Farah electing not to move out and make a move, just trying to push William Crombie onto the back of James Roots. They are a little bit quicker this time round. Farah 2/10 quicker than Crombie in front. James Roots still holding a gap now of almost a second to everybody else. Gap seems to have plateaued ever so slightly. In that previous lap. Everybody looks like they've got somebody to play with at the moment, with the exception of James Roots. There's the 2-kart battle for 2nd and 3rd, 2-kart battle for 4th and 5th, and again for 6th and 7th between Harris Barber and Chloe McGill. Behind them, Ollie Liddell and Jack Harney aren't too far apart either, so with the exception of your race leader, James Roots, the gap was 9/10 of a second on the previous lap, down to 7/10, and it looks like Albert Farah has decided the best way to win this race is to work with William Crombie to push together as a team of 2 to try and close in on James Roots. 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And it is the only way these 2 drivers are going to have an opportunity of winning this race. Lap traffic in front is another opportunity for them to close in if they get the rub of the green and close in at the right time. That could slow down James Roots ever so slightly, and they can get through on a straight where Roots may have had to wait. Then that could also close some of the gap up. There's more lap traffic in front of them as Crombie and Farah continue to push down this back straight, making their way through. Over the start finish line they go. The gap on the previous lap, 7/10, down to half a second. Crombie and Farah closing in on James Roots in front of them, and Roots has found some lap traffic where he doesn't really want it as they come out of that corner single file. There could be a move down the inside there. Crombie not quite close enough on James Roots. Albert Farah doing a sterling job here to push along William Crombie onto the back of James Roots. He is the fastest driver out, and Roots contact with some lap traffic, contact with the 7 of Freddie Purnell by James Roots, and that's caused a concertina effect on the way into the Dell. James Roots unable to find his way through the lap traffic cleanly. The gap has now closed right up. Crombie is drawing alongside. I think we're going to have a look at that one again in a few moments, but Crombie comes through, as does Albert Farah. Crombie leads, Farah into 2nd, James Roots drops down into 3rd place. Here's the replay then as they meet the lap traffic as they head down towards Diggers and the Dell and Roots, they're unable to come through down the inside cleanly. Contact with Purnell, and then it looks like there's contact there with other drivers as they make their way in, unable to make out who they were. But just having a quick look, it looked like it was Charlie Page as he dropped 5 places on the previous lap, and he was the driver that was nearest to the incident at the time. So disappointment for Charlie Page as he came into contact with Freddie Purnell. Looks like everybody is still running though, so everybody okay. Crombie from Albert Farah and James Roots then now the top 3. Confirmed in timing, although the move was done into the hook on the previous lap. 30 seconds remaining. Drivers doing 54s, so next time round they will see the last lap board. Lap and a half remaining in IAME Bambino. William Crombie and Albert Farah working together to close that gap on James Roots. Then James Roots gave them a helping hand into the right-hander down at Chandler's. This is where Roots couldn't get through on the lap traffic. Sweeping round the outside though is William Crombie, and Crombie's going to get the run. Albert Farah's going to come under pressure down that back straight from James Roots. Hard on the brakes they go. Crombie's opened up a gap. He got fortuitous finding his way through the lap traffic. Roots gets a little bit of snap oversteer on the exit to Raymond's. The 5 of Roots under investigation. Over start finish is shown at the same time as the last lap board is. William Crombie leads by 7/10 of a second from Albert Farah, his mid-race wingman. The top 2 have a bit of a gap back then to James Roots, who we now know is under investigation for the overtake on the lap traffic of Freddie Purnell a few laps ago. William Crombie though comes round Chandler's for the final time as they head up towards the Dell and the right-hander at Diggers. Doesn't look like they're going to have any lap traffic in front of them to contend with. Farah needs a good exit to try and close up, and he gets one as they head out onto the back straight. Not quite sure he's going to be close enough. It'll be a do-or-die move. If he sends one down the inside, considers it, ducks back in. Can he get a cut back? Draws alongside, over start finish. Crombie holds on from Albert Farah, your top 2. James Roots in 3rd place as he's given a penalty over start finish in front of Harris Barber, Chloe McGill and Jack Harney, with Darren Dimitrov, Ollie Liddell and Charlie Page crossing the line in 9th place. Your top 10 then will be completed by the 70 of Theo Poyser. Superb race from our IAME Bambinos there in that one. Crombie and Farah worked together in the middle phase of the race to close up onto James Roots, and then battled it out between the 2 of them all the way to the end, crossing the line with less than 1/10 of a second between them. So Crombie and Farah will start heat number 3 from the front row. Final few runners making their way over the start-finish line then here at Llandow. Next race for you on the track will be our Honda Cadet class. Just into the live chat, Jensen H Karting says good luck to Jensen Hookie. So either Jensen Hookie's wished himself good luck, or there's somebody else using his YouTube account, but nonetheless, thank you very much for getting in touch. Theo Bradshaw, Heat 1 winner, starts on the front row with championship leader Ryan White alongside. Ralphie Branscombe, the pole sitter from yesterday, will start in 3rd, with the aforementioned Jensen Hookie alongside on row 2. Then it's Kevin Ivanoff and Max Taddy on row number 3, in front of Jensen White and Ashley Harzay. The top 10 completed by Joshua Sullivan and Fenton Stoneman, with Ed Spain and Larry Price on row number 6. Row 7 sees Alfie Forrester and Archie Loveridge, with George Ralston and Charlie Stapleton on row 8, Sam Hayes and Freddie Housego on row number 9. Samuel Yeadon starts 19th, Cameron tipping 20th after some kart problems yesterday. Ronnie Legg and Sam Green Gomez are on row 11, Otto Amy and Jacob Leathenby on row number 12. Then it's going to be Luke Jardine and Max Housego, the grid of 27 completed by the number 8 of Thomas Battershill. So it looks like the track is almost clear, with the exception of one IAME Bambino kart currently stationary on the outside of the Hook Complex corner on the entry. Don't know whether they're going to be able to lift that car over the wall and back into the paddock, but nonetheless we're going to have a quick walk down our Honda Cadet grid. On the right there, Jensen White in the bright orange helmet, Ashley Harsey in the all white to the left, with Fenton Stoneman in the 48. Larry Price in his Mr. Bump helmet after his excursion at Ella Park at the back end of last season. Starts on row number 6. We make our way down. That there in the 87, here's Cameron Tipping. He had some problems yesterday. The engine moved ever so slightly on the kart. The chain tightened up. That caused him some problems in terms of power. And Thomas Battershill in the number 8 gives the camera a nice little wave down there. The grid of Honda Cadets will be making their way out in a few moments' time. Luke Jardine in the number 10 machine. Normally racing number 11, but that number reserved in this championship already by Sam Hayes, who we may well see in a few moments' time because he is on this right-hand side of the grid. That's Samuel Yeadon in the 88. There's Sam Hayes, driver of the number 11. In front of him will be George Ralston. And in the 88, Alfie Forrester, Project 1 BSR number 79, as the field make their way out onto the dummy grid. All doing a grand job of missing our camera op down there. Field making their way round. The purpose of this formation lap, of course, get as much heat into the tyres as possible for that start. Standing start, of course, for the Honda Cadets. Helpers making their way down onto the grid to get their drivers into position. So it's going to be Theo Bradshaw and Ryan White on the front row. Drivers making their way round. See them just trying to get as much heat into the tyres as possible. Don't want to spin though or do anything silly on the outlap, of course, because anything like that will send you towards the back of the grid. If you're not into a certain position by the Marshall's post at the far end of the circuit, which you can see there in the background, Marshall's post 4, then we're going to have problems of getting into position. So drivers just getting heat into their tyres as they make their way round and into position. Bradshaw in, Branscombe just needing to be rolled back ever so slightly. Parent helpers then just being directed off circuit once their driver is into position. Everybody clean with the exception. Everyone into position nicely. Cameron Tipping's dad moves away. Marshall has the green flag. The 5-second board will be raised in a few moments' time. Engine notes will rise for our Honda Cadet class. There's your 5-second board. Eyes up on the lights. We're away and racing in Honda Cadet. It's a good start from Ryan White off P2. He's going to lead Bradshaw into the first corner. And Ryan White leads the field through. Rest of the field streaming through on this opening lap. Nice and clean from everyone with the exception of Sullivan. He's off onto the grass on the outside. Yellow flag is out. He'll drop all the way down to the tail end of the field. Wheels spinning as he bounces the kart back onto the circuit. Ryan White then leading from Ralphie Branscombe and Theo Bradshaw, your top 3. Jensen Hookey in front of Kevin Ivanoff. That's your top 5. We'll call the rest when they come over the start finish, and we get some help from the stacker down the left-hand side. Looks like it's Jensen White up into 6th place in front of Max Taddy, Ashley Harsey. Then it's Fenton Stoneman, but he's going to have to hand that place over in a few moments' time to Larry Price, who gets down the inside. Then Alfie Forrester tries to get a run down the inside as well. Top 10 as they come over the line. White, Branscombe, Bradshaw, Hookey, Ivanoff, White, Taddy, Harsey, Larry Price and Fenton Stoneman, your top 10. Then it's Alfie Forrester, Ed Spain, Archie Loveridge, Sam Hayes, Sam Green Gomez, Cameron Tipping, Ronnie Legg, Jacob Leathenby, Samuel Yeadon and Otto Amey. 3 wide on the way out of the corner. Jensen Hookey down the inside there by the look of it of Theo Bradshaw. Kevin Ivanoff tries to get down the inside as well. Looks like he had the door closed there because Bradshaw comes out in 4th place. onto the back straight. It's now Ralphie Branscombe leading the way. Behind there, looks like Cam Tipping is starting to make his way through as Max Taddy tries to get to the inside of Kevin Ivanov. Larry Price with the fastest lap of the race, up into 8th place on that previous lap. Big move for Cam Tipping, he makes up 3. Branscombe is tight into that corner. That forces Ryan White wide and Jensen Hookey, the BKC champion from last year, before the BKC and the CKC were merged together, comes down the inside. CKC, we don't have a defending cadet champion because Harris Roberts moved up into Minimax. Didn't do too badly either, getting 2nd place, of course, in heat number 2 this morning, pipped to the line by Andrew Dixon. Jensen Hookey out of the slipstream, down the back straight. He sends it down the inside. Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw from 4th place is going to take advantage here. 66 gets a warning. That's Max Taddy. Theo Bradshaw is up into 2nd place. Then there's contact into the back of Jensen Hookey. Price with another fastest lap once again. And Bradshaw taking advantage of those battling in front of him. Max Taddy down the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe's gone from 1st to what could be 5th place here in half a lap. Jensen White and Larry Price joining the back of them. That's the top 8, all nose to tail pretty much. We see them coming into shot there. Orange helmet, then it's Price just behind. That is Kevin Ivanov, who's been shoved back now into 8th place. He's going to come back down the inside of Larry Price into the final corner. Price gets the switch back and Ivanov has to slot back in. So Bradshaw from Hookey, White, Branscombe, Taddy, White. Then it's Price, Ivanov, Harzate and Stoneman, your top 10. All within one camera shot as well, as Bradshaw now leading from Jensen Hookey, having found a way through on that previous lap. There's a move down the inside there. Looked like that was Ralphie Branscombe sending a move down the inside. It would have been on Ryan White by the look of it. Keep an eye out as to where everybody sits in. The battle in front there was allowed Ashley Harzate and Fenton Stoneman to close in on the back. And that looks like it's Stoneman down the inside. Ivanov dipping out of the slipstream into the bottom bend here at Raymond's. Top 3 starting to move away. 76, Sam Green Gomez. Looks like he's picked up a warning over start-finish. He has. Currently running in 14th place. Ralphie Branscombe has had a spin because they've just seen him come over the line in front of Samuel Yeadon and Sam Green Gomez. So where's Branscombe gone? He's dropped 11 places down into 15th place. Currently running just in front of Joshua Sullivan, who's recovering from that opening lap trip across the grass. Dropped him down into 17th. He's up into 16th. Branscombe just in front though now, sandwiched between Sam Green Gomez and Samuel Yeadon in 14th place. Top 3 still moving away. Then it's Max Taddy. Jensen White is coming down the inside. Hard on the brakes. Door closed by Max Taddy, with Kevin Ivanov and Larry Price just behind. That's your battle from 4th down into 7th place. Bradshaw then still leading from Hookey and Ryan White. Ryan White with the fastest lap in 3rd place. Quick look over his shoulder. He's got a gap of 1.7 seconds. Doesn't have to look behind him anymore. Larry Price is off onto the grass. Not just on the outside of the hook corner. And he's going to have to wait for the entire field to come through. Larry Price running inside the top 7 in 7th place. Will drop all the way down now. Having a quick look as to where he may well be. After Sam Hayes come through in the 11. He's in 26th having had an off. So Larry Price will drop down all the way to the tail end of the field. This race has really been a race of attrition for a number of our front runners who were starting the race inside that top 10. Sullivan on the opening lap onto the grass. Branscombe, he had a problem and it's dropped himself down, currently in 12th place. Sullivan recovering up into 14th. Mechanical flag for Cameron Tipping. Going to have a quick look out the window to see what that might be, or see whether he's already in the pit lane. Cam Tipping, mechanical flag We'll see what it's for in a moment. We'll try and keep an eye out. He's currently running in 11th place, having moved up from 20th on the grid. So we'll keep an eye out for Cam tipping. Rear bumper hanging off. You'll see it in a few moments if we can pick him up down the back straight. There's Cam tipping. Rear bumper's hanging off. He's going to have to come off into the pit lane in a few moments' time. Is Cam tipping. Mechanical flag for the 87. It's going to drop him out of 11th place. 50 seconds to go. Ralphie Branscombe with the fastest lap of the race so far. In 11th, in 12th place, he'll be promoted then to 11th. With Cameron tipping, coming off into the pits at the end of this lap. In the background, Jensen White squeezing Max Taddy to the inside. Taddy hard on the brakes. Taddy's through down the inside. Slots in nicely into position. Ralphie Branscombe through on Cameron tipping. Tipping still going out there. Mechanical flag once again for tipping. So he's seen it this time because he has acknowledged it over the start-finish line, that's for sure. 1 second, we're down to 0. 2 laps to go then for our Honda Cadet class here at Llandow. With Bradshaw, Ryan White and Jensen Hookey leading from now. Jensen White back in front of Max Taddy for 4th place, as we saw there on camera. Leaders. Oh, and Theo Bradshaw! Bradshaw is off and rolls to a halt! Problems for Bradshaw! The kart just grinds to a halt. Looks like the chain may well have come off. And Theo Bradshaw from the lead goes off and into retirement. Jensen Hookey inherits the lead from Ryan White. Jensen White up into 3rd place. Last lap poured out over the start line here then at Llandow. And Theo Bradshaw, head in his hands with disappointment down there on the exit of the Diggers and Dell complex. Jensen Hookey then leads from Ryan White. Jensen White in 3rd. Max Taddy, they're your leaders, just about to pick them up as they head down towards the Dell. Into the right, then the left. The right-hander of Diggers onto the back straight. Ryan White with one final opportunity to make the move to the inside. Hookey, super defensive to the inside. White goes to the outside, and Ryan White sweeps round the outside. Hookey comes back to the inside. White not at all happy with that. That one will definitely go down to a post-race discussion. Jensen Hookey, though, takes the victory from Ryan White, and then it looks like there could have been a bit of afters as well down there at the hook for our race director to look at, because Jensen Hookey was facing the wrong way. Jensen Hookey and Ryan White, your top 2, at least for the moment, in front of Max Taddy and Jensen White. Here's your final corner as they come in. White round the outside, closed the door. Jensen Hookey with some contact there as White tried to defend it, not at all happy. And then when they came into the hook complex of corners, all of a sudden Jensen Hookey was facing the wrong way. We'll have a quick look. I would love to get the roaming camera down there to see in the holding area for Ryan White and Jensen Hookey. But as it stands at the moment, Hookey from White, then it's Taddy, Jensen White, Benton Stoneman and Ashley Haase, Alfie Forrester, Ed Spain, Kevin Ivanoff, Ralphie Branscombe, Samuel Yeadon and Joshua Sullivan. In front of Sam Green Gomez and Archie Loveridge in 14th. Then it's Ralston, Price, Stapleton, Hayes, Leathenby and Housego, Amy Legg, Jardine, Housego, Battershill, and then Theo Bradshaw and Cameron Tipping, both retirees. Bradshaw's kart stopping on the outside of Diggers, and then we've got Cameron Tipping, who came in with a mechanical flag with 2 laps to go. Honda's then rolling off the grid. We've got Theo Bradshaw's kart just being recovered back in, although I get the feeling they'll just throw that one over the barrier because the zip kart awning is down that end of the paddock anyway, so there's no point taking it all the way back in. Junior Rotax then, your next class here at Llandow. Just dipping back into the live chat comments then. We've got S House saying good luck to Ryan White and Max Taddy from Team House. Isabella Stansmore Wilson saying good luck to all of my friends in Honda. And Simulation Station from my home city of Sheffield saying loving this race in our Honda Cadet class. Grid up on your screen then for Junior Rotax heat number 2. It's Ollie Naylor from Kasper Tomilewski on the front row. Cameron Nelson and Callum Foster on row number 2 with Rhys Owen and Emily Cooper on row number 3. Then it's Christian Stefanov's Ben Horner, Harry Hurst-Grover and Hamish Forrest with Archie Carter and Bartek Filipiak on row number 6. Christian Stefanov's was there as well. Then it's Jensen O'Neill going and Sam Stoner on row 7. Archie Dyson and Ethan Bath, Gregor Reed and Joshua Jarvis on row 9. Jacob Anslow starts 19th. Jason Duckis is 20th with Marcel Poppercull and James Kell on row number 11. James Waring and Ellis Garrett start on row number 12. Then it's Amelie Ackett and Harrison Purnell with Harrison Bishop and Jack Dimbleby on row 14. Ollie Poole and Kieran Thompson round out your top 30. In front of Ewan Stevenson, Martin Wright and Molly Pugh. Juniors rolling, we've got a couple of drivers. We've got Jensen O'Neill going, at the moment, going the wrong way because he's had a bit of a spin up there at the hook. He's got a bit of time though to get into position by Marshall's post 4. Having a quick look at the results from our previous races. Minimax heat number 2 has been declared as a result. Just having a quick look if there's any problems for that one. Plenty of incorrectly positioned front fairings, but nothing to write home about in terms of that. It's moved a few people up or down. I think the British has dropped a few back down into 6th place. It's dropped Amy Peacock down 1 or 2 as well. Having a quick look at Coma C50 Bambino. Looks like we're clearing that one with the exception of Joshua Bailey. A 10-second penalty incurred for contravention of flag signals during the race. So I can only assume that is an overtaking under yellow flag indiscretion for Joshua Bailey. Junior Rotax then making their way round the final corner. Ollie Naylor leading them very, very wide to get into the tram lines. Through they come, and it looks like we are away and racing. Naylor with a good start. He's going to lead them through. Kasper Tomilewski off the front row in 2nd place. Didn't quite get the getaway that he was expecting. It's dropped him down into 5th place. Ollie Naylor, with the look of it, he's disappeared at the front. But then we've got Jensen O'Neill going, who looks like he's had a problem. And he's going to have to go all the way around the outside. He's been very slow at getting away. We saw he had a problem on the rolling up lap as well. So Jensen O'Neill going with a few problems. Slots himself back in. Either that or he must have cut straight through the chicane in the opening corner as we were watching Naylor and Tomilewski, and he's just looking to find back into a position as to where he was. We'll see what his pace is like in a few moments' time, see whether it is an ongoing problem. Naylor then will lead them over the line, having qualified on pole and won heat number 1. This time though he's got Cameron Nelson for company rather than Kasper Tomilewski, who is down into 4th place. Rhys Owen in 3rd. Then it's Callum Foster, Emily Cooper, Harry Hurst-Grover up from 9th to 7th on the opening lap. Christian Stefanov, Hamish Forrest and Archie Carter. Move down the inside there from Cameron Nelson. Throws one down the inside of Ollie Naylor. Nelson will lead from Naylor. Looks like it's Kasper Tomilewski. Back up into 3rd place now in front of Rhys Owen in the 99. Then Callum Foster in the 69 machine with Emily Cooper just behind in the distinctive blue, red and green helmet. Foster down the inside then of the 99 of Rhys Owen into the final corner. Owen fighting back into the hook and Rhys Owen is back through. They've opened up a gap though to the leading trio in front by battling it out so early on for 4th place, and Nelson will lead Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski. The gap half a second then back to Rhys Owen, Callum Foster and Emily Cooper. Harry Hurst-Grover with the fastest lap. He's right there in the mix in the red and blue helmet. Down the back straight they go then for the second time. Nelson with the fastest lap, opening up a gap. Got to be conscious though that in these races, particularly here at Llandow, it's a very, very grippy track. We haven't quite got the sunshine that we had yesterday, but the temperature's still there, as they don't want to be cooking these tyres early on and then proceeding to go backwards later on in the race. Plenty of time in this one. Still up running at 45-second laps, over 8 minutes, so we're going to get 11 laps or so in. Won't ruin the tyre for the whole weekend, but what it will do is it'll put too much temperature in it now, as there's a little bit of contact into the back of Callum Foster there by Emily Cooper. Cooper forcing Foster wide. It's not going to do the front fairing any good, that's for sure. Be conscious not to apply too much pressure on that front fairing. It will push the nose in and drop it down, and that is a automatic 5-second penalty. And then there could even be an opportunity for the race director to add a gaining an unfair advantage if any contact is deemed to be too severe, so you could end up with almost 10 seconds by the end of a race if you apply too much pressure to the kart in front. Looks like IAME Bambino has been declared as a result as well without any issues. Kasper Tomilewski with the fastest lap in 3rd place, off the back of Nelson and Naylor. The field make their way through towards Mac Werthers, right-hander. Naylor a lot closer than what he has been on the previous few laps to Cameron Nelson. Nelson, who had opened up a gap of almost half a second, although Naylor in the hardest position in the middle of a 3-kart battle. Do you attack or do you defend? You really have to rely heavily on the driver just behind, which will be Kasper Tomilewski, not to try and apply too much pressure and allow the leader to pull away. Ideally, when Naylor pulls out of the slipstream to make a move, what he will want is Kasper Tomilewski to help push him along as well. Nelson now appears to be going a lot more defensive than what he was on the previous lap, maybe trying to back Ollie Naylor into Tomilewski. Naylor with a quick helmet tap, telling Kasper Tomilewski to think about anything that he does. Potential that there's a move coming soon from Ollie Naylor, and he just wants a bit of Kasper Tomilewski help down this back straight. Yellow flag out at post 1 though, so they're going to have to be careful. Naylor to the outside as Nelson defends to the inside. They're going to be straight side by side. The yellow flag is back in, so all's going to be nice for overtaking opportunities. Cameron Nelson with 3 minutes to go already defending this lead. Said earlier on about potentially going too high on tyre pressure. Now he's going to have to defend. If he's defending with 3 to go, that tactic will not change between now and the end of the race. Radiator flap adjustment, trying to get a little bit more power out of the Rotax engine. Naylor on the previous lap closed right up into this complex, into the Dell. Diggers, the right-hander. Can they get the run down the back straight? Nelson once again defending to the inside as they head down towards the final corner. And Tomilewski goes into the gap that Ollie Naylor creates down the inside. Then Tomilewski has the door closed. Got a warning, I think, over start finish for the 12. That's Ben Horner being shown by the start line marshal. Just about picked that one out the combox window. And this time Ollie Naylor down the inside into Surtees. Naylor is through. Tomilewski is through. And Cameron Nelson will drop from 1st down into 3rd place. In one corner. Right behind them though, Rhys Owen right back into the mix as well because of that. Emily Cooper, Harry Hurst-Grover and Christian Stefanov's not too far back either. Callum Foster in the mix in 6th place. This battle for the lead, for a few laps at least, was going to provide opportunity. Callum Foster into the back of Emily Cooper, into the right-hander, similar to what Cooper did to him a few laps ago. So keep an eye out on the front fairings later on when we have a look at the penalties. Live timing, of course, available at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. If you want to create your own virtual pit wall, so to speak, what you can do, the top 3 are already highlighted in gold, silver and bronze. You can then highlight 2 other drivers by just clicking their name to the left-hand side. One will go red, one will go blue, and then you'll be able to keep track of where your drivers are as well when they're not on the screen here on the Alpha Live channel. Down the back straight they go, down hanger towards Raymond's. 44-second laps, 30 seconds on the clock, which means this is the penultimate lap. Will Naylor defend, or will Naylor continue to push away? Will he even know it's the penultimate lap? Until he sees that last lap board, when he knows then he's going to have to go into super defence mode. For Ollie Naylor, already a pole position and a heat win to his name. Kasper Tomilewski right behind. Driver who pretty much dominated Warden Law at round number 1. Didn't quite have the same fortunes at round 2 at Rowrah, but back running at the front here at Llandow at round number 3. Naylor to the inside, defending fresh air though, because he's got a couple of kart lengths back to Kasper Tomilewski. Over the line to begin the final lap here of heat number 2. Ollie Naylor, Kasper Tomilewski, the top 2. Tomilewski tries to stick the nose down the inside on the exit of the hook. Has the door closed then by Ollie Naylor. This is your top 2 on screen. Naylor leading from Kasper Tomilewski. Tomilewski with 2 opportunities. One into the right-hander down here at Chandler's. Not close enough as Ollie Naylor gets a good run out of Mac Werthers. Into the Lancaster curve, down towards Chandler's. Naylor might have enough here unless Tomilewski can get a good run out of Diggers. Onto the back straight. Naylor with 2 or 3 kart lengths. Naylor comes to the inside just to defend off any late lunges. Ollie Naylor is going to take victory for the 2nd time here this weekend from Kasper Tomilewski and Cameron Nelson. Rhys Owen and Emily Cooper, Callum Foster, Harry Hurst-Grover and Christian Stefanov. Then it's going to be Hamish Forrest and Jacob Anslow rounding out your top 10 in front of Bartek Filipiak, James Waring, and then Marcel Bobacor getting past Archie Dyson on the final lap to move himself up into 13th place. Then we're going to have Archie Carter in 15th, Stone at right, Douglas Dimbleby and Kell, with Hornet, Garrett, O'Neill going, Bishop, Ackett, Jarvis, Purnell, Pugh, Paul, Stevenson, Thompson, and then 2 retirees in Ethan Bath and Gregor Reed. Almost an end then to our 2nd heats. The final one of them before we then head into heats number 3, and then we'll go to a half-hour lunch break. The final race of the 2nd cycle here at Llandow. Here's Micromax. Kerry Probert's been on to the live chat saying good luck to Ellis Garrett, fight for it, and Kimberly Tinker on as well saying go Emily Cooper. And on with Simulation Station, I miss racing in Junior Max. Well, we've got Micromax out for you next with George Schweier and James Fabricius on the front row. Leo Livings and Fraser Anderson on row 2. Then it's Jos Huschka and Sebastian Clark on row 3. Marley Fisher and Alfie Mayer on row number 4. Fabian Gandhock and Jack Holmes round out your top 10 in front of Morgan Weston and Logan Rolfe on row number 6. Then we're going to have Elliot Dimolo and Arthur Farrer, Soreen Gallagher and Buddy Hugo on row 8, Lewis Herbertson and Harry Quintock on row number 9. Our final runners rounding out this 22 kart grid, Hector Dickey and Logan Jones, Alice Fairclough and Jack Hutchinson, who retired yesterday with a mechanical fault in the first race, will go off the final row of the grid in the number 31 machine. So just having a quick look to see if we've had any declared results. Honda is still in abeyance. IAME Bambino also still in abeyance. So the first 3 races of the day have been declared, as we've discussed already. Keep an eye out on the rest of the of this race morning. Thank you very much for joining us on the Alpha Live channel. Plenty of racing, of course, across the UK this weekend. So we appreciate you joining us here in Llandow. Micromax making their way round. Gonna have to slow it down, I feel, into this final corner. The pace is still quite high for our micros. The field spread is quite high as well. See whether we can get going, and we don't. The decision already made by the time our drivers came up to the start line that the pace still too high. The front row of George Schweier and James Fabricius just needs to slow it down ever so slightly and just allow the tail of the field to close up, and that's going to allow us to get going and racing. There is a acceleration line. You'll be able to see it on the final corner camera, which is just around about positions 9 or 10 on the grid. So that's why Ollie Naylor went really, really wide into that first corner, just to allow all of the juniors to get onto the start-finish straight. With it being a 34 kart grid, just made sense. There's a lot of runoff on the outside of the bottom hairpin, so Naylor using that as an opportunity. Can't quite see it. You will be able to see it when we zoom in, then we come round the corner. So just a little up from the marshal's post there in the middle of the track. You're just about to see a yellow line about now. That's the acceleration zone. Once again, we're going to have to false start this one. The pace still too high. Now there is a caveat in the ruling that says if we have 3 false starts, it's the race director's discretion that he could take the leaders and put them all the way to the back of the field if he deems it is their fault for causing a fast start. So we'll keep an eye out as to whether anything comes into play. But if that happens, what will happen is if that is required, a red flag will come out. And then there'll be a bit of an education going on from the race director. You can see everyone, all the marshals, all the BKC officials in their black BKC, CKC and JKC wear, just telling everybody to calm down. 2 nice even tram lines down this back straight is what we are looking for from our Micromax runners. Looks far more civilized this time round. Into position, still need to be there. George Schweier, and into the tram lines they go. Let's see if we go racing this time. It looks like we're away. And Schweier sweeps around the outside of Fabricius into the first corner. The door closed on James Fabricius. He had half a nibble down the inside. Door closed though by George Schweier. A few drivers bouncing over the grass on the outside. I think one of them's a 27 of Morgan Weston in the all gold helmet. Bouncing across the grass but still facing in the right direction. So he's going to be back in the mix. Keep an eye out for that gold helmet. There it is, sweeping all the way around the outside. The field streams round Chandler's. Great move down the inside there in the midfield as George Schweier leads the way onto the back straight from James Fabricius. And then it's going to be the 78 of Leo Livings. That's your top 3. Move down the inside from Josh Husker on the 74 of Fabian Gandhock. And Husker goes back up into his 5th place berth where he started, having dropped down into 6th. In front of him, the 61 of Fraser Anderson, who qualified yesterday in 2nd place. His best start saw him going off the front row. Schweier from Fabricius then with Livings and Anderson, Husker and Gandhock. Fisher, Clark, Mayer and Holmes rounding out your top 10 in front of Logan Rolfe and Arthur Farrer. Morgan Weston, Buddy Hugo up from 16th to 14th on the opening lap for the driver of the number 11 machine. Good battle going on there in the background. Looks like it's the 81 of Marley Fisher, 7th place. The rest of the field behind. Move down the inside from Arthur Farrer into the right-hander at Raymond's. Good move to try and gain a place on Logan Rolfe. And he does. We confirm there on the left side. Moves up into 11th place. Marley Fisher goes slightly wide into the hook complex of corners. That's going to give Sebastian Clark an opportunity to come down the inside in the 50. There he is. The blue machine, red suit, white helmet on the back of Marley Fisher. Towards into the Dell. Diggers, the right-hander. Everyone in a nice straight line down this back straight. Farah with another move in the background. Keep an eye out on him. There he is in the green helmet on Jack Holmes, moving his way up inside the top 10. In fact, he was up into 9th as he got past Fabian Gandhock as well. Arthur Farah on a charge here in Micromax, up into 9th place. Fastest lap from Fraser Anderson, needs half a second to close in on the back of Leo Livings. Keep an eye out there, that's the 32, Logan Rolfe, currently running just outside the top 10. In P11, and dropped out on the previous lap with Arthur Farah moving through. Marley Fisher's broken away from Sebastian Clark because Clark is now coming under pressure from Alfie Mayer and the Arthur Farah. Farah get down the inside. Farah is on a charge down the inside of Alfie Mayer. And we'll run round the outside as well to hold on. Arthur Farah in heat number 2 here, making a statement in the 24 machine. Has that kart hooked up. Jos Huschke now in 5th place with the fastest lap, trying to close in on Fraser Anderson in front. Farah close enough this time, I think, to potentially get a run down that back straight on Sebastian Clark. Could well see him up into 7th place. The leaders have all closed up as well, so we'll check them out in a few moments' time, because I think once if Farah can find a way through down this back straight, we'll keep an eye out. Farah's sending another one down the inside of the 50 of Sebastian Clark. Through he goes, and he will jump now up into 7th place. There he goes as the field streams out of the hook. Swire with a gap of 2/10 to Fabricius, then Livings. Anderson is right with them as well. Huschke a little further back, a lonely 5th at the moment, but only needs a couple of overtakes from those in front in the final 3.5 minutes to close in on the back of this one. That's what you want when you're just off the back of a battle. While they're working together in a straight line, they are going to pull away. Only effectively one pushing and one opening a hole in the air, with the rest of them taking advantage of it as the slipstream effect. Huschke maybe a little bit too far back to benefit from that at the moment, but as soon as they start battling, he will close right back in on Swire, Fabricius, Livings and Anderson. And Farah is now up into 6th place. Gets past Marley Fisher on that previous lap, but now has 2.5 seconds or so to close in on Jos Huschke in front. That's a big ask in 2 minutes and 45 seconds for Arthur Farah, but it's been a superb drive from Farah in this Micromax heat number 2. Started the race in 14th place, now running up in 6th is Arthur Farah in the 24. Out onto the hanger straight. Still no movement at the front. Fabricius not finding a way past George Swire and not looking in a rush to do so far. Sets the fastest lap of the race, using that slipstream down the back straight. Opened up a few kart lengths to Leo Livings. 0.3 of a second is the gap with Fraser Anderson. A real breakout weekend for Anderson here in the Cadet Kart Championship. Now is the time that Fabricius shows his hand down the inside. Swire then immediately looks behind to Leo Livings, his teammate, now wanting him to close up to try and push him along onto the back of Fabricius in front. As they head out onto hanger, minute and 30 remaining. Drivers doing 49-second laps, so 3 laps to go then in Micromax. And down the inside once again comes Swire, and then there's contact between the two of them as Fabricius opens the corner up. Leo Livings is going to get involved as well there now and trying to get through as Anderson sweeps the outside, and what was a battle at 2 at the front is now going to become 4 once again. Fabricius defending. We've got the 71, I think, of Elliot Dimolo off on the grass on the outside of the hook. Yellow flag out. Dimolo rejoins the circuit. Yellow flag is back in. Fabricius, Swire, Livings and Anderson. Get the feeling this one's not over yet, with Swire getting a great run out of Diggers down the back straight. Fabricius will defend it to the inside, then comes back out again. Now, you might think, why is he adding extra tarmac there just for the sake of it to come into the inside? What he's doing there is he's just covering off Swire moving to the inside, and then obviously Swire's going to be in the braking zone. 53 gets the warning. That's Lewis Herbertson, currently running in 16th place. I think that could have something to do with Dimolow's spin, as they were fairly close together in that 16th to 18th region. On track, Arthur Farah, fastest lap of the race, 1.7 now behind Jos Huschke. Top 4 exit Diggers onto the back straight. Swire close enough to Fabricius to send a move down the inside. Fabricius covering it off to the inside. Swire hard on the brakes, trying to get the cutback. They're going to be side by side as they head down towards the hook, and George Swire squeezes through on James Fabricius. They begin the final lap here at Llandow. Great move down the inside from Swire. Now it's going to be his turn to defend hard to the inside, really tight into this right-hander at McWerthers. That's going to slow them right down, trying to give Leo Livings an opportunity. And Livings is going to go down the inside of Fabricius as well. Into the right-hander, has the door closed, and there's contact between Fabricius and Leo Livings, and that's going to hand the victory almost certainly to George Swire. He's got a few kart lengths now down the back straight. Fabricius and Livings rubbing side pods as they go down the back straight there. Swire's going to take victory from Fabricius, then Livings, then it's going to be Fraser Anderson, Jos Huschke, and Arthur Farah, who moves through from 14th up into 6th place. Fisher and Mayer, we've got the 21 off on the outside. That's Hector Dickey. Marshall running over to get him back out onto track, so at least he's going to come through to be able to take the checkered flag. But Hector Dickey, who was in 20th place, will drop down then into 22nd. The end of this race. The final few runners coming through to take the checkered flag. It's Swire, Fabricius and Livings, your top 3. Anderson, Huschke, Farah, Fisher, Mayer, Rolfe and Clark round out your top 10 in front of Hugo, Ganpot, Holmes and Gallagher. And then it's going to be Alice Fairclough, Morgan Weston, Lewis Herbertson, Logan Jones, Elliot Dimolow, Harry Quintock, Jack Hutchinson and Hector Dickey, who was off on the final lap, completing your runners. They're rolling off and about to roll out of the dummy grid for heat number 3. Here's Minimax. So it'll be Dixon and Roberts once again resuming their race 2 battle, with Dixon having pipped Roberts at the final corner. He'll start on pole position with Harris Roberts alongside Ellis Dealey and Daniel Hartley on row 2, Oliver Fabricius and Ewan House on row number 3. Behind them it's going to be Sonny Morgan and Charlie Lomas, Amy Peacock and Braith Murdoch, Aston Brown and Max Gray Trex are on row number 6. Louis O'Basterfield and Bella Fairclough row 7. Maya Simpson, Alex Lynn row 8. Zach Kane and Tom Drake on row number 9. Then it's Harry Friel and Tyler Davis, Ben Adrian and Harry Warby round out your 22 kart grid. Now, Tyler Davis at the start of this race weekend was hit with an unfortunate predicament. They woke up on Friday morning to find out that all of his karting equipment had been stolen from their home. They still made their way over to Llandow because, courtesy of Jam Sport, the team they're racing with this weekend, they managed to put them together a frame, an engine, and with the help of a few others in the paddock with some spares, managed to get Tyler Davis out onto track this weekend. Since then, the kart has been found with 1 or 2 bits missing, but looks like it could well be salvageable, thank you to a very, very prominent Facebook campaign that pretty much made that kart too hot to handle. Meant that the kart was dumped. They've managed to find it and they'll be able to get that one back. So great news for Tyler Davis. So what has been a horrible situation on Thursday and Friday last week. Fantastic support from the paddock here at the BKC, CKC, JKC and to Jam Sport in particular for getting a kart together. It's a brand new kart, one he's never raced before for Tyler Davis in the 82, so he's still getting to grips with that. Through they come in Minimax for the first time, take the green flag and run away. Great start from Ellis Dealey to sweep round the outside of Harris Roberts. He's up into second place. Dealey then clips the tyres on the exit of the corner, and Ellis Dealey clips the tyres. Went from a great start up into second place, drops all the way down to the tail end of the field. We'll have to be very, very careful. There's nothing bent on the front end of that one if the track rod or the stub axle's got some damage, so he's going to have to be very, very tentative on this next lap for Ellis Dealey. Great start, then skimmed the tyres, and Ellis Dealey drops from second place down into 22nd place. The run then down into the Raymond's hairpin. Sees Dixon leading now from Fabricius, who's managed to come through from the third row to run up into second place. Harris Roberts, Sonny Morgan from 7th is up into 4th, having won Heat 1 on track yesterday, then was removed from the standings for a failure of technical compliance, moved through from 22nd to 7th in Heat number 1. He's going to get 3rd here by the look of it. No, door closed by Fabricius, but he's already lost 1 place to Harris Roberts. Braith Murdoch in 5th, just in the background there in the 14 red kart with the red and white KMS suit. Into the right hander at the far end of the circuit. Dixon, who'd opened up a gap of half a second on the previous lap, doesn't quite look that this time. Down to 4/10. Roberts with the fastest lap, which included an overtake on Fabricius as they jack the karts in, get that inside left lifted up. They head towards the hook. The top 5 breaking away from Daniel Hartley, Bella Fairclough, Amy Peacock, Charlie Lomas and Max Gray Trex. It's like Fairclough managed to find a way past Peacock on that previous lap, and it's Hartley in fact finding a way past Fairclough, moving him up into 6th place. Fairclough back down into 7th, where she started this race. There she is in the background in the sandwich between Hartley and Peacock. Dixon in front of Roberts, your top 2. Fabricius, then Sonny Morgan and Braith Murdoch. Less than a second between them. Ben Adrian, who was 3 laps down in heat number 2, having come into the pit lane and was setting fastest laps in that race, is now setting fastest laps in this one as well, up into 13th place. In front of Ewan House and Aston Brown, having got past House on the previous lap. So the top 5 making their way down the back straight. They're through, no overtakes. Then it's the remainder. And then we've got a great battle going on here between Max Gray Trex, Leo Basterfield, Charlie Lomas, Alex Lynn, and Ben Adrian now starting to make his way into this mix. He's already found a way past Alex Lynn on the previous lap. Max Gray Trex in the number 77 machine. The 13-year-old local to here from Cardiff, as Roberts is down the inside for the lead on Andrew Dixon. Great move from Roberts. Dixon in 2nd place now. Still with a bit of a gap back to Fabricius, Sonny Morgan and Braith Murdoch. There's this battle with Max Gray Trex. Just holding off Leo Basterfield at the moment. Ben Adrian now will make his way through. It looks like Alex Lynn has managed to take advantage of that as well. Looks like they could both be in front of Charlie Lomas, who was in 11th place. We'll see where he crosses the line this time. He is indeed in 13th place, is Lomas. You see Hartley, Fairclough and Peacock making their way once again. Ben Adrian with another fastest lap, trying to close in on Gray Trex and Basterfield for the position inside the top 10. See where he comes through. Here's that battle. There is Ben Adrian down the inside, wastes no time at all on finding a way past Leo Basterfield. He is now inside the top 10, having started in 22nd place. Next one in front of him, Max Gray Trex. Looks like the move's coming down the inside. Charlie Lomas, mechanical flag. He will be removed from the standings in 13th place. We'll keep an eye out on him, see what it is. Chances are, though, it's going to be rear bumper. It is rear bumper as he comes past the commentary box. the left rear side pulled clear of the frame. Sonny Morgan then now up into second place, having made up the place on the previous lap. Him up into second, Dixon down into third. Hartley though has moved in front of Fabricius. He's closed in. In fact, it's Murdoch, moving up into fourth place. Fabricius down to fifth. Sonny Morgan right on the back now of Harris Roberts, down the back straight. And Morgan in the number one machine is now running in P1 as the move down the inside of Harris Roberts done nice and cleanly into the Raymond's hairpin. 2.5 minutes remaining. Morgan leads from Roberts, then Dixon, Murdoch and Fabricius. There is Charlie Lomas coming into the pit lane, and unfortunately for the 10-year-old from Plymouth, he is off and into retirement. Dixon there, for some reason, not at all happy, and that might be because he's been forced all the way back down into 7th place. So Andrew Dixon looks like he's been squeezed off the track somewhere, and he's going to have to work now to come back through. So the Heat 2 winner down in 7th place, minute and 50. The top two breaking away, Morgan and Harris Roberts, last year's cadet champion, in second place in Minimax. Then we've got Fabricius in front of Braith Murdoch, Daniel Hartley, Bella Fairclough, Andrew Dixon, Amy Peacock, Ben Adrian, Max Greytrek, Leo Basterfield and Alex Lynn in front of Tom Drake, Aston Brown, Ellis Dealey, Harry Friel, Tyler Davis, and then we've got Zach Kane, Harry Warby, Ewan House, and then two retirees, Charlie Lomas and Mike Simpson. Ellis Dealey, after that first lap trip into the tyres on the exit to the hook, recovering at the moment up into 15th place. A minute and 4 remaining, so we're going to get 3 more laps in here. In this third heat for our Minimax. Battle for 5th between Hartley. Then it's going to be Dixon, Fairclough and Adrian. 4 big hitters in this Minimax class. Dixon being shuffled back on track because of being forced out. Ben Adrian making his way through the field. And between the 4 of them now, there's no reason why, to be fair, they can't push on to the back of Braith Murdoch and Oliver Fabricius in front, although as we head towards the final stage of this race, it's going to get very tasty as Ben Adrian tries a nibble down the inside of Andrew Dixon. That slowed him on exit, and Bella Fairclough, there was a little bit of contact into the rear. Hartley from Dixon, Adrian, then there's a bit of a gap then now caused by the slowing of Ben Adrian slightly on exit to Bella Fairclough. Adrian squeezes through on Andrew Dixon on the entry into the Dell. Not the most common overtaking place, but Ben Adrian is through. They run down the back straight. Fabricius and Murdoch battling it out now over 3rd place. Final lap. They were side by side on entry into the final corner. They're still side by side. They're going to present an opportunity here as Ben Adrian is down the inside of Daniel Hartley. Don't discount him out for 3rd place because of the 2 in front battling in front. Ben Adrian might have a really good opportunity here to attack both Fabricius and Braith Murdoch in front. Ben Adrian on a charge after his Heat 2 retirement. Murdoch down the inside of Fabricius. Down the back straight they go. And now Ben Adrian nibbling away, tapping at the rear bumper of Fabricius, trying to get the cut back onto the back straight, into the slipstream. Sonny Morgan, though, out of the final corner. Morgan is going to take victory from Roberts. Then it's Ben Adrian down the inside of Fabricius. Fabricius squeezes him to the inside. Murdoch then holds on for 3rd. Fabricius, then it's Adrian, Hartley, Dixon, Fairclough, Peacock and Leo Basterfield into the final complex of corners. That's your top 10 in front of Max Greytrek, Alex Lynn, Tom Drake and Aston Brown. Then it's going to be Ellis Dealey, Harry Friel, Tyler Davis, Zach Kane, Harry Warby, Ewan House, Charlie Lomas and Maya Simpson. Your retirees towards the end of that race were House, Simpson and Lomas. Looking at the results as well from our IAME Bambino class, James Roots given a 5-second penalty that's dropped him down to 5th for causing a collision. That was with the lap traffic in that one as he tried to find a way past Freddie Purnell. And then having a quick look at the results for Honda Cadet. Now we've got a penalty for Jensen Hookey for an incorrectly positioned front fairing. That removes him from the top of the pile as well. Ryan White, we said that something had happened in the at the end of that race into the hook. He's been given a 10-second penalty for driving in a manner deemed incompatible with general safety. And that drops Ryan White down the order to 10th place. So Ryan White will be in 10th for the start of heat number 3. Jensen Hookey in P5. Max Taddy, then the winner in Honda Cadet. Heat number 2 from Jensen White and Fenton Stoneman, Ashley Haase, rounding out your top 4 with Hookey, Forrester, Spain, Ivanov, Branscombe, and then Ryan White in 10th place. Junior Rotax, that's been declared as well. Just got, as expected, the front fairing penalties to come for that one, so nothing out of the ordinary. Micro Max still to be declared. Mini heat number 3 has only just finished, so that won't be anywhere near for the next half an hour or so. So it's time to move on to Coma C50 Bambino. Rex Pooley and Henry Algar then will share the front row with Joshua Bailey and Toby Biggs on row 2. Then it's Mason Hibbert and Eli Scher on row number 3. Harry Chapman and Ronnie Kempson with Freddie Blackshaw and Jack Daniels with Riley Aston Wilkins and Sebastian McCarthy on row 6. Brady Atkin will start 13th. Arlo Gamble alongside Oscar Churches and Henry Hales on row number 8. Logan Hodgetts and Reggie Lee Chandler, row 9. Ethan Pearson and Elliot Payne round out your top 20 with Joshua Adate and Oliver Daniels in front of Darcy Durnford and Noah Wicklow. So Coma C50 Bambinos making their way round. So, quick look into the live chat comments. Joshua Owen echoing what we mentioned before regarding Tyler Daly. Great news for Tyler. Yunak Dino's been on saying who's leading the championship. Well, we do have 7 classes, so if you've got a particular class that you're looking for, just let me know and I will let you know who our championship contenders are here at round number 3 of 6. Of the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championships. Ellie Norman as well saying, come on, Passion Karting, let's go. Well, we've got almost all of the Passion Karting stable out in this race for you here. With the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw just rolling his machine in. We've got Sebastian McCarthy racing out of that awning as well. Brady Atkin in the 23. Another Passion Karting driver, as well as the 17 of Ethan Pearson. Fairly sure I've missed at least one of them, but they do make up around about 20% of the Coma C50 Bambino grid. So, final few runners just being rolled in. Darcy Durnford's number 27 just being straightened up down there. Keep an eye out on Noah Wicklow, who retired from heat number 2. We've got the 29 just creeping forward out of place, but hasn't gained too much of an advantage at the start. That was Elliot Payne. So we are away and racing then in Coma C50 Bambino. Henry Algar with a good start, moving him through into the lead with Rex Pooley, the top 2, still as they were then as they make the run down towards the left-hander. Move down the inside there by the look of it by the, looked like it was Eli Scher, trying to send a move through to move himself up from 6th place in the orange suit. down into right-hander at Chandler's. The curve that you can actually see isn't the actual corner, that's just on the inside. There's a corner about 10 metres further down. It's a 90-degree right-hander that the camera doesn't really do justice. It needs a lot of thinking about, does that corner. There's a runoff on the outside curb, but then there's not a huge amount of grass on the outside then before you find a intimidating tyre wall on the outside. Good move from Toby Biggs to come to the inside out of the final corner. That could move him up into third place. Has the door closed on him though by Joshua Bailey in the 21. Got a warning for somebody, don't know who. Let's see if we can have a quick look at the pit board over start finish as to who that might be for in a few moments time. But it's Henry Algar and Rex Pooley at the moment leading the way from Toby Biggs, as now Rex Pooley almost draws alongside on exit of Mac Werthers, but doesn't quite carry enough speed around that corner, and has the door firmly closed on him then by Henry Algar, as Algar just pulls away. So top four leading, and then down the back straight they go, and now Rex Michael Pooley is alongside Henry Algar, but the train is on the outside trying to push Algar all the way down there on the normal racing line. Pooley comes through and has to slot back into second place, and it is as you were over start finish. No board being shown over start finish in terms of a warning flag, so at the moment it's all good. Top four breaking away despite a bit of a battle going on. Eli Scher, the fastest driver on track though at the moment, with a 59.9, a tenth quicker than the race leaders in fifth place, dragging Harry Chapman along as well. Company is Eli Scher in the 35. Driver joining us from making the trip down from Glasgow. So he hands over fifth place to Harry Chapman there. Looked like Chapman managed to squeeze his way through. Then the 99 of Riley Aston Wilkins carries too much speed into the Dell, and we'll have that to scrub that off and then try and make the move as they go down the back straight. Mason Hibbert there in the E-plate with Sebastian McCarthy, Freddie Blackshaw and Ronnie Kempson all for company. McCarthy's going to take a wider line in, try and carry more speed, keep the revs up. They make the run down towards Surtees. Double apex left with a really wide entry, which invites you to go down the inside, but it's not the optimum line. So you do end up scrubbing off a fair bit of speed. That's why you see more moves into this corner. The right-hander at Mac Werthers, the corner that tightens up onto the halfway round, which makes it far more difficult for driver in front, because they want to take the optimum line round the outside, then they want to try and get back to the inside, whereas if they have to defend, they're going to have to come to the inside. There's Joshua Bailey trying to put a move on Toby Biggs once again. Bailey was in front on the previous lap. Biggs though trying to go right the way around the outside. Bailey defending off the inside as they head towards Raymond's half race distance in terms of time, then plus that 1 minute or one lap at the end. Double apex left for the leaders at Surtees, the top two beginning to break away as Bailey and Biggs battle it out over second place. Harry Chapman a lonely third at the moment, some 2 seconds off the battle in front, trying to close in, dragging Eli Scher along there in the 35. Right-hander over the curb. Nice and flat there, allowing the drivers to attack down this back straight. Nice single straight line. The two leaders pushing each other along, as are Bailey and Biggs in third and fourth respectively. Warning for Mason Hibbert in seventh place. He's currently in a battle with Sebastian McCarthy and Freddie Blackshaw and Ronnie Kempson. Currently now behind McCarthy, who's come through up into seventh place. The top four, as you were, battle behind still raging on from seventh all the way down to 11th place. The try and pick that one up as we come down the back straight in a few moments' time. I think here it is on the screen. We can just about see it there. Great little battle going on there from McCarthy, who's now back behind Mason Hibbert again. So them all chopping and changing as they come through out onto the back straight. You see them there now. McCarthy gets to the inside of Mason Hibbert as they head down towards Raymond's. Hibbert's going to get hung out to dry here because Blackshaw is coming down the inside as well. Then has a little thumbs up to Sebastian McCarthy there. 3 wide as they head towards the first complex of corners into the hook. Mason Hibbert squeezed to the inside by Freddie Blackshaw. Blackshaw is through as well with McCarthy up into 7th. Blackshaw in 8th. Then it's Hibbert, Daniels, and then in 11th place Ronnie Kempson on the back as well. As now Blackshaw is down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. Freddie Blackshaw on a charge. So slot all into the straight line again. Just a reminder to those watching at home, these drivers 5, 6 and 7 years old, racing in close quarters, doing battle at speeds in the region of 35 to 40 miles an hour, an inch off the tarmac at such a young age. The drivers showing huge composure. Blackshaw then leading from McCarthy, Hibbert and Daniels, with Kempson in this battle for 7th place. Hibbert goes wide, then it's McCarthy's going to come alongside. Hibbert though is back through and up into 8th place. McCarthy then down into 9th. Battle for the lead still sees Algar, Pooley, Bailey and Biggs as you were, so just updating on that as we stay with this current battle for 7th place. As they exit Surtees, we've got the 99 of Riley Aston Wilkins into a spin. He was in 12th place. He's going to drop a few places now though for Aston Wilkins. Ronnie Kempson on the back of this one, despite the battling, hasn't been able to really join in the mix as Mason Hibbert and Sebastian McCarthy. Once again, McCarthy there with a bit of snap oversteer. There's a move by Eli Scher in front, down the inside on Harry Chapman. Chapman with a little bit of a steering wiggle to try and put Eli Scher off, and he does hold on, for the moment at least, to 5th place. So, leaders now, still in close quarters, Algar and Pooley. Pooley with the fastest lap on lap number 3, but then was a fraction off Algar on the previous. So they are nose to tail down this back straight. Lancaster curve towards Chandler's, the right-hander. The right timer in the top left-hand corner goes down to 0. Last lap board will be out this time round for our Coma C50 Bambinos. Potential to catch some lap traffic in front that could play into the mix here for our Comas. And wide goes Henry Algar. Rex Pooley's going to draw alongside. Over start finish. Pooley could be through here. And Rex Michael Pooley leads as they come onto the final lap. Henry Algar wide into the final corner. And Rex Pooley leads from Henry Algar, Joshua Bailey and Toby Biggs. Your top 4. Then it's Chapman, Scher, Hibbert back in front of both McCarthy and Blackshaw down the inside. Taking a tighter line is the 31 of Pooley. Trying to close off the 5 of Henry Algar. Algar trying to find a way through into the complex at the far end of the circuit, into the dell. The right-hander then of Diggers onto the back straight. Can Henry Algar get the run down the back straight? Pooley's tight to the inside. Pooley with some hand signals, not quite sure what they're for just yet, and then comes back to the outside. Can Algar get the cutback? Side by side, over start finish. Algar's not going to have enough though, and Rex Pooley takes victory from Henry Algar by less than 1/10 of a second from Toby Biggs and Joshua Bailey, with Harry Chapman and Eli Scher rounding out your top 6. The battle behind goes the way of Mason Hibbert from Sebastian McCarthy, Freddie Blackshaw and Jack Daniels in 10th place. back into the live chat. We've had the support coming in as well again from Ellie Norman saying yes, Brady. That'll be for Brady Atkin. He is in 14th place in that Comet C50 Bambino, as well as DH Racing 4 saying well done to Sonny and Harris in minis, and support as well for Darcy Durnford in Comet C50 Bambino. Next up for you then here today at Llandow, it's heat number 3 for Mighty Bambino. Heat 2 winner Ralph Martin starts on pole position. Reigning champion Ansel Murray alongside with Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs on row number 2. Then it's Ethan Lloyd and Junior Wright on row 3 in front of Sydney Nell and Harley Bradbury Stretton in 9th. I've missed Heath Smith out in 8th place, so apologies to him. Then it's Bradbury Stretton and Jensen James Williams, Hadley Jarvis and Elijah Sang on row 6. Ava Garrett and Jude Taylor, Arthur Bath and Henry Ward in front of State McKay and Oscar Maskell, who retired from heat number 2 with a powertrain failure on the outside of the Hook complex. This driver's being dropped into place there, the 31 Oakley Riggs being repositioned. Good morning to my good friend Mr. Tom Butterworth, who wishes me well, saying good morning to his commentary wife. That'll be me. As in my wife now, Dave, sat on the sofa watching the CKC Bambino and Junior Kart Championship on one screen and GT World Challenge on the telly as well. So he's having a very decent Sunday indeed. Mighty Bambinos making their way out. We've got the 45 of Jensen Williams just having a little bit of a spin on the out lap. So they're making their way round just nice and slowly, just trying to get some heat into the tyres of this Mighty Bambino grid. Parents and helpers making their way down the grid to meet our Bambinos. We've got our IAMEs after this one. Then we have Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax and Micromax before we head off towards our lunch break. When it comes to lunch break though, don't go anywhere, because we have got Paddock walk that we did yesterday, where we start down with the Jam Sport team discussing the Tyler Davis kart situation. Then we go into the deep depths of the 2 paddocks here at Llandow, because with the merger of 2 championships, the Bambino Kart Championship with the Cadet and Junior Kart Championship at the end of 2022, we needed some extra paddock space, so we've got the spare paddock in the back as well. So we made our way all the way through the front paddock into the back paddock as well, and we spoke to a number of drivers all the way up there. I even got myself a CKC hat and a can of Coca-Cola out of it. So paddock walks, they do pay, ladies and gentlemen. They pay in hats and canned beverages. Mighty Bambinos making their way round. Your pole sitter Ralph Martin just dictating the pace. It's a standing start, but they're just getting as much heat as they can into the tyres, just weaving down the back straight. Expertly shown there by the 42 of Alfie Garrett, driver from Holcombe in Somerset, who won the BKC Winter Cup at Wilton Mill. One of a fair few Garretts on the grid. His sister Ava racing in this class as well. And it's like looking at the commentary notes as well. Got his brother Ellis in Junior Rotax, of course, and looks like his dad was fairly handy driving a truck as well. So on the race circuit, so we'll keep an eye out for Alfie Garrett, who got into the lead just as the red flag came out at the end of heat number 2, and then it went back to the previous lap, which is why we've got Martin and Murray on the front row. 5-second board is in the air, and we're away and racing in Mighty Bambino. It's been a good start from Ansel Murray. He's going to move through from the second place berth into the lead, and Garrett already through from third up into second. So Alfie Garrett with a good start as well. It's going to drop your pole sitter all the way down to the third place berth, although having a quick look at timing, doesn't look like the leader picked up as he came over start finish. We've got driver out there onto the grass, look like it could be the three of Sydney Nell potentially, not quite sure. Keep an eye out on that one as to who has dropped down the order. A few spaces on the opening lap. Garrett and Murray breaking away from Ralph Martin, who's coming under pressure now from Oakley Riggs. Riggs down the inside in this IAME Bambino heat number 3. Good move from him as the field comes through for the first time, and Alfie Garrett has managed to find a way past Ansel Murray on exit of the final corner, got the drive, and through he comes. Alfie Garrett then leading from Ansel Murray, Oakley Riggs and Junior Wright on timing, but that is because in third place, not having picked up your pole sitter Ralph Martin in the 32. Looks like we've got a transponder failure there for Ralph Martin. So we'll have to slot him back in on the screen in a few moments' time. He's currently in third place. So he's currently in fourth place, sorry, because Oakley Riggs managed to get through down into Raymond's on the previous lap. So Garrett and Murray starting to break away. Oakley Riggs and Ralph Martin in third and fourth. Then it's Junior Wright, Sydney Nell in the number 3 in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton. Then JJ Williams, Elijah Sanger, Ava Garrett and Heath Smith rounding out your top 10 in front of Jude Taylor, Hadley Jarvis, Arthur Bath, Henry Ward, Oscar Maskell and Ethan Lloyd, who I think was the driver going across the grass the start, because he's dropped all the way down to 16th place and is some 17 seconds off the back of Oscar Maskell, who came through the field in the previous race to finish inside the top 10. So we field come into the back complex of corners. That's Oakley Riggs taking a tighter line, bouncing over the curve. Ralph Martin's going to be able to get the slipstream as he is, and he's already to the inside. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them as Oakley Riggs runs Ralph Martin to the inside, into the right-hander, down at Raymond's, and Martin slots back into third place. Alfie Garrett leading from Ansel Murray. He sets the fastest lap with a 57.279. Is unable to break free at the moment from Ansel Murray. Big drop down the order on the previous lap from Junior Wright. He's dropped down into 8th on screen, 9th in reality, because we've got Ralph Martin missing from the timing. Currently in 4th place behind Oakley Riggs, just in front of Sydney Nell. It was 4 places drop then for Junior Wright. Once again, the 31 of Oakley Riggs taking a bit of a tighter line into the chicane at the back of the straight. That's allowed Ralph Martin to draw alongside down the back straight, but Ralph Martin does not have enough at the end. They're starting to now come through some lap traffic here as they find a way past the number 38 machine of Henry Ward. So they're making their way through. Sydney Nell has just dropped down to a few places, so at the moment Harley Bradbury Stretton is up into 5th place, some 10 seconds behind the battle for 3rd. So just to have a quick see if we can get the track map on the live timing in the commentary box in a few moments time, see where they are on track. They're around about 15 seconds or so off the lead, so as the leaders are making their way down, you'll catch them in the background in a few moments time. Garrett's opened up a gap now to Ansel Murray, Oakley Riggs and Ralph Martin, but then in a few moments down this back straight in a minute, we're going to have Harley Bradbury Stretton leading a battle between himself, JJ Williams, Sydney Nell, Elijah Sang and Junior Wright. So we've got 5 karts battling it out for 5th place. But having said that, Harley Bradbury Stretton this time has broken away at the rate of around about 3 seconds. Looking at the previous lap, he's done a 59. Everybody else in the 1 minute mark. So JJ Williams now leading that battle in 6th place, 5th on screen, but as we've mentioned, we need to be slotting the kart of Ralph Martin, the 32, back into that position. There is Riggs and Martin just behind them. Some lap traffic there of the 15 of Oscar Mascal, who now goes a lap down as leaders have managed to make their way through. 2 minutes and 10 remaining. Alfie Garrett sets the fastest lap, opens up the gap to Ansel Murray. Do anything about Oakley Riggs. He's been close enough all race and has managed to get alongside down the back straight a few times, but then towards the end of the straight it looks like Oakley Riggs has just got a little bit too much in terms of gearing. Martin draws alongside this time. Just have the door closed though, can't do anything about Oakley Riggs in front. Has to back out of a move ever so slightly there, does Ralph Martin, as he carries a bit too much speed onto the back of Oakley Riggs, and this time Riggs is going to have a clean run down the back straight, with the exception of catching some lap traffic on exit here, I think. They're going to catch that during the hook complex of corners, so it's the 66 in front of them of Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd does superbly actually to see the blue flag over start finish and just takes a wider line into the first corner, allows the 2 in front to come through. Superb awareness there from Ethan Lloyd to allow them to come through. He had a great second heat with Lloyd, not quite having the same rub of the green this time round, but showing great awareness for a young driver. Now Riggs and Martin come up onto the back of the 24 of Arthur Bath as they head down towards the right-hander at Chandler's, sweep round the outside nice and cleanly. And the 2 of them different lines in once again. This is what gives Ralph Martin the exit speed. This time he's elected to go into the slipstream of Oakley Riggs down the back straight. Will he pop out into the final corner at Raymond's? He doesn't, because there's a bit of a defend later on down that back straight to the inside from Oakley Riggs. 12 seconds to go in this race, and now down the inside actually goes Ralph Martin on Oakley Riggs as they go right the way around the outside of some lap traffic, sweeping through the exit to the right-hander of the hook, through up into 3rd place goes Ralph Martin. Won't change on timing. Oakley Riggs is going to come back down the inside into the right-hander at Chandler's. Seems to have a lot more at the end of the long straights at the moment, does Oakley Riggs. Looks like he's geared for top end rather than getting out. And that Ralph Martin will have to use the slipstream once again. He's alongside on exit, but I think Oakley Riggs might just have enough, and Ralph Martin slots back in behind. There's only a few millimetres between them when he shot back in round the back there into the slipstream once again. Alfie Garrett leading then as the last lap board is out. Ansel Murray makes his way through some lap traffic. The gap though out to 1.5 seconds. Alfie Garrett on his way to victory in heat number 3 for our Mighty Bambinos. Half a lap to go. Just may have to navigate some lap traffic nice and cleanly. Doesn't have to rush it though with a gap of 1.5 seconds. Just has to get through nice and cleanly. Don't want to ruin what has been a faultless drive in this race from Alfie Garrett. Would have potentially gone on to win heat number 2 had the red flag not come out and the standings gone back a lap as per the regulations. But Alfie Garrett will get his victory here today in heat number 3. Alfie Garrett wins Mighty Bambino from Ansel Murray. Then it's Oakley Riggs and a battle between him and Ralph Martin to the line. Riggs just about takes it from Ralph Martin in 4th place. Then it's going to be Harley Bradbury Stretton making his way round the Raymond's hairpin. You'll see him come into shot just about there for Harley Bradbury Stretton. Through he comes through in 5th place. Great battle still going on behind. Elijah Sang gets down the inside, I think, of Sidney Nell. Into the final corner he does for 6th place. Nell in 7th. Then it's JJ Williams and Junior Wright. And with Heath Smith, the final runner on the lead lap in 9th place. On screen, 10th in reality, because Ralph Martin needs slotting back in to 4th place after his transponder failure. Mighty Bambino down then for you into the history books for heat number 3. It's time to move on to IAME Bambino. William Crombie will start on pole position with Albert Farrer alongside Harris Barber and Chloe McGill, with James Root and Jack Harney on row number 3. Then it's going to be Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Liddell, with Charlie Page and Theo Poyser, with Freddie Baker and Max Joy on row number 6. Sophia Page starts 13, Huxley Dickey alongside Charlie Holmes and Hugo Williams on row 8, Freddie Purnell and Leo Harang on row number 9. Then it's Max Melansky and Chester Fawkes, who failed to start heat number 2 from pole position. He will start from 20th place in IAME Bambino heat number 3, with plenty of work to do to come through the field. Naomi Nellon once again saying go on Sydney, Mummy and Lewis, and Carol Moore saying go on Sydney, with Grappa from Cape Town. Always nice to hear from our viewers all around the world. We had Michael Burke on earlier from Australia. Now we've got Carol Moore on Cape Town as well, as our IAME Bambinos make their way out onto track. They are almost as if they're racing on the way out rather than sort of keeping the formation. They're going to have to grid up. We had this last time as well with IAME Bambinos, where we had a number of drivers having to sort of roll down the middle of the grid. There's plenty of space for them, of course, but in an ideal world they would stay in formation to make their way out onto track. It would make it a little bit quicker to get us gridded up here in the BKC. They're just making their way around, trying to get some heat into the tyres once again. Slicks, of course, for our IAME Bambino, so they run a slick and a wet in the same tyres that we use for Mighty Bambino. The header now slick and the wet as well when required, as opposed to our IAME Bambinos. Goes down the back straight. Our Comas make their way to the right hand side there. A skip wagon getting overtaken by all of our IAME Bambinos. I think he's slowed down to have a quick look as to what's going on here at Llandow today. So drivers all rolling in nicely. They have found the formation they needed to be in on the rolling up lap. So despite them going out in a bit of a mishmash, they have come back to the grid in the order that they were sent out in, which is great. That's going to make it a little bit quicker for everybody to get sorted. So engines off, and then engines started once again for our IAME Bambinos. Just stops them sitting and idling for too long, which doesn't do them any good. So everybody this time has had their engine started. Chester Fawkes right at the back there, you can see with the yellow helmet, the furthest driver back. 5 seconds on the board, eyes on the lights, we're away and racing in IAME Bambino. Great start from the outside of the front row from Albert Farrer. He's going to lead us through into the first corner. William Crombie off pole position has dropped down into 3rd place because Harris Barber, another MBM driver, is up into 2nd place and is already attacking Farrer for the lead. Chloe McGill was up into 4th but drops behind James Roots, and Roots is now going to try and sweep all the way around the outside down at McWerthers. Has to slot back in though to 4th place. Let's see where Chester Fawkes comes over the line for the first time of asking. There he is, sliding down the inside at Chandler, starting to make moves early, not wanting to allow the field in front to break away. With Charlie Page as well, a driver who had the problem in the previous race where there was contact in front from James Roots with Freddie Purnell, and he had nowhere to go, and there was contact. Chester Fawkes there making his way into the mix already. Crombie though back into the lead, with Barber and Farrer battling on the opening lap. They come through in 2nd and 4th respectively. Roots in 3rd in front of McGill, Harney, Page, Liddell, Poyser, Dimitrov and Baker, with Chester Fawkes up into 12th from 20th on the opening lap. James Roots, though, trying to go with William Crombie. The gap 0.4 of a second as we've got Charlie Page and head-on contact, unfortunately, there with Charlie Page down at the far end of the circuit. Hopefully they're both okay. Yellows will be out. Looks like they're both all right. Just getting confirmation in to the commentary box that everything is okay, but there was heavy contact there. Charlie Page facing the wrong way, the kart stationary with nowhere to go. And Charlie Page will drop all the way down the order. Looks like it could have been Max Joy in the 55 making contact, but we'll see as they come over the line in a minute to see whether he stays where he is. Chester Fawkes already up into 7th place, making up 5 places on that previous lap. Charlie Page, and it was Max Joy dropping down the order as we see him rolling in. And then we've got Charlie Page off on the inside as well. Yellow flags then out down at McWerthers. That double apex right, so there'll be no overtaking down there. Whilst ever that yellow flag is out, still being waved on the outside of Surtees. So keeping an eye out down there on that Marshall. Battenberg flag is out here at Llandow, and the field will be neutralised and brought together. William Crombie, your race leader, will slow the field right the way down to what should be a quarter race pace here, and it will allow the field to close right up. So it will go down to a slow pace for William Crombie. So it should be down to quarter pace. The idea with that is that it bunches the field up and gives the marshals more time whilst there's no cars on the track. Effectively, it'll give them 2/3 of a track, so to speak, to clear up. We've got a driver off on the outside of the Dell up there as well. So we've got Kart on the outside there, just trying to figure out. We've got one driver off in the on the outside. Kart already been dragged to safety, but we've got, looks like that could be Theo Poyser in the 70, the only driver not to come round to complete the previous lap. So we still have a bit of a field spread. Crombie leading the way. Some of the drivers have closed right up, but looks like the drivers further down the field as well have slowed down, which is going to keep the field spread quite far apart when we do ideally need them to close up onto the back of our race leaders. Sure whether we'll get the green flag this time round from William Crombie leading the way with James Roots, Albert Farrer, Harris Barber, Jack Harney, Chloe McGill, Chester Fawkes, Darren Dimitrov, Ollie Liddell and Freddie Baker. As they make their way down these back straight. Will we get the green flag this time? Nope, the Battenberg flag stays out. As you can see in the top left corner, the time at the top still elapsing. Race director imploring our drivers to close up, particularly the top 10 already there. Page and Holmes not too far off the back, they'll be able to close up the rest of the field though, and there is Charlie Page for the driver that was involved. Watching the rest of this race go on after that heavy contact spin and then the head-on from Max Joy. Both of those drivers getting confirmation that they are okay. Obviously Chester Fawkes there just watching the rest of this race go ahead. They're going to get 2 minutes or so of racing if we get going this time. Fawkes leading them down the back straight. Could be getting going this time. Just keeping an eye out to see whether the marshal over the start line has indeed got a green flag in his hand. Still under Battenberg flag conditions. Is this because the field is still spread out? It looks like all the track is clear. So we'll see what happens. We're still going round here at the moment. William Crombie leading from James Roots and Albert Farah, with Harris Barber and Jack Harney being told to slow this one down. We've got to have the field really on the back by the time they come round this time. We may well just about have it. Crombie then from Roots and Farah. Will we get going this time round? Battenberg flag in the air from the marshal over the start line. Out of the final corner. Racing resumes here at Llandow with 38 seconds remaining on the clock, plus 1 lap. 2 laps we're going to get here, I think. So they're not going to get round in enough time. Crombie leading from James Roots, Albert Farah and Harris Barber, Jack Harney and Chloe McGill, with Chester Fawkes, Darren Dimitrov and Ollie Little and Freddie Baker rounding out your top 10. It's going to be nose to tail from now all the way to the end of this race, with the field being brought together. Chester Fawkes so far with the fastest lap on lap 3, but then after that we were down to a slower pace anyway. Down to the 1:18s. Lap times normally around about the 54 as James Roots alongside William Crombie. Crombie's not going to be able to get back in here because Farah is down the inside as well, and Farah's going to do them both. Round they come, over start finish, little bit of contact up and over the curb from William Crombie. But Albert Farah and Crombie spins. Bit more contact in the middle. No harm done really. They both drivers there rejoin. But William Crombie tried to stick it out all the way round the outside of Albert Farah. Couldn't hold on. And Albert Farah will lead as we are on the final lap from James Roots. Chester Fawkes has come through to 3rd place, taking advantage of those in front squabbling. And he's going to be 2nd as well. From Chester Fawkes, started the race at the back. Helped a little bit really by the Battenberg to the extent that it kept him in the mix with this race, but then gave him far, far less time to try and challenge for the victory. Albert Farah, though, down the back straight with the great 2-for-1 special into the final corner on the previous lap, will take victory in Heat 3 from Chester Fawkes, James Roots and Jack Harney, with Chloe McGill, William Crombie, Darren Dimitrov and Harris Barber, Ollie Liddell and Freddie Baker round out your top 10 in front of Sophia Page and Charlie Holmes, Max Michalski and Huxley Dickey. In front of then Freddie Purnell, Leo Harang and Hugo Williams, with Poyser, Page and Max Joy all retiring from that race. So we're going to have a little bit of a recovery in our IAME Bambinos to get those off the track. I'm going to have a quick look then at the standings from the previous races. Have a quick look at heat number 3 for Mini Max. See whether that's been declared yet. It has, with Morgan, Roberts and Murdoch the top 3. Nothing to write home about on that one. Penalties wise, and Coma C50 still to be looked at. Junior Rotax Heat 2. Not sure if we looked at that one previously. We did. It's just a number of drop-down penalties for front fairing. Micromax Heat 2 with just a few for Weston and Holmes with 5-second front fairing penalties. And we did into Heat 3, which I don't think we're going to see much already. Minimax in that one we spoke about, that's been declared already. We await Coma C50, Bambino, Mike E and IAME, which is just finished. Race director's just having a little chat down there to see whether there's any indiscretions in that one, a potential for penalties in IAME Bambino. So we will keep an eye out on that one for heat number 3, obviously with the Battenberg flag coming out towards the start of that race and running for pretty much all of it. in our IAME Bambinos. Next race then for you here today, it's time for Honda Cadet. Max Taddy and Jensen White then on the front row after Jensen Hookey and Ryan White both incurred penalties in heat number 2. Fenton Stoneman and Ashley Harzay, Jensen Hookey and Alfie Forrester are on row 3 with Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanoff on row 4. Then it's Branscombe and White, Yeadon and Sullivan on row 6 in front of Loveridge and Ralston with Larry Price and Charlie Stapleton on row number 8. Sam Hayes and Sam Green Gomez, Jacob Leathenby and Freddie Housego with Otto Amy and Ronnie Legg in front of Luke Jardine and Max Housego. Then it's going to be Thomas Battershill and your retirees from heat number 2, Theo Bradshaw and Cameron Tipping. Hondas making their way out onto the grid then. Standing start, of course, for our Hondas. At the back, Theo Bradshaw, who was leading until the penultimate lap of heat number 2, until disaster struck and he had to retire. He will come through from the 26th place berth. Cameron Tipping will start 27th. He was called into the pit lane with a mechanical flag after his rear bumper pulled out of the fixing and was hanging off on one side. So that was why Cameron Tipping had to retire from the previous race as well. Drivers then rolling round, just trying to get some heat, as we mentioned, into the tyres. Looks like Jensen Hookey backing the pack up from 5th place. That allows Fenton Stoneman back in place. Not sure where Stoneman was, but don't know whether he'd had a bit of a spin. But he came through on the back straight into 4th place. So he's going to roll into position. So all of our field then rolling in. Final runner, Cameron Tipping, into position. Marshall with the green flag in hand at the back of the pack. We'll give the green flag, then we'll get a 5-second board. So our drivers will know we're about to go racing. 5 seconds up, engine notes rising, Honda Cadet. We're away and racing as they head towards the front corner. Good start from Taddy on the outside. Switch round the outside and Stoneman using the side pod down the inside of Jensen White into the first corner. Everybody making their way through. Looks like we're 3 and 4 wide in the middle of the pack as everybody sorts themselves out for the run down towards the left-hander at Surtees. Max Taddy looking to break away early from the rest of the field as they all slot nicely in. Keep an eye out from Bradshaw and Tipping making their way through. These first corners are all important. Then Bradshaw gets a bit of a nudge. Looks like it was George Ralston there into the back of Theo Bradshaw, who often went out towards the back on the practice day on Friday here. And that gave him an opportunity to start picking a few drivers off. So they make their way over start finish. Jensen White and Fenton Stoneman go side by side. Stoneman is through and holds on to 2nd place. Taddy, Stoneman, White, Harzay, Hookey, Forrester, Spain, Ivanoff, White and Sullivan your top 10 in front of Green, Gomez, Price and Yeadon. Then it's Branscombe, your drivers from the tail end of the grid. Bradshaw up into 19th, Tipping into 23rd as they make their way towards the right-hander down there at Chandler's. Looks like Jensen Hookey could well have found a way past Ashley Harzay. He has. The green machine then up into 4th place. He's onto the back now of Jensen White. Down the back straight they go. All of them dipping to the inside. All being defensive. That's going to allow Taddy, and to an extent now Fenton Stoneman, to pull away as Alfie Forrester goes slightly wide into the on the exit of the hook. That's allowed Sullivan to draw alongside. Don't think he's managed to find a way through. We'll keep an eye out on that as they come through. Looks like Sullivan did find a way through it. It was on Kevin Ivanoff, who was trying to find a way past Alfie Forrester. Now there's Fenton Stoneman being reeled back in by Jensen White, who's going to be pushed along by Jensen Hookie. And White down the inside, and then Hookie down the inside of White. 3 wide into the bottom corner, and Jensen White's going to come out in the lead of that one. And then it's going to be Fenton Stoneman in front of Jensen Hookie. Larry Price has been shuffled back a few. He was in 11th place. Now he finds Ralphie Branscombe and Archie Loveridge in front of him. And then behind them, the charging Theo Bradshaw back up into 14th place. Cam Tipping in 21st as he starts making his way through the field as well. Hookie still struggling to find a way past Fenton Stoneman. There's a move down the inside there by Ryan White. Looks like that could have been on Ashley Haase. Trying to find a way through. Ed Spain in there as well in 7th place. Forrester just a little bit back with Kevin Ivanoff and Joshua Sullivan for company. Move down the inside there. Hookie and Ryan White. Hookie on Fenton Stoneman there, side by side over start finish. And Fenton Stoneman has to hand this one over eventually to Jensen Hookie, who has now managed to definitely find a way through. The field make their way towards the left-hander at Surtees. This battle all the way down from Jensen White in 2nd place to Joshua Sullivan in 10th, with Branscombe just behind in 11th. He's now managed to break away from Archie Loveridge, Larry Price and Theo Bradshaw, creeping up onto the back of that one, although Bradshaw has got a 2.5. Jensen White defensive down the back straight, as is Alfie Forrester with Kevin Ivanoff for company. Ivanoff alongside Forrester, over start finish. Can't get the move done and has to drop back in. All of this will allow Ralphie Branscombe to try and close up on the back as he sets the fastest lap of the race. The pole sitter from yesterday, 2/10 quicker than the battle in front of him. It's going to allow him to join on, although now Ed Spain and Ashley Haase, the 2 zip kart drivers, side by side as Alfie Forrester tries a nibble down the inside. Sullivan's found a way past Ivanoff and up into 9. Jensen White, though, still leading this battle for 2nd place. We've almost forgot about Max Taddy. 1.4 seconds, your race leader is leading the way. Disappearing as there's a move down the back straight there. Looks like Forrester could be trying to find a way through down the inside. Then there's contact between Forrester and Ed Spain, and Forrester's going to drop a few places further back as Ralphie Branscombe comes down the inside of Kevin Ivanoff on entry into the hook, and it's all change inside the top 10. Taddy from Hookie and White now as Hookie's found a way through. Then it's Stoneman, Ryan White, Ashley Haase, Ed Spain, Joshua Sullivan, Kevin Ivanoff and Ralphie Branscombe, the fastest driver on the track at the moment, currently in 10th place. Ryan White down the inside of Fenton Stoneman for 4th. White on a charge then, now with Jensen White and Jensen Hookie in front of him. Double Jensens for Ryan White to try and find a way through. Then it's a train of karts all the way down the back straight. Who's going to think about dipping out? It's Ralphie Branscombe down the inside of Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan with the cutback down the inside. They're going to be side by side as they head towards the hook. Branscombe sweeps round the outside and he's up a further place, this time up into P number 8. Ryan White then now right onto the back of Jensen White and Jensen Hookie. We know he loves to move down into Chandler's if he can get a good run. Into this right-hander, not quite close enough this time to make the move on to Jensen White. Can he get a run down this back straight? We've seen them, all of them, using the slipstream. There's a huge train behind as Branscombe this time will come to the inside of Ed Spain. Sullivan and Ivanoff are coming down the inside as well. Keep an eye out for the train exiting that corner. There it is. And Ed Spain's going to be in the shuffle on the way back, and he drops behind Kevin Ivanov. Theo Bradshaw is in the mix now in this one, with Ed Spain on the outside, getting side by side with him. Ryan White with the fastest lap as Ralphie Branscombe tries to move down the inside of Ashley Haase into the left-hander at Surtees. He's managed to find a way through. 40 seconds remaining. We're going to get 3 laps in, I think, here. Leaders will have plenty of time to get round before the end of this one. Bradshaw down the inside of what looked like could be Ed Spain. That's going to put him up inside the top 10 now, sitting behind Kevin Ivanov, who is 9th. Run down the back straight towards the Raymond's hairpin. Ivanov's going to make a move down the inside as we see Jensen White battling it out with Ryan White. White's going to try and sweep round the outside, and Jensen Hookey holds on to the position. Ryan White, who was in second as they came over the line, is now in 4th place. So White and Hookey once again as they were, as Kevin Ivanov and Theo Bradshaw exchange some side pod stickers. Sullivan's going to try and move down the inside. He follows Theo Bradshaw through down the inside on Kevin Ivanov. Ivanov's back down the inside of Sullivan as they head towards the Dell. You'll see them come through. There they are. Ivanov in the 50 with the Red Bull-esque type paint job on his helmet. Sullivan now under pressure from Larry Price. Sullivan is through on Ivanov. Ivanov went wide into the final corner. Final lap board is out, so they didn't get round indeed in enough time. So last lap board is out. Max Taddy then from Jensen White, Ryan White, Jensen Hookey, Stoneman, Branscombe, Haase, and down the inside of Ryan White goes Jensen Hookey. And Jensen Hookey wide onto the grass, overcooks it slightly into McWerthers, does well to hold on and only lose the 1 place to Ryan White. But Jensen Hookey there, holding on by the skin of his teeth to the position. Down the back straight they go. Max Taddy, who we forgot about throughout this race, round the bottom corner to take victory. It's going to be Taddy from Jensen White, Ryan White, Jensen Hookey, Fenton Stoneman, Ralphie Branscombe, Theo Bradshaw, Joshua Sullivan, Ashley Haase, Kevin Ivanov, Larry Price, Ed Spain, Alfie Forrester and Archie Loveridge in P14 in front of Yeadon, Green Gomez, Housego, Tipping, Legg, Ralston and Hayes in 21st place. Then it's Otto Amy, Charlie Stapleton and Jacob Leathenby, Luke Jardine, Max Housego and Thomas Battershill in 27th place. Great race once again from our Honda Cadets. Apologies, of course, to Max Taddy, who was out at the front and got absolutely no screen time at all as he disappeared to the tune of around about a second at the front from the rest of the field. So it was Taddy, White, then Ryan White, Hookey, Stoneman, Branscombe, Bradshaw, who recovered from 26th place to 7th. Then it's Sullivan, Haase and Ivanov, your top 10. 2 more races for you before we head towards the lunch break. Penultimate heat before we go to the finals is Junior Rotax. The grid arrives to introduce my bopping to the drum and bass. Ollie Naylor will start on pole position with Kasper Tomilewski alongside Cameron Nelson and Callum Foster, row 2, Harry Hurst-Grover and Christian Stefanovs on row number 3. Then it's Rhys Owen and Emily Cooper, Bartek Filipiak and James Waring with Hamish Forrest and Marcel Popical on row number 6. Archie Dyson starts 13th, Archie Carter 14th with Jacob Anslow and Martin Wright in front of James Kell and Ben Horner. Then it's Sam Stoner and Ellis Garrett, Jason Duckis and Jack Dimbleby in front of Jensen O'Neill Going and Harrison Bishop. Then it's Joshua Jarvis, Molly Pugh, Ollie Poole and Emily Ackett with Ewan Stevenson and Harrison Purnell on row 15. Then it's Kieran Thompson, Ethan Bath and Gregor Reed, the last two, retiring from heat number 2. Hence why they are at the tail of the field in this one. Rolling start, of course, so keep an eye out for them making their way through. So Ollie Naylor, as we saw once again, we'll see him slowing the pace right the way down, and then I think he'll take a wide line round that final corner just to get everybody into the tram lines. Kasper Tomilewski alongside. I'm sure they've had a little chat down there so that they know what each of them's going to do. Naylor then into the outside lane. Naylor has to cross the line in front of Tomilewski, does, and will lead them over so that Tomilewski doesn't jump the start. So great start there from Naylor, as well as Kasper Tomilewski, who comes through. And it's a false start, so that great start never actually happened. We're going to try it again. So Naylor and Tomilewski will have to go off the front row and try to see what they can do once again. So start looked fairly clean. Naylor had them slowed right the way down into that final complex of corners and then through. So maybe it was just a case of accelerating earlier than the line and bunching the field out a little bit too much there for the race director's liking. So Ollie Naylor down the back straight on the outside. Kasper Tomilewski on the inside as they go down, but that will put Ollie Naylor into the outside berth, which is the P1. It gives him the optimum line into the first corner. Field rolling a little bit quicker this time, but Naylor once again slowing them down, as is his prerogative as the race leader and pole sitter. Into the outside, into the tram lines they come, and it's a second false start for Junior Rotax. Oh, we've got a few drivers off onto the grass. Looks like Sam Stoner was one of them, and the 52 of James Kell is off as well. They're just going to have to find their way back into position. Now, it is 1 o'clock, and all of these false starts are making me hungry, with it being near lunchtime. But to be fair, it looks like it's a decent queue at the burger bar, so hopefully by the time we're done with heat number 3, the Junior Rotax and Micro Max, that queue will have subsided a little. I bet we'll get this on lunch next. Driver there just out the tail end of the field, just looks like they were struggling to get some power going out of that kart, just bouncing in the seat a little bit just to see if they could will it along. See if we've got anybody else interacting in the live chat. Thank you for everybody that has so far got in touch. If you're sticking around to watch Heat 3 for Micro Max, let me know who you're supporting for that one. Also, just give the stream a like and a subscribe. Once you've subscribed to the Alpha channel, that's when you can start getting involved in the live chat comments. And, Josh Easter's got his drone out. We've got a driver stationary halfway down the back straight. Looks like they've got a problem. Driver's out of the car. Looks like the rear axle there's just locked, so it's either an engine problem. Looks like it's Ben Horner in the number 12. The kart just be struggling at the moment to just be pushed off. Looks like we could have yet clear. We should be able to go racing this time. They're in the tram lines. And we are away and racing at the third time of asking. Kart clear enough. We've got the 24 facing the wrong way of Ethan Bath over start finish. James Kell struggling to get away as well. His kart stationary, Ethan Bath trying to help him along. James Kell just trying to turn it off, turn it back on again. Control Alt and delete, press the button to get the kart going. We've got another driver off on the outside, could be James Waring in the 28. And another, at least two off down on the outside of the hook. James Waring needs now to be getting out of that kart because he's in the grass in the middle of the complex of corners. The field is going to be coming through, and with the yellow flag out, Battenberg flag has been thrown here at Llandow. Ollie Naylor leading over the line from Kasper Tomilewski, Cameron Nelson, Harry Hurst Grover, but the Battenberg flag is out. In order to recover the kart in the middle of the infield of James Kell. Bartek Filipiak is in as well in the 50. The scrutineer just having a look down there, just advising him what might be wrong and why that kart is not going as quickly as he might have hoped. So Jack Tinker's been on, saying let's go Emily Cooper. Well, when this race gets resumed after Battenberg, she'll be going off heat number 10. Opening lap was brought to a slow down with the Battenberg flag, so now Naylor's getting an opportunity here to put some more heat into the tyres. So there's Gregor Reed, who for the second time today is going to retire from a race. He's in 32nd place. So Filipiak, Waring, James Kell, Gregor Reed, the drivers that have got a problem. Ben Horner never made it round, unfortunately, in the 12. Those karts have all been dragged to safety on the outside. Drivers are probably down there. They're going to have to sit and wait now for the remaining 5.5 minutes plus one lap of this race. Ollie Naylor leading them round, just blipping the throttle, just keeping the kart clear. He's going to come round this final corner now and almost certainly just get the power down straight away. No overtaking till the start line, and it's still Battenberg flag conditions. Even though the field was there's a bit of a field spread further back actually, but looked like Ollie Naylor had slowed them all down nice enough. Don't know if there's another kart to be recovered from somewhere else, but it looked like it was all just in one corner. About to tell our IAME Bambinos to fast forward the footage a little bit and just watch how Ollie Naylor had controlled the pack there under Battenberg flag conditions and slowed everybody down, but race director not happy with the start procedure, so we're going to have another bite at that cherry. Whilst we're doing that, and have a quick look, IAME C50 Bambino, we've got Henry Algar and Rex Pooley with 5-second penalties for contravention of flag signal after the race, which means that they could have, not sure what that's for. I'll go and try and find out during the break from the race director regarding that, but that means that Toby Biggs wins heat number 3 from Joshua Bailey. Into the Mighty Bambinos, that's been declared with Alfie Garrett your race winner on that one, and IAME Bambino is still waiting for that to come in. So have a quick chat with the race director regarding IAME Bambino, the IAME C50 Bambino flag signal after the race, so we'll see what that is for. Ollie Naylor then out of the final corner. We're racing this time here in heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. Naylor from Tomilewski and Nelson, the top 3, making their way through. Harry Hurst Grover in 4th, then Callum Foster takes a huge chunk of curb on entry into the right-hander. On entry as Sam Stoner, who's been struggling for most of this race to get that kart going. James Kell as well has stopped once again. He's going to try and get that kart rolling and does so, but I think he's going to have to roll that kart off into retirement. And his kart on the outside has rolled into the karting graveyard on the outside of the hook corner. He's still desperately trying to get it going. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to give up the ghost. He's got to get out of that kart very quickly, and Marshall's working hard to push it back. Leaders already making their way through. Marshall does a grand job. Yellow flag is out though. Tomilewski then leading from Ollie Naylor. Then it's Harry Hurst Grover in front of Cameron Nelson and Riso in with Foster. Cooper up into 7th from 10th. Dyson, Wright and Anslow. So yellow flag out down at the left-handers at Surtees as well, although he's clear by the time they exit McWerthers, so keep an eye out there. It could be Kieran Thompson who's shown. There is the karting graveyard. Don't know if we'll have any more added to that by the end of this race, but the drivers doing the best to keep each other company down there. as Kasper Tomilewski leads Ollie Naylor round the bottom corner. Naylor, a second place will be enough for him to start on pole position for the final. Tomilewski should go off the front row as well. Ollie Naylor, who came so close to winning the final at Rowrah, was leading by, in karting terms, a country mile until the exhaust dislodged itself. The engine started making a noise, and Naylor rightfully didn't want to cause the engine any damage. Came into the pit lane with a lap to go and handed the victory over. So Ollie Naylor desperate to try and take a final victory here in the JKC. Warning there for the 69 of Callum Foster. He came up on the top of the screen, also shown over the start-finish line by the marshal with the pit board. He's currently running in 6th place in front of Emily Cooper. We just saw coming into shot. There is Callum Foster. Cooper, who's got Martin Wright for company in the 41 machine. Relatively close journey for Wright, who joins us from Hale in Cornwall. The first 2 rounds up at Warden Law near Sunderland, and Rowrah in Cumbria, a massive trek as down the inside goes Callum Foster on Rhys Owen. Rhys Owen will try and get the cut back. Foster then with a bit of a jink of the steering wheel, already on a warning, so Foster really needs to be careful employing them sort of tactics, but defends the position and moves in front of Rhys Owen. Rhys Owen now trying to fight back immediately, trying to get back inside the top 5, but I think Foster might have enough pace to pull away here. Looked like he'd been held up for the last few laps, managed to find a way through and then robustly defended the position once he got through down the inside. Naylor close to Tomilewski with Hurstgrover in 3rd, then Cameron Nelson. All together in sort of pairs so far, the top 2. Naylor close enough to Kasper Tomilewski to maybe put a move in. Last lap board will greet them next time round as the timer in the top left corner elapses down to 0. Naylor needs to be close enough on the exit of the Dell, or does he want to wait until the final lap? Tries a wider line just to try and get on the power earlier. Does Ollie Naylor head down behind the steering wheel as well, desperate to use the slipstream as he's trying to close in on Kasper Tomilewski in the 20. Through the hook. Tomilewski with the fastest lap when he needs it the most. On lap number 9, trying to do everything he can to hold off Ollie Naylor, who's taken 2 victories already. Naylor doesn't need to win this one, but he definitely would like to. Right-hander at Chandler's. Got to get the chicane right for Naylor if he wants to try and find a way through. Similarly for Tomilewski, because he needs to get on the power as early as he possibly can. Tomilewski, will he come to the inside? Doesn't feel the need to defend too much into the bottom corner. Naylor not putting in the overtake. Kasper Tomilewski will come through to take victory in Heat 3 from Ollie Naylor. Then it's going to be Harry Hurstgrover from Cameron Nelson in 4th place. Callum Foster and Rhys Owen. Martin Wright, Emily Cooper, Jacob Anslow and Marcel Popical round out your top 10 in front of Archie Carter and Hamish Forrest, with Jack Dimbleby and Jason Duckish. Jensen O'Neill going. Completes the top 15 in front of Garrett, Jarvis, Bishop, Paul and Stevenson in 20th place. Confirmation there on the screen of your results from heat number 3 from Junior Rotax. Drivers walk. The 4 drivers that were there with their karts, they're already walking off back into the pit lane. Their karts will be recovered by their mechanics. The marshals will help move the graveyard of stricken junior Rotaxers back into the paddock. You can see it just there up in the middle of the screen as the field make their way back in. I think we've got at least 5 down there now from where we started at the start of the race. So we'll move on then to the final race of the heats before we head towards our lunch break. We're pretty much running to schedule. Micromax due out at 1:15, and now it is 1:15, so we are bang on schedule, although the schedule will be slightly out of the window. I think what we're going to do with the junior Rotax is just move the karts all to the centre of the track. Only one more heat to go, so, and then a half an hour lunch break, so I think the junior Rotaxes are going to be recovered during lunch. That means that we can get going. As Fabricius there in the background, Jos Huschke having a little wave at the camera before the field is instructed to go out onto the track. So, yep, junior Rotaxes are going to be recovered at the end of the race. Having a quick look. So we'll have a quick look through our Micromax grid. George Schweier will start on pole position with James Fabricius in the 91 alongside. Then it's Leo Livings and Fraser Anderson with Jos Huschke and Arthur Farrer on row number 3. Marley Fisher starts 7th with Alfie Mayer alongside Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Clark. Complete your top 10. Then it's Buddy Hugo and Fabian Gandhock on row 6. Soreen Gallagher and Alice Fairclough on row number 7. Jack Holmes starts 15th with Lewis Herbertson alongside Morgan Weston and Logan Jones in front of Elliot Dimolo, Harry Quintock, Jack Hutchinson and Hector Dickey. Now I'll be very surprised if this one gets going at the first time of asking. They are not quite where they need to be, unfortunately, in terms of side by side and at the pace required for the race director to give that one a go ahead. Tells that we're coming down the back straight. I think there's at least one driver, could have been Arthur Farrer, just needed to slot back into position. So they made their way towards the Raymond's hairpin. So the field looks like they're in good formation now down the far end of the circuit. They're just going to make their way through the Dell and Diggers and onto the Hanger Straight in a similar formation. With there being a chicane there, it does mean that it does often break the field up a little bit, but into a rolling start format. Swire will be on pole position, which is on the outside as they make their way round. We've got some spectators down there on the far end of the circuit, enjoying the racing here from the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Into the tram lines they come. And we are away and racing. It's been a good start from the pole side of Swire and Livings as Huschke's up into third briefly, but then runs wide. We've got 3 spinners on the exit of the hook. Looks like one of them is the four. It looks like one could be Fabian Gandhock. We'll keep an eye out. We've got one driver stationary on the outside. The 15 of Alfie Mayer is the driver, and he's looks like he is in a fair bit of pain. Is Alfie Mayer? We'll keep an eye on him. The marshal straight to him. So Alfie Mayer is being led across the track to the outside, which is great. I think we've still got red flag in Micromax. So the field will go round for one time, then they'll be held on the start line in a single file format initially. Although with us being in the early phase of the race, we may go to a complete restart for this one. If less than 2 laps have been complete, then we'll go to a complete restart. Now, I don't want to surmise here, but I get the feeling I know why this race has been red flagged. Alfie Mayer was off on the outside of the hook, and looked like he was in a fair bit of pain. Now, he was being tended to by a marshal, and we have got, of course, trained staff here at the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. And what I think I'd seen out of the window was down there was one of the parents showing some concern, may well have jumped over the barrier to try and offer some assistance. Now, obviously what they are doing there is entering a live race circuit. That is not what we want to see. I understand that parents are always going to show natural concern for their child or children that they know, but there is under no circumstances do we want to see people jumping barriers or entering live race circuits. It causes the potential for more harm. So we have got the medical team down there now. Field has been stopped on the back straight down near Chandler's, as you can see. A few drivers just stretching their legs ever so slightly. So I'm going to have some refreshment. Don't do branding advertising here on Alpha Live, so it's a clear liquid, and is the next one up from 6 down. Delicious. So Alfie Mare is just being tended to. The medical car will be on its way in a few moments' time as Alfie Mare's cart is just being recovered back into either the pit lane or over into where the other carts are. Now, because it is a Micromax, it's a lot lighter than what the junior Rotaxes are, so there's a decent chance they could just somewhat crudely throw this one over the barrier, and by that I mean pick it up with a fair few of them and pass it back into the paddock down there at the far end of the track. Yep, they've passed it over into the pit lane, and it's that's already making its way back to the awning for some repairs later on. Micromax is probably going to be told in a few moments just to get back in. See whether we're going to have a single file restart or a complete restart for this race. We had completed only one lap, so the expectation with that is that we'll go to a complete restart procedure. So we'll expect the field to come round and be positioned into 2 lines into their original grid positions. The race having not completed the required number of race laps. So we're expecting to see the field come through and be positioned left and right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So drivers should be able to take their original starting positions. So they're just going to be rolled round. They will then be pointed numbers wise into their correct positions by our dummy grid marshal. They are indeed being rolled in. George Schweier into the pole position berth with James Fabricius in behind. Now we will get another rolling up lap here for this heat number 3 for our Micromax class. Drivers will sit on the grid, they'll turn their engines off, and then when instructed to do so, we'll start them again. They'll have one more rolling up lap, complete restart procedure then here, as is outlined within the regulations. Any race stop before the leaders completed 2 laps will be declared null and void, and the race will be rerun in its entirety, with all karts restarting from their original grid positions. And if required, for any driver missing, then everybody else will just move one place further forwards, because with it being a rolling start, it's not going to advantage the outside of any other positions for any other drivers, so it'll move anybody up. So for anybody that's taking no further part, such as the 15 of IAME, they will be where they are. Buddy Hugo there, just stretching his legs, just sitting up and out onto the back of his seat. So final 6 or 7 runners just being rolled into position. Close my little book of regulations up now. See whether we need to dip back into those later on. Regulation 2.6 for stoppages, if anybody was interesting. Absolutely right to Joshua Owen, who says commentators curse for saying that they were running on time. Well, at the time we were running on time, we were running on time, so I'm going to, I'm absolutely bang on with that one. Then we've got good luck to Jos from Max Collinson. So Jos Huschke will roll off P number 5, having made a great start and moved up into 3rd place the start of the race, then dropped back into P4 earlier on. Just in case you were in any doubt where we were racing, on the screen you can see the flag of Wales. So we are in the south of Wales at Llandow. Now, parent help has been invited back on. With this race being deemed null and void, they are invited back on because what they are able to do, they will be able to reset the front fairing if there has been any movement in that front fairing, because this is a completely new race. So any contact on that opening lap that forced the front fairing in, the front fairing will be able to be fixed and put back into position. So, as this race is deemed a completely new one, we are in a position there where we can make sure everything is okay and as you were. So we have one rolling up lap again, and then it'll be back to 8 minutes plus 1 lap of action in this final heat of the day. George Swire at the front, just having a little bit of work done to that machine. Looks like could be a new spark plug going in. And similar, just Logan Rolfe in the 32 has just had his mechanic run over. Great work there by the mechanics from Gear Up, and we should be in a position now where drivers can start their engines and roll round to resume heat number 3 in Micromax. Race red flag, and then as such completely null and voided. We'll go again at the beginning of this race. A 2x2 start. If we'd gone longer than 2 laps, what we'd have done, we'd have still red flagged it. The drivers would have lined up in single file restart order, and then would have done 1 lap under the Battenberg flag before resuming under a green flag single file restart off a rolling start. So they're the 2 procedures. One if the leader has not completed 2 laps, which he hadn't at the time of the red flag coming out. The leaders had only just crossed the line for the first time. So we'll go to a complete restart. Swire off pole position. The pace still quite high for a rolling start. Going to have to keep an eye on this one. Into the tram lines, we're away. Leo Livings once again helping George Swire along off the pole position side, but this time Fabricius sending a move down the inside into the hook to wrestle back second place, and James Fabricius back down the inside of Leo Livings, and Fabricius not hanging about. He's down the inside of George Swire as well. Superb opening lap from James Fabricius through down the inside. Lost second place at the start, but by the time they get to halfway round the first lap, down the inside into Surtees, James Fabricius is leading from George Swire and Leo Livings, the top 3 already starting to break away. It's like the 81 of Marley Fisher, who was in 6th place at the start, is up into 4th. Jos Huschke behind. And George Swire off second place has rolled into the pit lane. George Swire retires from heat number 3 in micro max problems at the start line initially in getting away, hence he had the spark plug change, and now George Swire from second place rolls into pit lane and retirement for the driver of the 82. He'll be classified for this race with no points, having not completed half the distance. With the right hand then down at Chandler's Fabricius, leading from Leo Livings. Jos Huschke off the back of Marley Fisher onto the back straight. Huschke out of the slipstream early. Can he draw alongside Marley Fisher into the Raymond's hairpin? He can. Down the inside he goes. Fisher's going to try and get the cut back. Huschke's on the inside, which means Fisher should have track position. Huschke's going to try and sweep round the outside, and Jos Huschke holds it firm all the way round the outside into the entry into the hook. Fisher's going to try and fight back, but Huschke holds on, and Jos Huschke is up into 3rd place. Fisher down into 4th, behind Anderson with a move down the inside of Sebastian Clark. Clark almost losing a position to Arthur Farrer as well. Penalty for Fabian Gandhock. Not sure what that is for. He is in 8th place as it stands. Marley Fisher is back through on Jos Huschke, so Huschke short-lived as he's coming out down the inside. He's going to get boxed in though. Looks like Fraser Anderson is going to try and move down the inside on Jos Huschke. Huschke gives him space to the inside, gets on the power earlier, and Jos Huschke moves away into 4th place. The top 2 breaking away. Leo Livings with the fastest lap on the back of James Fabricius. Fisher, Huschke, then it's Anderson. Anderson going slightly wide, opens the door. Arthur Farrer coming down the inside. Then Anderson's going to try and sweep through as well. Farrer's going to try and hold it all the way around the outside, looking out the combox window down the far end of the circuit. Farrer is through, holding it all around the outside. Arthur Farrer, impressive once again, as he was in heat number 2 for Arthur Farrer. Jos Huschke this time trying the move on Marley Fisher. Down the inside once again. Fisher's going to draw alongside on exit, and I think he's going to be back through. Huschke's going to have to try and stick it round the outside. Can't do it this time. Fisher too far in front, and now Arthur Farrer closing in on the back of Jos Huschke. All the way back to Buddy Hugo in 9th, pretty much nose to tail. Logan Rolfe as well. They're actually in 10th is where the field goes back to. Arthur Farrer in the background of the number 9, trying to find a move down the inside of Jos Huschke. There it is down the inside. Fabricius and Living still leading the way. Warning for Alice Fairclough in the 30, currently running in 12th place. Moved down the inside, looks like it was Anderson trying to find a way past Farah into the bottom hairpin at Raymond's. Getting themselves hard on the brakes for the hook. 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining for your race leaders, so pretty much half race distance all in. Behind the top two of Fabricius and Livings, who set the fastest lap on lap number 3, is Fisher, Farah, Anderson, Hushka, Clark, Gandhock, Rolf and Hugo. So Hushka lost 2 on the previous lap, Hugo lost 1 to Rolf. Battle for the lead between Leo Livings and James Fabricius. Sees Livings down the inside of Fabricius. Leo Livings will then lead as they make their way through. Arthur Farah is up on Marley Fisher. Into 3rd place, Fisher down into 4th. Then it's Anderson, Hushka, Clark, Rolf, Hugo and Gandhock now down, losing 2 places on the previous lap, down to 10th place. Now that Leo Livings is through, can he break away, break the toe from James Fabricius? They head out onto the back straight. Farah with Anderson and Fisher for company. Anderson now in front of Marley Fisher. Buddy Hugo out the slipstream. Looks like that's a move on Sebastian Clark. He was trying the move down the inside there. I think he's already up into 8th place, is he? No, it's Clark who's down into 8th. Hugo attacking from 9th. Jack Holmes up inside the top 10. Fabian Gandhock dropping a place. Leo Livings opening up the gap at the front. Gap by 2.5 seconds. Back to James Fabricius now. Oh, there's contact in the background there on the way out of the McWerthers corner. We've got 2 drivers off on the outside. One of them looks to be the 74 of Fabian Gandhock. Looks like it could have been Jack Holmes as well, 10th and 11th respectively, that were off on the outside. We'll keep an eye out on the timing at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. See who are the drivers dropping down the order. Hugo is through in 9th. Then it looks like there's a gap. It was indeed Holmes and Gandhock as Morgan Weston appears inside the top 10 for the first time in front of Soreen Gallagher, Lewis Herbertson, Alice Fairclough. And then it's going to be Logan Jones, Elliot Dimolo and Jack Holmes and Fabian Gandhock, 16th and 17th respectively, both losing 6 places on that prior lap. Drivers bouncing their way through and over the curbs into the Dell and then Diggers, the right-hander onto the hanger straight they go. Farah still holding firm. Anderson defending to the inside. Leo Livings opening up the gap at the front with another fastest lap, this time on lap 9. The gap out to a fraction under 0.4 of a second, which will be comfortable enough for him not to have to defend if he can hold that towards the final corner on the final lap, which they'll see the last lap board next time round. The battle for 3rd place, though, raging between Farah, Anderson, Fisher, Hushka and Rolf, before a gap back slightly now to Sebastian Clark. Leaders coming through. Looks like there was no lap traffic in front, which is really nice for them. Look over the shoulder ever so slightly from Leo Livings, although he's comfortable with a gap of 0.4 of a second. Last lap board shown over start finish by the start line marshal. Livings leading the way out of the hook with a gap of 0.5 second back to James Fabricius for Leo Livings. Another look over the shoulder. The gap comfortable for Livings. Just needs to drive his race now towards the checkered flag for Leo Livings. Through Diggers and the Dell. Onto hanger straight. Leo Livings with a gap of 0.5 of a second will come through to take victory in heat number 3 for Leo Livings from James Fabricius Moving to the final corner by Jos Huschke for fourth. He's going to have a run to the line with Marley Fisher. Fisher's going to come back with the cutback to hold on for fourth place. So it's Livings, Fabricius, Farah, Fisher, Huschke, Rolf, Hugo, Clark, Anderson, and then Morgan Weston on the final lap, getting past Soreen Gallagher. Then it's Herbertson, Fairclough, Jones and Dimolo, rounding out the top 15 in front of Holmes, Gandock, Dickey, Quintock, Hutchinson, and then George Swire in 21st place, having taken no part really. He rolled into the pit lane at the end of the first lap. That's your heats done. Junior Rotaxes can now be collected from the centre green here at Llandow. Don't go anywhere though, because before our finals we've got our paddock walk from yesterday afternoon, which we did here in the paddock. So it's over to me in the paddock. Welcome to the Llandow paddock here. This is the paddock walk. We're filming it on the Saturday. It'll go out during the lunch break on the Sunday, so welcome. Hope you've enjoyed the morning's racing. Starting the paddock walk down at Jam Sport. Going to start by talking to Jamie. Jamie, busy weekend, of course, for yourselves, not only because you're running a number of karts, but also quite a frantic build of the kart behind us. Yeah, so we haven't got that many karts, but it's always busy. But obviously the sad news was that Tyler's kart got stolen between Thursday night and Friday morning, so yeah, that meant that he couldn't go racing. So from there, I spoke to Neil on Friday morning, and our first thought is, what do we do? You know, we need to find some kit and we need to get him out there. So a few Facebook posts, and before we know it, everybody shared it. And then I spoke to the guys, they were already here. I was at Brands Hatch yesterday, so everybody sort of clubbed together, and Amelie and James provided most of the kit, and everybody jumped in and put a kart together. Neil's come down with Tyler yesterday evening and worked on it quite late, and then we've all started again on it this morning. We're not where we want to be, but it's a different kart for him, so he's still learning the kart. So as we go through tomorrow, I'm sure Tyler's going to find some more time, and we've done a bit of data and we can see where it is, and we'll try different things, but hopefully we'll be able to progress and move forward through the rest of the day tomorrow. Wonderful, of course, that obviously everybody's sort of come together. I know, saw somebody in the paddock this morning was running around with a fuel tank to see if it had fit this, just in case it was some help. But great to see Tyler back out, of course. Tyler, obviously, first of all, from everybody in the paddock, wonderful to see you here this weekend after what happened earlier in the week. New kart for yourself, but really this weekend for me watching, it's not about the result, it's just great to see you out there on track. You must be really, really happy and thankful for a number of people. Yeah, obviously because I had SATs, because we normally come up on the Thursday so we can do Friday practice, because this is my first time doing mini-max around Llandow. So yeah, because I had SATs I couldn't do it. But then obviously when I woke up in the morning, my mum came up and said that my kart was stolen. I thought it must have been like a prank or something, just because it's on the Friday, the day before the race, and so I was a little bit shocked. But I'm thankful for all the hard work around this kart and just getting it together. Yeah, of course. Obviously, Heat 1 just been out. The tyres are still sticky because you've just been pulling the bits of rubber off there. But how did Heat 1 go for you? Obviously, different chassis, so just getting used to it, I guess. Yeah, not too bad. Just got to find some time through out the whole track, really, and just get used to the kart and how it's built. Wonderful, Tyler. Wonderful to see you here this weekend and out on track. We're just going to spin it round. We'll go that way. Amelie, hi, how are you?
Okay, thank you, yeah.
Good. How's Heat 1 gone for yourself?
Went all right. We had a bit of a mess up at the start, so hopefully we'll do a bit better tomorrow. And yeah, we got a bit surrounded at the start, and lots of people overtook us, and it's quite a difficult track to overtake. So.
Yeah. Tough track as well for the start as well. You come off the start line into quite a tight complex of corners, so you know it's almost. I've spoke to a few people say it's like Saint-Devote at Monaco. Like the first few get through wonderfully. Anywhere from midfield back, you're almost stationary, just waiting for a gap to go. It's a really tough complex of corners, a really tight track on the opening lap, isn't it?
Yeah, especially if you're starting a bit further back, the leaders will accelerate after getting around the hairpin, and you've still got to get around the hairpin, so it's a bit more difficult if you're further back. And yeah. Yeah, I noticed that in juniors, the leaders were over the start line, and there were some of the tails still coming around the final corner, so it's not a very long start straight either, is it, here at Llandow? No, it's pretty interesting into the first corner, and yeah, we did all right, and it's what it is. We'll see how it goes tomorrow, definitely.
Wonderful. Let's turn it round. Let's have a chat with this young man. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. You?
Good. Yeah, very good. You race more than one type of kart, of course. You race you Rotax. You also race Tillotson as well, I believe, in the T4.
Yeah, I used to race T4.
Yeah.
I'm vice champion in that and 10th in the world. So yeah.
So obviously that's a 4-stroke engine, very throaty. I think the first time I heard it, I almost took a step back, so I was taken by surprise how loud they are. Driving style, of course. What's the difference between the 2-stroke Rotax and that 4-stroke Tillotson T4?
The 4-stroke has a lot out the corners, obviously, because it's got more out the corners, and the Rotax has got more straight line. So the Tillotson hits the limiter a lot earlier than what a Rotax would do. So it's easier to drive a Rotax than it is a Tillotson.
Wonderful. How did Heat 1 go for yourself?
It went all right. I lost a couple of places, but gained them back. But yeah, see what tomorrow comes with. So
wonderful. All good fun. Speaking of good fun, let's go head out into the sunshine. As you can tell here at Llandow, very sunny. I wasn't expecting it, hence why I'm in jeans. And when it hit nearly 30 degrees, we don't really want that because it's very, very warm here. Although not quite as warm as it was last year, if you'll remember, for when we had CKC here, because it was around about 43 degrees, hottest weekend of the year, and it was unbearable. Haven't got a driver in there. I've got a brand new sticker kit though for Harley Bradbury Stretton, which is 100% pure chrome. Absolutely no way in the sunshine that we're going to be able to see this tomorrow, because sunshine, it's just going to be all gold. Printed and designed, I believe, by Stu Stretton, who is here and who's not going to get a choice but to speak to me. What we'll do is we'll just step back here so that the camera picks us up. And there's a shinier one in here. So I noticed on Facebook you'd mentioned that the sticker kit was designed, printed, and shinied by yourself. There's Premier League sticker albums with less shinies than that. Thought process behind it, just easy to spot, I guess?
It's just a little bit different, and I don't do subtle. So, yeah, I wanted it as shiny as possible. So your challenge is to find a shinier one this weekend.
It's very unlikely, but you know what drivers are like. They take the shine off things very, very quickly. What's being done to it at the moment? That looks like a new throttle cable. So have we had some problems in Heat 1, or is it just a precautionary change?
No, we've been meaning to do it probably since Warden Law, to be honest, and just not really bothered. It didn't get cleaned from Rara till it got out the van here. So no, it had a bit of a kink in it, so it's just been swapped while we got time.
Well, I imagine you were anticipating it to get cleaned at Rara by the rain that never came on the Sunday, so normally does the job for us.
It'll only get dirty again, so while it's going round, it might as well carry on going round.
The amount of people I see, they take them apart at night time and then they fall apart the first thing in the morning, and normally it's just the grit and the grime that holds it together. So what we'll do is we'll carry on and we'll see if, let's go and see who we can speak to next then. Sam Stoner, hi, how are you? Good. How did Heat 1 go for yourself?
It's not been the best of weekends, as we've been off pace a little bit, and yeah, it's not really been the best.
So obviously coming into this one as the championship leader, were you hoping for a little bit more, or did you sort of know at the start of the weekend that midfield pace was going to be about where you were at, damage limitation?
Well, we were hoping for top 5, but the top 15, 20, it's all very close, within like 3/10 of each other is top 10. So it's very, very hard grid.
Tight, twisty track as well, difficult to overtake. We've seen as well, it's one that sort of keeps the pack together but doesn't really allow much overtaking, so it must be quite difficult in there not to incur front fairing penalties as well.
Yeah, it's quite a tight track. If you are going to go for a move though, you're going to have to keep in with it. You can't just back out halfway through.
So what I'm going to do is, I've just mentioned front fairing, so Sam, I'm just going to move that way. At the front here on these karts, these blocks sit with the nose a little bit further out, and too much pressure applied, it pushes those blocks in, and then it'll drop the nose down ever so slightly, and then when that kart comes in, they'll check them all over. Anybody that has got what we call a drop nose or a front fairing penalty, they'll get a 5-second penalty. So if you're having a look at the results, and at the bottom you see 5 second plus for front fairing, that's what it is. It's those blocks, they've been pushed in under too much load. Have we had any this season, Sam?
I don't think we have, actually.
Nice clean driving.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, well, I'm going to cut this way to speak to this young man. Come and introduce yourself to the camera.
I'm Harrison Bishop, and I drive number 15 in Junior Rotax.
So, heat number 1 for yourself that we've had today on Saturday afternoon. How did that go for yourself?
It went all right. struggled a bit in pace, but overall good day. And it's my first time here today, and only 7 tenths off the leader's pace, so not too bad.
Heat-wise as well, temperature, how are we finding these tyres? Because it is quite a grippy track, which means obviously it's going to take quite a lot out of them. How do we find the tyres towards the end of heat number 1?
Well, they're overall all right, but in heat 1 they started to drop off with like 3 laps remaining. Unfortunately, me losing a few positions from it, but it's all right.
Wonderful. So tomorrow as well, the final, that's going to be a little bit longer, so we'll keep an eye on those tyres, and if they're not quite right, whose fault's that?
Always the mechanic.
Always the mechanic. Good lad. Well done. So we're going to head ourselves back down then into the depths of the paddock here at Llandow. So quite big as well, because we've got an extra area all the way over there. Mr. Anderson, he's still in. The kart's gone away, but we'll have a quick chat. How's your driving done today? Qualified on the front row. Best qualifying for him in CKC.
Yeah, aye, very good. We've done well. We're always on the back foot, coming from Scotland where we do. So aye, no, there's no complaints on that front. To be fair, we've tried different things over the weekend and we've found what seems to work on this circuit. But this bad weather for us is we need some snow and hail, mate. Do you know what I mean? But as I say, the commute was good enough.
Well, he's returned from having an ice cream, so I might as well speak to him. Get yourself in, young man. First time on the front row as well, going off that rolling start for the front row. How did you find that?
It felt pretty good. I've been on the front row before. I'm used to it. What are you laughing at?
I think your dad is a fan of your confidence.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well done on your front row start. All the very best for tomorrow. We're going to head down here then towards X-Kart on the left-hand side, so I can introduce to everybody on the live stream to Evie Spencer of the Paddock Pass podcast. Evie, hi, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful because I don't have to do any work for at least the next 5 minutes, because here's the microphone. Go talk to some people.
Thanks, David. So we are going to go. We'll have a look, shall we? We're going to go. We'll go this corner. Introduce yourself for the camera.
Hello, I am Bartek Filipiak, number 8, Junior Rotax. Yeah.
Okay, and how has qualifying gone today?
Well, qualifying hasn't gone the best, but obviously I managed to keep up in Heat 1, maybe gain, I could have gained more positions in Heat 1, but I gained quite a few. Gained over 7 positions.
Very, very good. So, and what is the track like this weekend?
The track is very quick. It's really warm out here, obviously. Never thought I'd be saying that about South Wales, but here we are.
And what are your aims for tomorrow?
Trying to get a top 10 finish, maybe higher, obviously. We'll all just have to see.
Perfect. Right, we are going to go the other corner, the opposite corner. And we are going to speak to Billy, if he's...
Hello.
How are you, Billy?
I'm all right, are you?
I am very, very good. So who are your drivers this weekend?
Well, I've got 2 this weekend. I've got Hamish here and then Callum Foster, who's over there.
And how are they doing?
Callum qualified P5, ended up P4 in the Heat 1. And then Hamish qualified P10 and finished P10.
Perfect. And do you have any goals for them to reach this weekend?
Yeah, we're going to win.
Perfect. Love that. We are going to come this way, try and get under all the wires, and we're going to speak to James. Do you want to introduce yourself for the camera?
My name's James Waring. I'm 15 years old and I drive Junior Rotax.
And how's this weekend gone so far?
So far it's gone pretty bad, to be honest. In qualifying, I messed up with the pressures, and then in Heat 1, I was involved in a lap 1 incident, which put me right down.
But did you make up places? Did it end up better?
I think after catching the pack, I made up 10 places overall, and I'll start 24 tomorrow.
Perfect. And what are your aims for this weekend?
Hopefully, I can try and get into the top 10. That'd be a good goal.
Okay, perfect. And we need to find someone else to speak to. Could we go around the back, maybe? We'll go through here. We'll go and see if we can find anybody else. And we're going to go over to Molly. We'll interview Lee in a minute. Right, Molly, how is this weekend going so far?
Not great, definitely not.
And why is that?
Drivers, you know.
Yeah. Very irritating, isn't it?
Yeah, some just shouldn't be here. But it's driving, so stuff happens, but tomorrow.
What are your aims for this weekend?
Definitely finish the heat and get higher up.
Perfect. Right, so we're going to go... Oh. Ah, Ollie. Didn't realise you were there. Do you want to introduce yourself? What do you drive?
I drive a Junior Max OTK for rain.
And how's this weekend going so far?
Good actually, so far.
And how was quali?
Brilliant. I got third.
And how was heat one?
Good. I come first. And
very happy with that, aren't you? Yeah. Good. And what are your aims for tomorrow?
To come first again.
Yeah. Perfect. Right. Pass you back on to David.
Thank you very much, Evie. Pleasure having you on the paddock walk. I'm going to keep this one going. We're going to head into the depths of the Llandow paddock and see if we can speak to some people. Everyone's already chilling over there in Zip. Looks. Are they analysing data in there? Yeah? No, absolutely not. They've got some TV on. So we'll just keep walking until we find somebody that looks like a driver, or at the very least looks like they know what they're doing, which is perfect. Or ice creams. We do like ice creams. Got no drivers, but we've got some wine, and wine's wonderful. No drivers, we can't speak to anybody in there, so we're just going to keep going. I think I'm on the PA, Adam, which is wonderful. I can hear it. It's brilliant. I love my own voice. I'm a big fan of that. And if we're not, maybe I've just got a hearing deficiency, who knows? Let's pop straight into Mark Baines Motorsport. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Introduce yourself to my lovely camera.
Hi, I'm Jack.
How has qualifying in heat number 1 gone for yourself today?
It felt okay, it's just spun out a bit.
So it's not always good, is it? Can't have everything in racing, unfortunately, can you?
No.
No. Right, so plans for tomorrow, go forward, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you think we can get to? How far up the grid?
Maybe top 8, top 5.
Good lad, keep going, I like that. Just got to keep going forward, top 5, so we're going to keep an eye out for yourself tomorrow, yeah? Good. What kart number?
6.
Good. That one under there?
Yeah.
Let's have a sneaky peek. Look at it there. Sneaky peek. There we go. Put it back to sleep for the evening as we head back out into the sunshine. Right, let's see if we can catch anybody. Everyone's just sort of chilling out this evening. It's just nice sunshine for the evening. Dukes and Hurst Grover on the ice creams. See if we've got any more drivers in there. That's not had a great day. No, tell me about it.
So this is Ethan Lloyd's car. Unfortunately, he hit a stationary car as he was in qualifying, and he's bent it and writ it off. He still managed to qualify in P3 though.
I was about to say, it's the strangest jig I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's had 2 opinions, and unfortunately it's been deemed a write-off, so we've got to find some solution for tomorrow's races.
So are we trying to get one for him?
We've cobbled something together in there. We just don't know if it's going to be quick enough for him, but fingers crossed. If we can give him the machinery, he'll do the job.
Good. I was about to say, what number is it? But it looks like that's been peeled off, ready for his other one. You've even stole the number off it.
He's 66, Mighty 66.
Wonderful. Mighty, quite a niche in terms of motorsport. Difficult in terms as well, from what I was watching the first round at Warden Law, in terms of driver coaching, because I don't think you can really hear when they're lifting off or anything like that. How can you? Well, here's a man who thinks he knows what he's talking about, so I'm going to go and talk to him. Tell me about it. Oh, that sunshine's very bright. I'm going to have to stand this way. I cannot see at all up there. I must say up there because I'm having to look to the moon just to see you. It's like 6, 7.
You can hear it. You can hear him lift off from the sound of the motor. All right, it's not as established as a C50 or an IAME, but you can hear when he's not putting it down, without a shadow of a doubt.
In driving style, of course, we saw it with when it got a little bit wet at Warden and wet at Rower as well. The power input is almost immediate, which makes it very difficult for them to feather the throttle.
So they've got a power range of about 1/4 inch, whereas C50s and IAMEs you can pin down straight away, but the electric you've got to be so much more precise, otherwise they do spin. Because the power range is probably about 1/4 inch turn, I reckon, Dan? It's about 1/4 inch turn on the throttle controller. And yeah, but you can definitely hear the difference when they're not flat out compared to when they are flat out. You can hear it. Not as much as C50, but you can hear it.
And obviously as well, in terms of the mechanicking side of things,
I would say it was easy, but we had a really stressful day today. Throttle controller went down, we had a lead down, and then eliminating the problems, but then the problems as you go through it. And the best thing about the Mighty grid as well, all right, we've got rival teams down there, but I'm borrowing parts and bits off our rivals, and you know, like working together, it's cracking.
Just getting the kids back out on track.
Yeah, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. You know, even here, like rival competitors, and we're borrowing karts from, you know, from the other guys. And yeah, it's cracking, amazing.
Wonderful, in a wonderful atmosphere. We need to bring the camera down this way here. You see, the sun is shining, but it's not shining too much not to have on the best wellies in the Llandow paddock. Were you wearing them instead of your race boots?
Well, yeah, I forgot my shoes at the B&B.
Well, hope you're all right tomorrow. Hope you get a cart and everything for you to go racing, and all the very best.
Yeah. When it broke, I was really frustrated, but we got a new one, so I just have to get used to that one, I guess.
Good. Well, that's a wonderful attitude to have. Just get a new cart and just get used to it. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Off we go then. We can't stick around too long because Gear Up have put the banging tunes on, so we can't stick around too much. The best part, of course, of the Llandow paddock is over there, followed shortly by the bit that's up here on the right-hand side, which is the ice cream van. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head off onto the right-hand side, so I might have to pick the pace up just so that there's no completely dead air. Here's the ice cream van to your right-hand side. There we go. That has done an absolutely roaring trade all day, as you might imagine. Adam, mind the holes in the floor. There's 2 big holes down there where posts go in. So let's have a quick look. Always nice to keep things going. Alex Lynn's still racing. Look, his race finished an hour and a half ago, and he's still in the seat over there. Hi. What seems to be going on? We've got some whipping. Very orange in here, of course.
It's growing too much.
Alex, are we getting too big for this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have to get a car soon, aren't we? I mean, to be fair, in 6 inches' time, you'll be able to drive yourself here. Yeah. How's today gone?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll go even better tomorrow when they put some pedals on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. So he's complaining. So what we'll do is we'll just keep the camera here for the next 20 minutes and just keep him in the car. No, we can't do that. We've got to keep this one going. This gentleman's got the right idea because he's finished. No, he's not got the right idea because his beer is empty and he should have another one ready to go. So he needs to sort that out. So it's poor form. As you can see here at Llandow, we're now in the other side of the paddock with the baby over there. The baby, if we can just hold, can we get the picture of the baby, Adam? Because every time that we mention Chloe McGill, we mention little Theo, who I helped name, of course. Full name, Theo David McGill. Not really, but hi, Theo. Good lad. There we go. He's nice and happy because he's seen a camera. So, we've got some engine work going on in there. Let's find out about it by rudely ploughing straight into the back of the van and finding out what's going on with that engine.
Just checking over.
We're just checking it. Nothing wrong at all with it. We're just having a little check.
He had a crash, so he just wants it checking.
Well, fair enough, but, you know, it's keeping you busy on this fine evening. I know in about 15 minutes there's some beers being handed out at the in the BKC awning, and here you are still putting a shift in.
I'll be on my way down to the BKC awning.
Well, oh, a van's turned up as well, so I'm going to head out. I think he might have come for that bin, but I'm not quite sure. We'll see. I think he has. Here we go. We've got another Bambino in here. I'm fairly sure, and I'm going to make an assessment here. It's not this lad's Bambino. Yeah? Because Bambinos are for 5 to 7 year olds. And unless I'm mistaken, you're not 5 to 7. Hi, bring yourself round. You can still talk to us. We don't discriminate. We talk to everybody here. Hi. I'm guessing brother or sister's kart?
No.
No? You just here for the crack?
My dad does engines.
Oh, your dad does engines. Is your dad the one round the corner? Just next door? No. So I just ploughed straight in while somebody was rebuilding an engine because just ploughed straight in. So, fair enough. Whose kart does this belong to? Ah, it's Ronnie Kempson's kart. And guess how I know that? He's got his name on it. Always handy when they stick their names on it and these little Bambinos. How's he done today?
Hit and miss. It's the weather it's playing into it, but yeah, it's not done too bad. So we'll take it.
Very sticky, of course, and they're not quite used to having quite so much grip with them all-weather tyres on.
Very sticky, so you get a lot more temperature out of your engine with them. So we'll see. Tomorrow's another day. Cooler tomorrow. No more, not so much sun. So we'll go again.
We can but hope. It has been very warm, hasn't it? It's not been kind on the bald head, of course. So off back out into the paddock. We've got looks like more wine over there. There's a very wine and beer theme to this one. So we'll just keep this one going into the deep depths of the paddock. See how far we've got now. Let's pop round the corner. Is this your kart, young man? No. It's not. It's over there. Well, let's see. Where is he? That's your kart. Let's go and have a chat about your kart. And is your driver with us, or is he gone? He's in there. Well, we'll come to you in a minute. We'll have a quick chat with this young man first in here. Hi. Jason, I believe.
Yes, I am.
Jason Duckis.
Yeah.
Wonderful. It's like I know what I'm doing. I have commentary notes that gives me everybody's name. Hi, how are you? How's racing day gone today with qualifying in heat number 1?
I haven't had much pace. Raura I did well, but here I can't really find much pace. And qualified 24th, so not my best performance. But then heat 1 came through to come 20th or 21st. And yeah, hoping to get at least top 10 to work my way up.
Start where you finish tomorrow, so you'll start heat number 2 from 21st, and then just 15th, then try and get to 10th, and then have a good go for the final.
Yeah, definitely. Just try and work my way up slowly or quickly, definitely. But yeah, just trying to get to that top 10 for the points as well. So yeah.
Of course, Jason, thank you very much. We'll head round here. We'll have a quick chat with Kevin Ivanoff with his CKC hat on. It's very nice, that, isn't it? Yep. Thank you, I'll take that. There we go. It's my CKC hat now, along with my CKC wristband. Kevin, hi. How's heat number 1 gone for you today?
Qualifying went good. I qualified 7th and then made my way up to 5th and hoping to work my way up to the podium. Yep.
Llandow is a track, tight, twisty, difficult, or is it something that you relish in and you quite like it?
Well, I quite like turns because, less straights, so more about the driver's skill on the corners, and it's very, lots of overtaking opportunities around this track, and yeah.
Well, I'm going to carry on with this paddock walk. Would you like your hat back? Oh, I'll swap you your hat. There we go. 1 hat for you, 1 drink for me. Thank you very much. So I'm going to see if we've got anybody through this side before we wrap this one up here then today at Raura. Drinks in the back pocket. We'll see if we've got anybody in this massive green awning. Absolutely nobody in there. Let's head this way for the final person that we're going to speak to today on our paddock walk. Cameron Tipping. Cam, qualifying and heat number 1. Let's start with qualifying. How did that go for you?
Not the best. My engine was not the great. It was falling out, just moving.
No, that was in heat 1 more.
So qualifying was all right, but heat 1, the engine not doing what you expected it to do.
No, it's moving all over the place, and then that made the chain just get stuck. So
where did you finish in the end?
Not great, but 21st.
20th.
20th. So work to do tomorrow, but having looked at your pace on the practice day, you've definitely got the pace to challenge up there inside the top 10. So I guess it's just a case of getting those elbows out and trying to work your way up towards the top 10.
Yeah.
Good. You show me some elbows out
Yeah.
right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Cameron tipping there. That brings an end to our paddock walk here then at Llandow. We're going to head back to the commentary box for our finals here at round number 3 of the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Hello and welcome back to the finals from here from Llandow, round 3 of the Cadet Junior and Bambino Kart Championship. Got some juniors out on the track at the moment. It's time, finals time in Minimax. Harris Roberts and Andrew Dixon on the front row. Oliver Fabricius and Braith Murdoch on row 2. Then it's Daniel Hartley and Amy Peacock with Ellis Dealey and Ben Adrian on row number 4. Ewan House and Sonny Morgan round out your top 10. Max Greatrex and Charlie Lomas in front of Aston Brown and Leo Basterfield. Bella Fairclough and Tom Drake, Alex Lynn and Harry Friel. And it's going to be Maya Simpson, Zach Kane, Harry Warby and Tyler Davis field making their way towards the Raymond's hairpin for the first final of the day. Into the tram lines. Looks good. We're away and racing. It's not good. Not good. Looked okay, but the field towards the tail end not quite close enough, and the false start flags out at the first marshal's post here then at Llandow, and we're going to have to take a deep breath and do it all over again. So I've been out into the paddock during the lunch break to get some reports in as well. Amy Peacock, they had a quick look around the kart, realised that they were having a bit of front end issues. Turned out there was a crack in the chassis near the yoke, so during the lunch break that kart has had the engine taken off. It's been upside down, it's been welded back up, and Amy Peacock will roll off the third row in 6th place, sorry. She's on the Andrew Dixon side of the grid, so that's the even numbers, 2nd, 4th and 6th. So she rolls off P6 with a hastily repaired number 17 machine. Look out for Ben Adrian as well, just behind. He had that retirement and has had to charge his way back through the field. Into the tram lines they come this time. Looks a bit better, and we are away and racing with Harris Roberts leading from Oliver Fabricius, who's managed to jump Andrew Dixon to start from Braith Murdoch, and then Dylan Hartley. Got 3 drivers off into the tyres. One of them is Bella Fairclough. Aston Brown is the other, and it looks like the other could be the keeping an eye out for the 3rd one. Could be Harry Friel in the 84 car. Fairclough is finally free of the tyres and rejoins there in the 15. Top 4 moving away ever so slightly with Braith Murdoch in the 4th place. On the tail of this one, Fabricius pushing Harris Roberts, then Dylan Hartley coming off the racing line so he can get slightly sideways on the brakes late. And they come over the line for the first time. It's Roberts from Fabricius, then Dixon with Murdoch, Hartley, House, Peacock, Greatrex, Adrian and Sonny Morgan rounding out your top 10. Last 3 over the line are the 3 that were involved in that opening lap incident. So it looks like it was Friel, Brown and Fairclough as we predicted. Away. See him bouncing up and down there. That's the rumble strip on the outside. It looks quite smooth when you're walking the track, but when you're an inch off the floor in a kart with no suspension, early radiator flap adjustments for Fabricius in 2nd and Murdoch. They're not running in clean air. I'm conscious that the temperatures aren't coming up on that one, so as Dixon tries to do a little bump and run on Fabricius. The final's out to 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Rather than the 8 minutes plus 1 for the heats. So important for both our Minimax and Junior Rotax later on to preserve tyres. And they could well, if they go early, they could find themselves defending hard towards the end of the race when the rest of the field's tyres come in. Top 10 there, all in a straight line back to Max Greatrex, who's a little bit off the back of Sonny Morgan. Harris Roberts with the fastest lap of the race, suggesting he might have gone early on tyre pressures to try and break away from the field behind. The only driver to, not the only driver in fact, dropping to the 45. Fabricius not too far back in time either. The 2 of them still leading from Dixon and Murdoch, and there's about another 7 tenths back to Ewan House. showing in 5th place in the 26 kart. There he is, just coming into shot now in front of Daniel Hartley. Top 4 just feeling each other out in the early part of this race, with not even to a point yet where the other race would have started. Dixon down the inside of Fabricius, into the hook. The heat's all 8 minutes, so this first 4 minutes effectively free in terms of track time for our runners. We've got to get into the phase where they're doing a session that's a lot longer than what they're used to. The adrenaline beginning to wear off towards the end. Roberts now will have Andrew Dixon to contend with, rather than Oliver Fabricius, who seemed a little bit more content just to sit and push in the early phase of this race. So make their way down to the bottom end at Raymond's. Ben Adrian is up into 7th, now up into 6th, although we're over the line almost exactly with Dylan Hartley. Hartley still in 6th, Adrian 7th, Sonny Morgan up into 8th in front of Amy Peacock now. And with Max Great-Trex completing the top 10, a second or so behind, holding off Ellis Dealey and Leo Basterfield. See them there in the background, where it looks like Basterfield so should find the way past both Dealey and maybe even Great-Trex as well. Keep an eye on that when they come over start finish, or if you're looking at live timing in around about 30 seconds, it's live.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC. Thank you for everyone that's joined us on the live chat as well. We'll get back into that shortly after a lunch break if there's some traction. Fastest lap of the race this time for Sonny Morgan. In 8th place, trying to close in on Dylan Hartley, needs half a second. There he is in the number 1 machine. Gap looks a lot closer than half a second though, so looks like he's had a good run through the hook down towards the left-hander at Surtees. Harris Roberts through the left and then into the right at Diggers, down the back straight he goes. Still holding a gap from Andrew Dixon as now Sonny Morgan goes down the inside of Hartley. Moves himself up into 7th place. Ben Adrian responds in front with the fastest lap right on the back of Ewan House. Could only be a matter of time here. Ben Adrian picking drivers off in front of him. Unfortunate earlier on with the 3 laps that he spent in the pit lane, came back out there and just set fastest lap after fastest lap. And now heading towards the top 5. So head down towards the bottom end of the circuit at Raymond's, or past the commentary position there on the right hand side in the timing tower. She's just about made out. Ben Adrian has indeed found a way past Ewan House there for 5th place. Got to start hoping that those in front begin to battle now, does Ben Adrian. Harris Roberts, Andrew Dixon, Oliver Fabricius and Braith Murdoch in front. It's pretty much been as you were, with the exception of Dixon and Fabricius swapping places on lap number 3. And run down then towards Raymond once again. This one seems to have just taken a breath. Warning for the 14 of Braith Murdoch. Being shown over the start-finish line. Not sure what that may well be for, although he has only had Fabricius in front. It looked close enough really through there, but now Ben Adrian is indeed closing in. On the previous lap was just under 2/10 quicker. Ewan House and Sonny Morgan just a little further behind. We'll keep an eye out as to now. I think it's Morgan in front of Ewan House, so Morgan will be looking to close in on the back. Down to Raymond's now. It's a top 5, although the top 2 starting to break away now because Fabricius is having to defend from Braith Murdoch. Really needs Adrian to find a way through, as we've got Tyler Davis facing the wrong way in the 82 down there at Raymond's hairpin. He's going to drop down behind Zach Kane. So drop Davis down to 90, which is where he was anyway, so looks like that could have been a self-inflicted spin. Having said that, doesn't look like Kane made up a place, so it could be the two of them came together. Ben Adrian is right on the back of Braith Murdoch here, down the back straight towards Raymond's, and then we'll try and get a cutback over start-finish. Not quite enough though for Ben Adrian to draw alongside Braith Murdoch. Still 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We'll need to get a move on though, because Sonny Morgan is trying to charge through the field. Had the pace to run right at the front as Morgan, with the exception of the disqualification in heat number 1. Which means is why he's starting to come through the field now is Sonny Morgan in the number 1 machine. Just off the back of this battle, as we see Ben Adrian drawing alongside, and he's through on Braith Murdoch as they enter the Dell. Round Diggers onto the back straight, and then Sonny Morgan is right with them there in the all-black machine with the white side pods. Looks black from nose on, blue race suit as well for Sonny Morgan. Coming to play in this battle inside the top 6. Fabricius, after a few laps of falling away off the back of Harris Roberts and Andrew Dixon, has been drawn back into this battle once again for the lead. Chipped away a tenth at a time, and the top 3 are now going to be joined as well by Ben Adrian. Sonny Morgan, don't count him out of this one. Braith Murdoch as well in 5th, but Morgan looks to have a little bit more pace. Just has to try and find a way through early enough to give himself an opportunity to challenge for a top 3 here at Llandow. Out onto the hanger straight, down towards Raymond. Sonny Morgan sends it down the inside of Braith Murdoch, gets it stopped. Murdoch though with a cutback as Morgan carried too much speed into the corner. He's back through into 5th. Those two battling will give those in front a little bit more respite to battle between themselves over the top 4. Adrian with the fastest lap once again. Pushing through onto the back. Andrew Dixon gets a good run out of Mac Werthers. The run down towards Chandler's. Can Dixon get alongside? Andrew Dixon is through and leads with just under a minute and a half to go. Fabricius as well, squeezed to the inside. Then Ben Adrian is forced out wide as they all come together. The concertina effect for Ben Adrian, and he's been squeezed out of the top 5. Sonny Morgan's going to come down the inside here, is he? And then there's a little bit of contact into the side of Braith Murdoch. That's going to allow Ben Adrian back through, up into 4th place. An absolute jumble of a lap for everybody there. You could not throw a dice and roll the same number with those drivers on there in that order. Sonny Morgan tries another move back down the inside of Harris Roberts, into the left-hander down there at Surtees. Those behind are back in the mix as well. Maya Simpson with a penalty in 15th place, but the lead battle has allowed House, Hartley and Peacock back into the mix. Not too far back. Out at the front though now, Andrew Dixon, with that move between Oliver Fabricius and Harris Roberts, has given him a bit of a gap. Ben Adrian is going to come down in 4th place. Sonny Morgan tries a move down the inside of Harris Roberts. He's through down the inside, and he's through nice and cleanly. Ewan House immediately onto the back of Harris Roberts, with Dylan Hartley and Amy Peacock rounding out the top 9, all running nose to tail, with Ellis Dealey a little further back, coming under pressure from Max Gray Trex. Some half a second. Last lap board will be out next time for your race leader Andrew Dixon, with a gap of just under a second as it stands on timing at the moment. Fabricius in 2nd place, Murdoch and then Ben Adrian. They head down towards the right-hander at the Dell and Diggers, onto the back straight. Adrian not quite close enough this time on Braith Murdoch to try and move down the inside. Sonny Morgan once again trying a move on Harris Roberts, who is back in front. Harris Roberts holds on, and Ewan House is going to have an opportunity to get down the inside of Sonny Morgan. Morgan is going to be tight, and that's going to give Hartley and Peacock an opportunity to run through as well, just behind. And Ben Adrian is through on Braith Murdoch, and Ben Adrian up into 3rd place. Into the right-hander down there at Chandler's for Ben Adrian, and he's got a decent run, I think, on Fabricius in the background. Andrew Dixon will come down the back straight with only one more corner to go. Fabricius will defend to the inside. Ben Adrian on the outside in the background. Andrew Dixon will come through to take victory here at Llandow. There's contact between Ben Adrian and Oliver Fabricius, and Murdoch will come through for second place. Adrian and Fabricius third and fourth respectively, with Harris Roberts and Sonny Morgan. Top 10 coming through with Ewan House, Daniel Hartley, Amy Peacock and Ellis Daly. Penalty applied already for Ben Adrian. Here we go then for this final corner move. Fabricius is on the inside, Adrian on the outside, then Adrian with a little bit of a bump and run, gets down the inside, carries too much speed. That forces Fabricius wide. Adrian comes through. I imagine at the very least those two places will be swapped back around. Brave Murdoch though inherits second place behind Andrew Dixon. At least on track it was Dixon, Murdoch, Adrian, Fabricius and Roberts. We'll wait for the final classified standings on that one for the final corner move from Adrian on Fabricius. One final down, 6 to go. Next up here from Llandow, Coma C50 Bambino. Grid is on the screen then with Rex Pooley and Henry Algar, the top two for most of the weekend on the front row, with Toby Biggs and Joshua Bailey on row 2, Harry Chapman and Eli Scher on row number 3. Then it's Mason Hibbert and Freddie Blackshaw, Ronnie Kempson and Sebastian McCarthy, with Jack Daniels and Riley Aston Wilkins on row 6. Then it's Noah Wicklow and Ethan Pearson, Henry Hales and Arlo Gamble, with Oscar Churches and Brady Atkin on row number 9, Logan Hodgetts and Elliot Payne, Reggie Lee Chandler and Oliver Daniels in front of Darcy Durnford and Joshua Adate, your 24 Coma C50 Bambino runners. We're just waiting for the Comas to get the green flag to exit the dummy grid. See if anybody else has been in touch in the live chat. It does generally go a little bit quieter in the afternoon. Everyone gets their typing fingers going in the morning and it quietens down in the afternoon. The Pooley family, though, have been very active, saying good luck in the final to Rex and Mum and Max, supporting you from home. He'll be going off the front row. He's had a great day so far as Rex Pooley. Both himself and Henry Algar been battling it out for top spot in the Coma C50 Bambino class, and they will once again go off the front row. Might as well, even though I don't think it's likely to play an effect, but I might as well have a quick look at the weather to see if we're likely to have anything come in. According to the internet, it says that we're not going to have anything for 2 hours, which means at the very least we should be able to finish the race and pack up whilst ever it is dry. Coma's still down there in the holding area at the moment. They're just getting the go-ahead to start the engine, so we should be out in a few moments' time in Coma C50 Bambino for their final. Although I imagine that there's just plenty of karts still down there in the scrutineering bay at the moment, obviously post-race for our Minimax class. So we'll have a number of karts going off just to have their checks for technical compliance. So whilst we're down there, that's Sebastian McCarthy in the 56, lining up behind Freddie Blackshaw on the even numbered side of the grid. 7 in the background with Henry Hales. Make our way down to Brady Atkin with a brand new painted helmet, and they are making their way out by the sounds of it, or at least getting their engine started. So I can hear a little rumble of 4 horsepower Coma C50 engines down there, and they are indeed rolling their way out. And we see the 27 of Darcy Durnford making her way out alongside Joshua Adate. And our Comas just making their way round towards the grid. They will of course be stopped for their standing start. Parent helpers making their way down the grid to meet their young chargers. Final number 2 of 7 then from Llandow in the south of Wales, as I mentioned right at the start of the day. And the checkered flag falls at the end of the day here in Llandow will mark the halfway point of the Kart Championship season before we head to Fulbeck beginning of July. Play Pigeon at the end of July in the final round, the 15th and 16th of September. The wonderful Wilton Mill circuit, the home of Alpha Live, will bring you the conclusion of this championship. But at the end of this weekend, we'll really know who the main championship challengers are at the halfway point in the season. We'll be able to keep an eye on any changes towards the tail end of the year regarding our championship challenges. It's been a tough day for some of them this weekend. Junior Rotax, Sam Stoner came as a championship leader. He's not quite had the weekend he had planned. Theo Bradshaw as well, having retired from one of the races, had to charge through from the tail of the field. He'll do so again from 12th place in the Honda Cadet final. So has dropped some points in one of the heats there. So his championship challenge against Ryan White. They've been the 2 standout ones mainly this season in Honda Cadet in what has already been a really competitive grid. The front though, looks like the 5-second board is in the hand of the start line marshal. Look for the lights in the top corner for our drivers. We're away and racing in our Coma C50 Bambino final. Rex Pooley slots all the way across to try and cover off those on the right hand side, and he may well have opened the door for the O-plate of Harry Chapman, although Chapman can't run all the way around the outside, and Rex Pooley slots in behind Henry Algar at the front as they make their way through. Good start though from Chapman off the 3rd row. He was behind Biggs and Bailey. He's though up from 5th into 3rd place. Looks like it's Bailey currently in 4th place. Biggs trying to move alongside as they head down towards Chandler's. The top 2 though with a clear plan here at the start of this race, which appears to be push away, and then in the second phase of the race we can argue about this all by ourselves rather than inviting the rest of the field into a battle for the victory. Down the back straight they go towards Raymond's for the first time. Rex Pooley pushing away in the background. Joshua Bailey is down the inside of Harry Chapman for 3rd place. So Bailey back up into 3rd behind Algar and Pooley. Then it's Biggs, Chapman, Eli Scher, Freddie Blackshaw, Sebastian McCarthy, Mason Hibbert and Ronnie Kempson round out your top 10, with Jack Daniels and Noah Wicklow not too far back either. Then there's a gap back to Ethan Pearson and Arlo Gamble in 13th and 14th respectively. Slotting in now. We've seen mainly throughout this race weekend our drivers breaking off really into pairs of 2. Algar and Pooley have been moving away at the front. Then you've got Bailey and Biggs not too far behind. Chapman and Scher have been close as well. At the moment though, Chapman and Scher managing to stick with Bailey and Biggs. Could be a great battle here for 3rd place. But at the moment, Algar and Pooley have got enough to pull away. In the background, in a few moments, we may well see Sebastian McCarthy finding a way past Mason Hibbert down the inside of Raymond's. He's through, and that'll move him up into 7th place, I think. For McCarthy, it is. Blackshaw managed to get through as well on Hibbert. Moves Blackshaw into 8th, Hibbert into 9th. In front of Ronnie Kempson. There's a great battle going on there. There's this battle now for 3rd place. Once again sees Chapman, who was 5th earlier on, then moved up into 4th place, now in 3rd. Eli Scher right on the back of it as well in the 35 machine. And the right-hander at Chandler's. And this is back complex of corners Slow in, fast out is the name of the game as they try and get down the back straight. Eli Scher pops out the slipstream. Don't think he's close enough. Joshua Bailey is, however. He sends a move down the inside of Harry Chapman and he is through. Henry Algar, though, continuing to lead. Fastest lap of the race. We've got a warning flag out over start finish. Trying to pick a number out. Definitely got a 9 on the back of it. I think it could be potentially for a 19, which could be Jack Daniels. So just having a quick look out the commentary box window there to try and see that over start finish as we picked it up on the rear facing camera. Down towards the start line, there's Joshua Bailey in front of Harry Chapman. Biggs close enough. Eli Scher there to pick the pieces up. In the background is Sebastian McCarthy, who has managed to break away from Mason Hibbert and Freddie Blackshaw. Down the inside goes Chapman into the Dell. On the 81 of Joshua Bailey down the back straight. Keep an eye out for that dark blue stealthy machine of Sebastian McCarthy joining onto the back of this battle for third place. Algar and Pooley still as you were out at the front, a tent splitting between them. Chapman in third from Bailey. Wide goes Biggs. He's going to scrub off a bit of speed there on exit. Could that allow Eli Scher to close up? Sebastian McCarthy behind on the last lap. 0.8 of a second quicker than the battle in front of him. It's only a matter of time before Sebastian McCarthy gets himself involved in this battle in front, I feel. You see him there just drawing up onto the back. We saw in this camera position on the previous lap how close he was. He's closer again with Mason Hibbert and Freddie Blackshaw just behind. Then it's Ronnie Kempson and Jack Daniels in 10th and 11th respectively. Out onto the Hanger Straight, down towards Raymond. Two race leaders still nose to tail, Algar and Pooley. Pooley just pushing along at the moment, the gap opening up lap on lap, 3.1 this time. Or they were on the previous lap, now it's out to 3.5. McCarthy, 10th and a half quicker on the back, there he is in the 56. Closing in on the back of Eli Scher. Mac Werthers. At the moment, Harry Chapman has got a few kart lengths and just enough. So it's a bit tighter, then sweeps out wide. Joshua Bailey behind, then Toby Biggs. Biggs there in the white and purple machine. Eli Scher in front of Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy's risk now is overdriving this as he tries to catch up desperately onto the back of it. He's been fast and smooth so far, doesn't want to scrub off too much speed, desperately trying to close up on the back, but round this final corner at Raymond's, he is unbelievable. The kart is almost on a perfect rail all the way round that corner, closes right up on the back, then loses a little bit round the hook, but round that final corner gets a real opportunity. And as these start to battle, we've still got 5.5 minutes to go in this final for Koma C50 Bambino. Algar and Pooley still nose to tail for the lead, as we would expect. Pooley just pushing along on the back of Henry Algar. Gap opening out now to well over 4 seconds from Chapman, then Bailey. The battle in front here, behind, has just plateaued ever so slightly. No overtakes in the last couple of laps, but what we have seen is Sebastian McCarthy there in the 56 kart closing up, and he's going to try and move down the inside of Eli Scher. Scher, though, later on the brakes. McCarthy backs out, trying to get the run on exit on the back of Eli Scher, trying to find a way through. Those in front still, though, as you were. McCarthy with a wider sweep. We'll see him coming into shot in a few moments, trying to keep the revs up and maximise the exit speed, trying to find a way through. Leaders will be with us in a few moments down here at Chandler's. Algar and Pooley have been in that order ever since the start, really, and are still there, coming through. Algar in front of Pooley. Then it's Chapman with Bailey. Eli Scher just behind Toby Biggs and Sebastian McCarthy. Those two have closed up on the back once again as Previously, Eli Scher was defending off Sebastian McCarthy on the previous lap. That had dropped them away ever so slightly. McCarthy into the slipstream. He's going to try again on Eli Scher. Eli Scher, though, was later on the brakes on the previous lap. This time, Sebastian McCarthy's not going to allow it to happen. Slides down the inside. Scher's going to need to get the cutback. McCarthy is through, though, up into 6th place, and will try at the very least to charge after those in front. Does not want to get stuck into a battle. Needs Scher to push him along maybe for this one. Look over the shoulder. Scher will be desperate to get straight back early on. Leaders are as you were, although it looks like they could be coming up to some potential with some lap traffic in a few moments' time, although they've found a way through. Not quite there yet, but I think they might catch them just before the end of this race. Onto the hanger straight they go. Chapman, Bailey, Biggs, McCarthy and Scher. Eli Scher's trying to fight back on Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy coming to defend to the inside. Scher's going to try and put one down the inside. McCarthy's going to try the run all the way around the outside, and Eli Scher is back through into 6th place, finding a way past Sebastian McCarthy. Two minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this final for our Comet C50 Bambino. With Algar and Pooley still as you were, looks like Chapman has managed to pull a bit of a gap on this lap from Biggs, Bailey, Scher and McCarthy behind. For him, hopefully, it's going to give him a little bit of thing. And Eli Scher spins down there at the way out of the Dell complex into Diggers, holds his head on the way out, but he carried a little bit too much speed in there, did Eli Scher. Two leaders are side by side as they head, and Rex Pooley sweeps around the outside, and Pooley leads with 2 minutes to go. Rex Pooley got a great run out of the final corner, swept all the way around the outside of Henry Algar, and Rex Pooley leads with 2 minutes to go. Plus 1 lap here at Llandow. Chapman still in 3rd place. From Biggs, Bailey, McCarthy now up into 6th after Scher had that spin. Didn't lose too much, although did lose time. Will be in 7th place. It'll be lonely now until the end of the race with Mason Hibbert and Freddie Blackshaw in a battle between themselves over 8th and 9th. And then we've got Jack Daniels now in front of Ronnie Kempson by a 1/10 of a second or so, but that's moved him through. We've got a warning for Sebastian McCarthy, I think, have we? No, Eli Scher picks up a warning. It's flashing up on the timing screen. And you get confirmation out the window that it is for the it says 35. That is Eli Scher. So it looks like he's made a little bit of contact into the back of Joshua Bailey. That's what sent the Kart light and him spinning earlier on in this race. 50 seconds to go. Should get round, I think, our leaders before that elapses. We could get 2 more laps in. Looking out the window, looks like there's a solid battle going on. We'll keep an eye with Joshua Adate in the 11, leading Pearson, Hodgetts, Hales, Gamble, and a few others as well. He's up into 13th. There's a great little battle going on down to Brady Atkin in 18th at the moment. So I'm keeping an eye out on that as we see this battle going through. They have spread out ever so slightly, and that's Sebastian McCarthy carrying too much speed in, so now he's gone wide, and we'll have to spool that engine back up over the start-finish line with 3 seconds to go. So next time round we will have the last lap board. Pooley and Algar still nose to tail, but now they're starting to find some traffic in front of them. They've made their way through a few, and will now have some clear track in front. The next driver or so, just having a quick look on the time, and they should have plenty of space now for the two of them to battle this one out to the end, maybe without catching any more lap traffic. That'll be Riley Aston Wilkins in 21st in front. The 16 is facing the wrong way down the back straight at the moment. So it's the 10 Think of Ernie Wade is facing the wrong way as drivers split between them. Down the back straight, we've got Marshall's running. Field is moving towards the inside. Oh, heavy contact between Sebastian McCarthy and the stationary car. This race will be stopped. Red flag is out already on the back straight. And the Comet C50 Bambino final, we've got somebody running across the track. Not what we want to see, even though we've got medics and marshals here to deal with this. Race will be red flagged here at Llandow. Medical team will be making their way out onto the circuit. Coma C50 is heading back into pit lane here with Mighty Bambino next up. We're just going to be taking a bit of a break here, I can assure you. So what we're going to do, I can guarantee this is going to be a bit of a delay here at Llandow. We're not going to be racing anytime soon. We're just going to go to a VT for the next 5 minutes or so. As it stands, it'll be Rex Pooley, Henry Algar, Harry Chapman, Toby Biggs and Joshua Bailey, your top 5, with Eli Scher, Sebastian McCarthy, Mason Hibbett, Freddie Blackshaw and Jack Daniels, your top 10 for Coma C50 Bambino. They were on the final lap, so that will be a classified standing as it is. We'll be back in a few moments' time here from Llandow. 5 remaining finals for you with Mighty Bambino next up.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
The best drivers in the world almost all share one thing in common. They started their motorsport career in karting. It's the most accessible way to get into racing, and it's only getting more popular. We've found 3 different ways to start karting at 3 different price points, so let's see which is best for you. Karting is a sport for everyone. There are even classes for drivers aged as young as 6 years old. However, if you don't know anyone already involved in karting, it can be quite hard to find a way in. That's why we've compiled 3 different entry points into karting at 3 different price points. This way you can see which one works best for you and your budget. So, where will you get involved? Well, assuming you've already tried out a couple of corporate karting sessions, you've got to answer 2 key questions. What is your budget and how prepared are you? Your answers to these 2 questions will ultimately decide where is best for you to get onto the karting ladder. So let's start off by taking the cheapest way to get into the competitive karting scene, the BIKC. The British Indoor Karting Championship, or BIKC, takes the fastest drivers from team sport karting centres that are all around the UK. It's likely the cheapest way to get into national karting, as a full season could cost you as little as £350. To get involved, you need to get yourself a grid membership at your local team sport venue. From there, you just need to come to 3 different sessions and set the fastest lap times. The average of these lap times is then taken from the fastest 24 drivers from each class at each circuit. They're then contacted for you to come along to the local finals. From there, it's a knockout tournament, with the fastest drivers being taken through to the regionals and then on to the national finals. This unique championship format is very affordable to get into, with the regional finals costing only £60 and the national £80. It'll allow you to get yourself into some awesome competitive racing experience, and there are even full Club 100 season entries up for grabs for winners. So it's an epic way to get involved in karting in a competitive way, and could be a fantastic first step onto the karting ladder. However, there are some drawbacks to the BIKC. First and foremost, the karts are not as fast as some of the other options. This doesn't mean the racing is any less exciting, it's just that you won't see the BIKC karts flying down the straights the same way owner kart drivers would. In addition to this, the BIKC Knockout Championship format is very unforgiving. If you have a bad race or an unfortunate incident, there is not more rounds to regain championship points and keep in contention. When you're out, you're out. Brutal. The BIKC is a fantastic option to get into karting on a budget. However, if you want something a little faster, on bigger circuits, and with a season to fight for your championship, maybe you could look at Club 100. Club 100 is the fastest arrive and drive karting championship in the UK, racing an 8-round championship at some of the best outdoor circuits around the country. For seniors aged 16 and plus, there are the Sprints, SP60 and the Endurance Championships. For drivers aged 12 to 16, there are the Junior Championships racing in the same full-size karts as the seniors. And for drivers aged 8 to 12, there are the Cadet Championships, racing in custom Micromax Club 100 karts. The Senior Championship has been running since 1993. With a 10-round calendar at circuits across the country, it really is as close as you can get to a season of owner-driver karting without needing your own kart, tools and expertise. Just show up and race. Of course, with the increase in power and scale, the budget must be adjusted compared to the BIKC. To join, you need to get yourself a Club 100 membership for £50 and attend a test day to show you've got what it takes. Per round, Club 100 can cost around £250, meaning that a full season of Club 100 racing can cost as little as £2,200. This could be even cheaper if you are a university student too, as the BUKC also runs using the Club 100 machinery, so you can join your university karting society and get involved as a team. Club 100 is an epic championship. It's affordable and a very viable option, particularly if you don't have the capacity to store and maintain your own kart. However, this is also the drawback of Club 100. As you rent a kart for your races, you have no capability to tune the setup to your liking or for the track. In addition, Club 100 races on slick tyres no matter the weather, which can make wet races particularly challenging. Despite this, Club 100 championships regularly sell out, so if you want to get involved, it's best to get your foot in the door as early as possible. Club 100 offers an exciting and affordable championship to be part of. However, you are still limited to the Club 100 machinery, so if you want to dip your toes into the world of owning your own kart and the possibilities that offers, let's take a look at your options. The world of owner-driver karting is huge, and getting your own kart is the first steps to much bigger things in motorsport. And whilst the other options that we've shown you today are cheaper, the ceiling when you own your own kart is much higher. The key thing to remember is that karting is only as expensive as you want it to be, and there are ways to make it more affordable. At the start of this video, we asked you 2 questions. The first was, what is your budget? Well, to get involved in the BIKC and Club 100, it really is just a question of budget. However, owning your own kart, you need to now know the answer to the second question. How prepared are you? Having your own car also means storing, repairing, maintaining, fueling and transporting your kart. So besides the actual kart itself, you need to make sure you've got the tools and means to race. This sounds much more daunting than it really is, and fortunately, karting paddocks are very friendly places, with most people willing to help out any newcomer. So, are you prepared to go racing? The best first step to take when you want to get into owner-driver karting is to find out where your local outdoor kart circuit is. Chances are they will be running a club championship there, so go to one of the rounds and make some friends. Also, check what categories and engines are most popular in your local area. Speak to people that will be in those categories you might be able to race in, and join online groups for the club to learn more about the championship, the karts and the circuits. Karting is all about the community. Friends in the paddock will be able to help set up and repair your kart, show you how to get spares, or if you're lucky, they might be moving to another class, and you could buy their old karting kit from them so you can be set up with a full setup from day one. A good second-hand kart will keep the costs as low as possible. And if you buy from someone at your local circuit, they'll be able to lend you an expert hand if you need it. As we said before, some engines are more popular at certain circuits, so having local knowledge will really help you out. You can also, of course, buy a kart brand new. There is a wide range of chassis, engines and seats, etc. Just make sure you find out what the regulations are for your championship of choice before you buy, to make sure you won't waste your money. Tillotson have recently been added to the Motorsport UK regulations, and they're able to offer an affordable kart package, including trolley, wheels, tyres, oil and driver kit alongside the kart. Mini packages start from around £4,500, so this 4-stroke option can be an affordable option to get involved in a quickly expanding category. Whichever route you take, once you've got your own kart and gear, it's time to get on track. Your local circuit might offer test days so you can tune and understand your kart better, and the club championship may have spaces available for you to join a race meeting as a rookie. So, 3 different entry points at 3 different price points. No matter your budget, there is a spot in the karting world for you. Karting is only growing year on year as new championships start up. There is a wide range of ways to get involved too. For example, F100 karts are pre-2000 karts that can offer an affordable way of getting involved in racing with a historic twist. BPEC is an endurance series where teams and drivers compete across a series of 6 to 24 hour-long races across the country. And the superkarts are the fastest karts in the world and can race full-size circuits, topping out at speeds at over 150 miles an hour. So, as you can see, there are plenty of options out there for drivers who just want to get involved in karting. The only question now is how long until you get involved.
Welcome back to the paddock here then at Llandow. Both drivers involved in that incident would appear to be okay. Sebastian McCarthy, the driver who went into the stationary kart, he walked off into the paddock. He was holding his arm, but a quick arm round him from mum, and he looked to be all right in the end. The other driver that was involved in that one was the number 10 of Ernie Wade. He's just gone off into the ambulance, into the medical team, just to have a once over, but did appear to be all right. Got a nice round of applause from those watching on the way off the circuit. So we are just waiting then for the green flag confirmation that we are good to go racing again with final number 3 for IAME Bambino as they make their way out on track. So we are green and able to go racing once again here at Llandow. The leaders making their way round. Standing start, of course, for IAME Bambino. So we're going to run you through your grid for your 3rd final of the day, IAME Bambino. Ralph Martin and Ansel Murray on the front row with Alfie Garrett and Oakley Riggs on row number 2. Then it's Sydney Nell and Harley Bradbury Stretton on row 3 in front of Junior Wright and Elijah Sang, with Jensen James Williams and Heath Smith completing your top 10, Hadley Jarvis and Ethan Lloyd on row number 6. Then it's Ava Garrett and Arthur Bath, Henry Ward and Oscar Maskell with Jude Taylor and Seth State McKay, the final runner, although he didn't take part in heat number 3, so we'll keep an eye out for if there's anybody down there in P18 waiting for a driver. Looks like there could be, so looks like that Seth State McKay could well be back out. I'm running here. Keeping an eye on the final results, see if Minimax has been declared yet. It hasn't. Normally the finals are kept back and then published in one go right at the end of the day, so we will keep an eye out on the results in any finals if they are published prior to the end of the day. Ellie Norman just presented, are the Bambinos okay? Yes, it would appear so. Both the two drivers, Ernie Wade and Sebastian McCarthy, do look to be okay. The red flag did come out, of course, in the previous race. The results will go back a lap on that one, so we'll wait for more confirmation as to the final standings. Just waiting for the final few runners to come into position. Harley Bradbury Stretton just being repositioned in sixth place. Making sure he's in. Parent helpers then making their way off track. With the green flag in hand of the marshal down the tail end of the field there. Get a green flag waved in a minute, which will let them know we are good to go. 5-second board in the hand of the start line marshal. Look up to the lights. That's why everyone's looking up towards the top right of our screen. Top left for our drivers. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Ansel Murray once again. Off the second place berth, he moves through into the lead. Ralph Martin then will be tight as they head towards the right-hander into the hook. Then on the way back out, and Garrett already starting to try and make a move through. Looks like he could well be up into second place, and he is in the 42. Alfie Garrett is up into position and already trying to make a move down the inside of Ansel Murray. Murray, though, too far ahead for the 42 to make his way through. And we'll have to wait for a further opportunity down this back straight. 12 minutes for these Bambinos, and he's already squeezing his way through. Murray trying to squeeze him to the inside of the track, though. Plenty wide enough here at Llandow. Down that long back straight, and he's through. So we've got Alfie Garrett leading Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin, Oakley Riggs, Sidney Nell, Harley Bradbury Stretton, Elijah Sang, Heath Smith, Junior Wright and JJ Williams. Round out your top 10 in front of Ethan Lloyd, Ava Garrett, Hadley Jarvis, Arthur Bath and Jude Taylor. Your 15 runners over the line thus far. Still waiting for Henry Ward, Oscar Maskell and Seth State McKay coming through in 18th place. Top three still nose to tail. That's your battle that we're just picking up here, and this time Alfie Garrett hasn't managed to break away as he did in the previous race. Ansel Murray tight, see the drone there following them down the back straight. Getting some footage for the Driven Dreams docu-series, which will be out in early 2024 following this 2023 season of the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship. Garrett leading from Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin. Oakley Riggs 2.2 seconds back behind this battle. In a lonely fourth place at the moment, needs them to start battling in front. Alfie Garrett and Ansel Murray are starting to try and move away from Ralph Martin. Got a gap of 5 or 6 kart lengths. Towards the right hander they go down at Chandler's. That was Oakley Riggs just coming through in fourth place. And, there Ansel Murray tried to move in an unconventional place down the inside there into Diggers. That's lost him a few kart lengths and has allowed Ralph Martin to close back in onto the back. So through they come once again. No changes for the top 4 at the very least. Behind them though, Sidney Nell, Harley Bradbury Stretton, Elijah Sang, 5th, 6th and 7th are all still fairly close to each other, as Alfie Garrett sets the fastest lap of the race. Heading down towards the 8-minute mark, which is the point where normally this race would begin. The heat's 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The final's 12 plus 1 lap. So an extra 4 minutes of action for all of our finals. The top 3 will soon begin to encounter some lap traffic in front of them, and we know, as we've seen all season in this mighty Bambino, as down the inside goes Ansel Murray. Alfie Garrett's going to get the run out of the corner. He's going to be have track position as well for the first corner into the right hander and then the left of the hook, and he maintains the lead that he lost ever so briefly there to Ansel Murray. Defended to the inside, then opened up the corner once again. Lap traffic in front. We've seen in the past in this mighty Bambino class, finding a way through the lap traffic is very, very important. Earlier on, it cost Ansel Murray when he got boxed in behind the back marker, allowed Ralph Martin to draw alongside and move through to take the victory. So the top three still nose to tail, bouncing over the curbs. Murray again tight into Diggers, which should lose him some time in theory, but he is still right on the back of Alfie Garrett. Down the back straight, Garrett a lot tighter this time, all the way round the outside is Ralph Martin. As we see, that's the battle there for Sidney Nell. In the background, he's got Harley Bradbury Stretton, Elijah Sang in the yellow and red machine, then the 66 of Ethan Lloyd and Junior right behind as they come over the line. 5th down into 9th place. It's the battle that we are currently focusing on. Nell, Stretton, Sang, Lloyd and Wright. Lap traffic in front of them as well as they catch up with Seth State McKay, and they're going to sweep round the outside as the others did earlier on. Trying to find the way through, but also trying not to lose time and scrub off some speed, as Elijah Sang did there. And I think Ethan Lloyd has swept round the outside of Elijah Sang, moves him up into 7th place in the 66 machine. And now he may even get an extra place here. I think he could do 2 down the back straight. Past Harley Bradbury Stretton, hard on the brakes. Sidney Nell holds on. But a great lap by Lloyd, and then Nell goes wide and Lloyd will come through. Ethan Lloyd makes up 3 places from 8th up into 5th place, and now will lead this train through the hook and then down towards the double apex left of Surtees. Ethan Lloyd with a superb lap, getting past Nell, Bradbury Stretton and Elijah Sang in the space of 4 corners. Ethan Lloyd is now going to try and move away. Nell's going with him though, because if they work together, they could leave Bradbury, Stretton, Sang and Wright behind. Just trying to move away the best they can. Leaders are as you were, Garrett, Murray and Martin. Down the back straight they go. Up towards Raymond's, Elijah Sang comes to the inside, as does Harley Bradbury Stretton. They're all finding their way through the lap traffic nice and cleanly for our mighty Bambino drivers in these battery-powered machines. And Ethan Lloyd leads this battle. He's up into 5th place. Opened up a little bit of a gap, some 4/10 or so to Sidney Nell. Oakley Riggs in 4th place. He closed in ever so slightly on the previous lap, but the gap is 7 seconds, so it looks like he might have enough to hold on, even if they carry on taking huge chunks out at the moment, working together. Oakley Riggs currently in 4th place, unable to go with Garrett, Murray and Martin on this occasion. Bounce out onto the back straight. Looks like Nell has managed to find a way back past Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd tries to get his head down behind the steering wheel. Over they come then, that's Nell then back up into 5th. Lloyd Sang has found a way past Bradbury Stretton as well. Behind the 11 of Junior Wright. Gets a good run out of the hook. Sweep round the double left. Bradbury Stretton almost out the kart there, leading to one side over the inside of the wheel. Leaders then down the back straight. Lots of lap traffic in front for them to contend with. A few of them go wide. Leaders come through. They've migrated back together once again as Garrett and Murray's going to squeeze his way through over the start-finish line. And Ralph Martin's coming through as well. Then Alfie Garrett's going to try there to squeeze through. He gets forced out onto the outside and almost has to come to a stop. Lap traffic there finding the way through. And Alfie Garrett goes down to 3rd place. So Ansel Murray leading now from Ralph Martin. And Ansel Murray there in the 42 with the green helmet. Just under 3 minutes to go for Alfie Garrett to wrestle back the lead here from the 2 in front of him. Had opened up a gap previously. More traffic in front of them. And this time Garrett pulls out the slipstream from 3rd place. Has to slot back in, but the lap traffic in front, they're going to have to sweep round the outside. Garrett, I think, could have come to the inside. Garrett will have track position as they head down towards the hook this time. And Garrett from 3rd place will lead into the hook complex of corners. Then onto the right, on the run out, onto the Lancaster curve. 2 minutes remaining. Alfie Garrett goes from 1st to 3rd and back up to 1st place. Ansel Murray, the reigning champion, behind Ralph Martin in the 32. Not too far back either. And now Martin will draw alongside Ansel Murray. And he is through up into 2nd place. Murray then, who led the beginning of this lap, is down into 3rd place. Alfie Garrett with a big look over the shoulder. Next driver for them to find a way past will be Henry Ward. Got to do it cleanly in the run down to the hairpin at the bottom end. Down at Raymond's. Ralph Martin is tight there. They're going to have to squeeze, and Ansel Murray tries to squeeze Ralph Martin in behind the lap traffic. Tried to box him in. Couldn't manage it. In front of them, though, Alfie Garrett had managed to escape the clutches and try and move away. The gap's out to around about half a second between the 3 of them now. Martin and Murray are going to have to work together to try and reel in Alfie Garrett if they have aspirations of taking the victory here. And there's contact. Ansel Murray into the back of Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin has a half spin, and Ralph Martin will drop down into 3rd place. He's got enough of a gap back to Oakley Riggs that he can hold on to 3rd place. But Ansel Murray with contact into the back of Ralph Martin as we come to the corner. Martin, the door was open round the outside. Murray decided to stick the nose down the inside. That was always going to happen unless you're all the way alongside into that corner. And Ansel Murray tips Ralph Martin into a spin as they go round McWerthers. Over the start-finish line, 28 seconds to go, so they've got 2 laps of this mighty Bambino final for Alfie Garrett to hold off Ansel Murray. The gap out to just over a second between your 2 leaders. Looks like there's some more lap traffic in front. Could be Heath Smith in the 18 that they are just closing in onto the back of at the moment as they head down towards the right-hander at Chandler's. Got to get through cleanly, as we've mentioned all throughout the day. Down the back straight they go. There's still going to be more work for Alfie Garrett to do here, with a few others to potentially pass. Looks like he could have even opened up more of a gap to Ansel Murray this time round. Gap was little over a second on the previous lap. It's out to 1.3 for Alfie Garrett. More lap traffic in front, though, that he's got to find a way through on. Got to keep it clean and tidy. Ansel Murray has got to do the same as well. And now the 15 and the 18 in front could potentially be in a little battle between themselves. Heath Smith and Oscar Maskell, currently 11th and 16th respectively. So Ansel Murray's got to find the way through, but Garrett is already there. Heading towards Chandler's for the final time. Ansel Murray still with some lap traffic between him and our race leader. Garrett closing in on the next kart in front of him. Not sure who that is, 'cause it's not Ethan Lloyd, who's the final driver on the lead lap. Down the back straight he goes, though, is the 42 of Alfie Garrett. Garrett's going to take victory here in Llandow. Crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, and victory in round number 3 from Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin. That's your top 3. Then it's going to be Oakley Riggs. That's some 12 seconds or so as we wait for Riggs to cross the line. Down the back straight, Riggs, there he is crossing the line with Junior Wright, the next runner to come through in 5th place. He's in a battle at the moment with Harley Bradbury Stretton. Although it looks like he's got enough of a gap. Down the inside goes Sidney Nell into the final corner, then carries far too much speed in, and Elijah Sang will get the run to the line and holds on to 7th place from Sidney Nell. Then JJ Williams and Ethan Lloyd are still battling it to the line. Lloyd's going to get that one from JJ Williams. The rest of the field already having taken the checkered flag here in mighty Bambino. So it's Garrett, Murray and Martin then your top 3. From Riggs, Wright, Stretton, Sang, Nell, Lloyd and Williams, with Smith, Garrett, Jarvis, Taylor, Bath, Maskell, Ward and State McKay rounding out your mighty Bambino grid. The final Bambino grid here today then at Llandow will be with us in a few moments' time before we move on to Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax and Micromax. It's time for IAME Bambino. Albert Farah starts the IAME Bambino final from pole position, with William Crombie, James Roots and Chloe McGill behind. Darren Dimitrov and Harris Barber start on row number 3. Then it's Ollie Liddell and Jack Harney in front of Freddie Baker and Chester Fawkes, Charlie Page and Sophia Page on row number 6. Row 7 sees Charlie Holmes and Max Joy, with Huxley Dickey and Freddie Purnell, with Theo Poyser and Leo Harang on row number 9. Hugo Williams and Max Mikalski start on row number 10 and round out your IAME Bambino grid. Back into the live chat, Melissa Lloyd on saying good luck to Ethan. Well, he's just had a great performance in that one, finishing in 9th but running as high as 5th. Wrote off his kart yesterday, avoiding an accident, so thank you to all the families involved in making him a makeshift kart to allow him to race today. I think that just shows what the paddock community here in the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship is like. We spoke about Jam Sport getting a kart together to allow Tyler Davis to go and race. The paddock coming together once again to put something together to allow Ethan Lloyd to go racing, and he scores himself a top 10, finishing in P9 in mighty Bambino. And then as well, we've had good luck coming in from that one from Sidney Nell, from Grandad and Nanny Sandra, watching from the side of Loch Ness. So track appears to be clear. IAME Bambino's just getting ready to roll for their warm-up lap here at Llandow. They'll be going all the way round. They'll stop on the start-finish line. It's a standing start for IAME Bambino. Bit of a mixed-up grid for this one. Chester Fawkes will go off the middle of the pack, having scored no points in one of his races as he failed to start. Charlie Page has had a troubled day at times, with a few spins and some contact as well when he was facing the wrong way earlier in heat number 3. So we know he's had some problems. Look for them to try and break through the field early. Chester Fawkes, though, charged through the field with only half the race really in heat number 3 to try and get through, and still managed to make it up into 2nd place. So at the moment we are running roughly around about half an hour behind our schedule after a couple of red flag incidents. One this morning in the heats, and then that one in that final for Coma C50 Bambino. But after this we've still got Honda Cadet, Junior Rotax and Micromax to be done, so we should be wrapped up nicely for around about 4:30, 4:45. Just in time for tea, which will be pleasing for some people. They've got a long way to go back home. Drivers making it down from Scotland. One of them, Chloe McGill, will go off P4 outside of row number 2. So engine started. All our parent helpers making their way off the circuit. And here we go then. William Crombie Albert Farah on the front row. Farah off pole position on the right-hand side of your screen. Eyes up at the lights. We're away and racing in IAME Bambino. It's been a good start there from Crombie on the inside. The field's all going to move to the inside. Farah's going to get squeezed out onto the inside of the track almost. He's down into 4th place. Chloe McGill forces her way through up into 3rd place, with the 5 of James Roots coming through as well down the inside. Harsh there for Farah as he was forced out. Everybody though migrated to the inside and he just couldn't get back in. Now he's got some work to do, having started on pole position. Down into P4. Move there down the inside in the background. Didn't look like it was complete though, as Crombie and Roots now will start to potentially try and move away. Although Roots wants to be at the front of that pull away. He's down the inside of William Crombie. Hard on the brakes they go. Crombie's going to try and get the cut back, but I think James Roots has done just about enough to find a way through there. So it's going to be Roots from Crombie. Then McGill. In the background, there's a move down the inside. Looks like it's Charlie Page and Darren Dimitrov battling it out. Could have even been Jack Harney in the 46 trying to find a move through, because it was half a second between Page and Dimitrov. So it's Roots, Crombie, then McGill and Fawkes. Your top 4, Albert Farah, Harris Barber, Charlie Page, Darren Dimitrov and Jack Harney, Ollie Liddell, and then it's going to be Freddie Baker and Theo Poyser rounding out the top 12. Charlie Holmes and Max Michalski moving up from 20th place up to 14th. Great opening lap for Michalski in the 93 machine. Field in the background. Farah's going to try and get down the inside of Chloe McGill and does so. McGill, door was almost open there for Harris Barber to have a nibble down the inside in the 12. Door was closed by Chloe McGill though. James Roots with the fastest lap. Gap now out to 2.2 of a second between James Roots and William Crombie. Then McGill gets a little bit of snap oversteer on the exit to Matt Werthers. That'll allow Barber to get a good run out. Trying to get down the inside. Door closed firmly early on by Chloe McGill, and she holds on to her position inside the top 5. Roots, Crombie and Chester Fawkes, your top 3 in this IAME Bambino final. First 3 minutes complete. Chester Fawkes, fastest lap, 3rd place at the moment. 3/10 quicker than William Crombie on that previous lap. Harris Barber still swarming all over the back of Chloe McGill. Trying to help her along at the moment by the look of it. Harris Barber there, using the curb on the outside, just pushing Chloe McGill. You saw the bumper there just pop up as Harris Barber pushing along down the straight as there's driver out there onto the grass. That is Harris Barber. See him bouncing up and down, the head almost falling off the shoulders as he bounces up and down on the rumble strip down that back straight. Slots straight back in behind Chloe McGill though. Behind there in the background, Jack Harney with Charlie Page in front. McGill and Barber. Barber then taking a wider line, trying to carry more speed into the right, then round that left of the hook. Roots, Crombie, Fawkes and Farah still 1 second splitting the top 4. Then it's Chloe McGill and Harris Barber. Barber looking very racy. Looks like he's got the pace if he can find a way through. As down the inside goes William Crombie on Chester Fawkes. Looks like he was returning the favour to a move that Fawkes had done earlier on. Harris Barber needs to find a way past Chloe McGill here if he's got aspirations of closing in on this top 4 in front, because looks like he's got the pace. He pulls out of the slipstream on Chloe McGill as they head down towards Raymond's. Through he goes. And now will, hopefully for him at least, set off in search of the 4 in front. unless he gets embroiled now in a battle between McGill, because Charlie Page is there as well. Jack Harney not too far back. Very impressive showing from the 46, running on the black novice plates. At least it's showing it so on the timing down the left side. Page is through down the inside. Harney in the 46 kart, right on the back now of this battle in front. So Barber leads from Page and McGill in this second battle, really, from 5th down into 8th place with Jack Harney. Black Traffic in front, the 91 of Hugo Williams. As they make their way through now, Charlie Page is going to find a way down the inside, as is Jack Harney on Chloe McGill. Page now in front of Harris Barber, lap traffic in front of them. Albert Farrer with the fastest lap of the race. Harris Barber gets back to the inside of Page. There's some more lap traffic for them to navigate. And Barber returns back to 5th place. Top 4 now, split by 0.8 of a second, a little over. Page back down the inside of Harris Barber. They're going to have to make their mind up soon as to who's going to lead this battle, because it could well end up being Jack Harney. If these two keep battling, Harney could have an opportunity. Farrer out of the slipstream, trying to get down the inside of William Crombie. Crombie then will try to get alongside Chester Fawkes, who is now up into 2nd place. James Root still leading with a gap of 0.4 of a second over the line. Farrer, arguably the quickest, having set the fastest lap and closed in again by 2.5 of a second, needs to find a way through. Fawkes defends to the inside. Crombie's going to try and move alongside as they head round that curve, the Lancaster curve, down towards Chandler's. Lap traffic in front. Fawkes finds a way through on Harrison Purnell, Freddie Purnell, in the 7th. And now Chester Fawkes has managed to take advantage there, and James Roots is on the outside. Fawkes is down the inside. Will that allow Crombie down the inside as well? Crombie's going to lead this one as Fawkes goes slightly wide. William Crombie managed to get on the brakes. Farrer's trying to get down the inside of James Roots, and it's all change inside the top 4. Crombie from Fawkes, then it's Roots and Farrer. So Crombie makes up 2. Roots drops from the lead down into 3rd place, although he's immediately back into 2nd. We've got a spin. That's Farrer round in the middle of the pack. Rejoins via the grass, and he's going to drop down out behind Jack Harney, I think, and maybe even Chloe McGill as well. Although they have managed to move away from McGill, so I think he could be down in 7th place. And Albert Farrer's challenge for the lead gone, and it's down now to, at the moment, a 2-kart battle between Crombie and James Roots. Chester Fawkes is about a second behind with 4 minutes remaining. No reason why he can't close back in here, Chester Fawkes, particularly with the assistance of some lap traffic in front and the 2 leaders continuing to battle it out as James Roots comes alongside William Crombie. Double apex left down there at Surtees. More lap traffic in front for the leaders to navigate. Who will this favour this time? Managed to move through down the inside. And then Crombie and Roots contact, they're both off into the tyre wall for our 2 leaders. Crombie and Roots navigating the lap traffic. Crombie rejoins James Roots is into the tyre wall and on the outside, facing in. He's not going to be rejoining this race anytime soon, and Chester Fawkes will lead this race now by a considerable margin. Oh, it's not, it's James Roots is still there, so it was whoever they were lapping is off as well. Roots is still leading. It's Chester Fawkes. Here's the 2. I thought it was the 2 that were there that they were coming into contact with, and then William Crombie contact with the lap traffic, who was also a red kart. That's why I confused it with James Roots. Roots are still in this race. It's Roots and Chester Fawkes, but it was William Crombie coming into contact with the lap traffic down there into the right-hander at Chandler's. Looked like the 2 leaders had taken each other out, but it was just William Crombie. There he is now, back on the back of the 42. of Albert Farah, who himself is recovering from that spin earlier on in the race. Now in front of Freddie Baker and Chloe McGill. So James Roots leads from Chester Forks. Although Forks now closer than what he was a few laps ago. The gap down by another 1/10 of a second as they meet the lap traffic in the middle of the hook. Not where they want to do it. So they have to find a way through. Minute and 45 remaining, lapping in the 54s. So may well just about get round. Could be 4 more laps here, depending on the pace towards the tail end of this one. To the right-hander down at Chandler's, past the lap traffic nice and cleanly. Onto the back straight, down towards Raymond's hairpin. 4/10 was the gap on the previous lap. Can Chester Forks close in on James Roots? Just keeping an eye out on the timing. They crossed the line with 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. They are lapping in the 55, so they should have enough to get round comfortably for 3 more laps of action here in the final for IAME Bambino. The gap out almost to 0.6 of a second now. James Roots turning the screw at the front, trying to open up the gap. Charlie Page in third. He's got about a second or so back to Harris Barber, Jack Harney. So they're still battling out over 4th and 5th. They're Harris Barber and Jack Harney. There they are coming through, just behind them as well. About some 4 seconds or so behind is Albert Farrer and William Crombie. So this is the battle we were talking about between Harris Barber and Jack Harney. Harney's now in front of Harris Barber as they go down the back straight towards the right-hander at Raymond's into the hairpin. Jack Harney is up into 4th place. Good showing then from Harney. In the RCE machine. Harris Barber just pushing him down the straight. Charlie Page in 3rd place in front, able to take that wider line, the quicker line round that corner. Oh no, contact there as well between Charlie Page in 3rd place and the lap traffic in exactly the same place that William Crombie made contact. So Charlie Page is going to fall out of 3rd place here potentially as well. We'll see where he is on the track. Leaders are coming through over start finish, and Charlie Page is indeed outside the top 3 now. Harney down the inside of Farah, of Harris Barber. Barber up into 3rd place. Harney, then it's Farah, Crombie and Charlie Page down into 7th place. William Crombie down the inside of Albert Farah, just saw that move off camera. A forceful move down the inside at Raymond's. Yellow flag out down at Chandler's. The right-hander, so the field making their way through down the far end of the track there. No overtaking. Final lap board has already been shown to your race leader James Roots as he makes his way down the hanger straight for the final time. Round the Raymond's hairpin for James Roots. He's going to take victory here at round 3 of the Bambino Kart Championship at Llandow. Takes the checkered flag from Chester Forks in 2nd place. Harris Barber and Jack Harney battling it out over 3rd, with Barber taking it by a fraction of a second. Look at that, 7.412 to 415 between Barber and Harney. Then it's Crombie, Farah, Page, Baker, McGill, and it's going to be Darren Dimitrov rounding out the top 10 from Ollie Liddell, Theo Poyser, Max Mikalski and Sophia Page in 14th. Holmes, Dickey, Harang, Purnell and Williams completing your IAME Bambino final results. And a quick look, see whether we've had any full classifieds in. I think it looks like we have had the Minimax declared for the final as Coma C50 Bambino, so we'll have a quick look at them as we've got a Bambino to be recovered from the far end of the circuit. So just having a look, Brake Murdoch in Minimax, credited with the victory. Andrew Dixon looks like he's been removed from the standings for a failure of technical compliance. We've got Ben Adrian with a 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. That's dropped him down into 10th place, with Fabricius in second, Harris Roberts, Sonny Morgan and Ewan House rounding out the top 5. So Murdoch, Fabricius, Roberts, Morgan and House, your classified top 5 in Minimax. Comet C50 Bambino. Results were taken back a lap following the final lap red flag, with Pooley, Algar, Chapman, Biggs and Joshua Bailey rounding out your top 5 in front of Sebastian McCarthy, Eli Sher, Mason Hibbert, Freddie Blackshaw and Jack Daniels. So we move on then to our 5th final of the day. It's time for Honda Cadet. It's a front row of Max Taddy on pole position with Jensen White alongside. Jensen Hookie and Ryan White on row 2. Ralphie Branscombe and Fenton Stoneman on row 3 with Ashley Haase and Kevin Ivanoff on row 4. Joshua Sullivan starts 9th. Ed Spain for company with Alfie Forrester and Theo Bradshaw on row number 6. Then it's Larry Price and Archie Loveridge, Samuel Yeadon and George Ralston with Freddie Housego and Sam Hayes on row number 9. Charlie Stapleton and Sam Green Gomez on row 10. Ronnie Legg starts 21st, Cameron Tipping 22nd with Otto Amy and Jacob Leathenby on row number 12. Then it's Luke Jardine, Max Housego and Thomas Battershill to complete your 27 kart grid for Honda Cadet. Just waiting for the Bambino to be removed, which it looks like it has. It's gone into the infield section, so that will be collected and returned back into the paddock. Look at live chat. Katie Crombie saying on good luck to William Crombie, the 15, and Rob Van Thom has been on saying good luck to the green machine of Jensen Hookie. So there's Samuel Yeadon, the 88 kart. Larry Price, the 97. Make our way. He's behind his BSR teammate Alfie Forrester. In front of them, the 13 of Joshua Sullivan and the 17 of Ashley Haase. On the other side there, we've got Ed Spain and Theo Bradshaw. Bradshaw coming through from starting in 12th. There has arguably been a top 3 runner all weekend in Honda Cadet, though that retirement from heat number 2 not doing him any favours at all, compounded as well by the fact that he had to start heat number 3 from the back of the grid, and then he had to come all the way through up into 7th place in that 3rd heat. So charging through, knows he can do it, Theo Bradshaw. Got to get round that first lap nice and cleanly and pick them off in front. Two more finals after this one. Junior Rotax and Micro Max to round out your day here in the south of Wales. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our final. Honda Cadet making their way round. Max Taddy and Jensen White off the front row. Jensen Hookie and Ryan White going off row number 2. So back at Coma C50 Bambino. I think I'd mentioned at the time, looking at the entry list, it looked like it was a number 10 that was the second driver involved with Sebastian McCarthy, who we've got Ernie Wade on the signing on list. I get the feeling it could have been Oscar Churches in the 18, as he was, the numbers look fairly similar, and he was shown as a lap down, which means he wouldn't have taken the line as the rest of the field came through. But it does appear that they are both okay, so great that they are after the coming together in that Comet C50 Bambino race. Parent helpers making their way off the grid here then at Llandow. Final few are clear. 5-second board will be turned round in a few moments' time as our drivers get themselves into position. We're waiting for the engine notes to rise. The engine notes rise. Eyes up on the lights in the left-hand corner for our drivers. Top right for us. We're away and racing in Honda Cadet. It's been a good start from Bradshaw. He's already up, I think, by 2 places up into 10th place. He's going to try and make the move down the inside as he runs all the way around the outside, trying to get alongside. Looks like it was Ed Spain there. We've got one driver off onto the grass by the look of it, but everybody's through with the exception of that and heading down towards the complex of corners, the right and then the left and then the right, with Taddy still leading from Jensen White. And White trying to take a move down the inside from a bit far back though. Looks like Ryan White's moved up into 3rd place. Hooky down into 4th. Then it's Branscombe in front of Fenton Stoneman with Kevin Ivanoff. Then it looks like Ashley Haase, Joshua Sullivan, Ed Spain and Theo Bradshaw just in front of Archie Loveridge. So they make their run down towards the right-hander as Theo Bradshaw moves through. Ronnie Legg looks like he's made a move as well on Jacob Leathenby there. Keeping an eye out the window as to Ivanoff and Stoneman going side by side through the Hook complex. Max Taddy leads then from Jensen White. Look over the shoulder from White back towards Ryan White behind. Then he's tight into the right-hander down there at Chandler's. So it's Taddy, White, then Ryan White, Hooky, Branscombe, Stoneman, Ivanoff, Haase, Sullivan and Bradshaw as it stands at the moment inside your top 10 with Ed Spain. Then there's a gap back then to Alfie Forrester. There's moves out of the slipstream by, looks like that was Kevin Ivanoff down the inside. And Stoneman, and then it's Branscombe, and they're 3 wide over the start finish. Haase's coming to play as well. And the field all concertinas back together in the middle behind Fenton Stoneman. All the way back down into 11th place at Ed Spain. Theo Bradshaw with the fastest lap of the race. He's going to want to start getting through this pack as quickly as he possibly can, because if he gets backed up in the middle of it, looks like he's managed to find a way past Sullivan. That's going to move him up into 9th place. He has indeed. So that's going to move him a place closer to the front. Got to get through this early because at the moment the top 4 have started to break away. Ryan White has found a way past Jensen White. And Sullivan is round, as is the 72 of Ed Spain. Didn't quite catch what happened there. I was looking out of the window at Ryan White finding a way past Jensen White. So we're going to have a quick look to see if we can see what happens here. Keep an eye in the background, that's where it comes. There's contact into the back of Sullivan there by Ed Spain. And then as Sullivan spins, Spain really has nowhere to go afterwards. His kart's pitched into a spin as well. So timing's gone in the top left corner, but we'll have a rearranged top 10 when we come through because it's Fenton Stoneman and Alfie Forrester now inside the top 10. Yellow flag is out there. We've got Jensen Hooky off onto the grass on the inside. So he's out of the battle for the top 3. He's going to rejoin the pack just behind what looked like Ronnie Legg there in the bright orange helmet. Rest of the field streaming through. The top 2 have broken away. Ralphie Branscombe looks like he's up into 3rd place. He is. Kevin Ivanoff's going to come through in 4th in front of Jensen White, Theo Bradshaw, Ashley Haase and Fenton Stoneman. Then it's Alfie Forrester, in front of Larry Price and Archie Loveridge. And he's in 11th. Then it's Ralston. Sam Green Gomez is in 13th. Housego, Hayes, Yeadon, Legg, Spain, Tipping, Hookie, Stapleton, Leathenby, Amy, Sullivan, Jardine, Housego and Battershill was the order last time they came over the line. Max Taddy has Ryan White all over the back of him, pushing away. Taddy's not had the best couple of rounds to start this season. Ryan White, who leads the championship, should be content with second if he plays the long game in terms of points here. Theo Bradshaw up into 6th place, fastest lap of the race for Bradshaw. On the back now of this battle for 3rd with Branscombe. Then Kevin Ivanoff, Jensen White, Theo Bradshaw up into 6th place, fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. Out onto the Hanger Straight. Leaders still continuing to push away, opening up a gap if to try and turn this into a 2-kart battle for the end. But as I mentioned earlier, Ryan White here really just needing to play the long game. Max Taddy with 2 poor rounds, and you're only able to drop 1 round in terms of points. So Ryan White doesn't need to get too involved, just needs to keep pushing away, because right behind them you've got Ralphie Branscombe, who took 0.4 of a second out of Ryan White on that previous lap, with Kevin Ivanoff pushing him along, Jensen White and Theo Bradshaw as well, just on the periphery of the top 5. But it would appear that Ralphie Branscombe is starting to close in. Ryan White down the inside of Max Taddy into the right-hander at Chandler's. We've got a change for the lead as White comes through. Taddy then has to drop back into 2nd place. This is going to be a 6-kart battle for the lead in a matter of moments, because Branscombe is being pushed along by Kevin Ivanoff down the back straight towards the bottom end corner. Theo Bradshaw with a nice bump and run on Jensen White into the right-hander at Raymond's corner. He's through, and then it's Harzay Stoneman, Larry Price and Alfie Forrester to round out your top 10. So White then now leading from Max Taddy with Ralphie Branscombe. Looks like he's found a way through on Taddy as well, and he has. Branscombe then up into 2nd place, Taddy in 3rd, then it's Ivanoff and Theo Bradshaw with Jensen White shuffled back then down into 5th place. So Bradshaw trying to close in. Move from Ivanoff, has the door closed on him by Max Taddy. Still 5 minutes to go. In this one. And down the inside goes Taddy. That's going to allow Ivanoff to come through down the inside. Bradshaw as well. Branscombe could be on the outside here and might not have anywhere to go, and he's going to drop down into 5th place. Here's Ralphie Branscombe, Theo Bradshaw up into 4th. Off the back then now, pushing away on the back of Kevin Ivanoff. Ryan White, front of Max Taddy, the top 6, with clear air. Back to Fenton Stoneman, Ashley Harzay, Larry Price, Alfie Forrester and Archie Loveridge in 11th place. Four minutes plus 1 lap to go. Taddy now in front of Ryan White. Down the inside comes Ivanoff as well. Theo Bradshaw will come through, and Bradshaw just picking them off. When one driver goes down the inside, Bradshaw goes through as well. He's through into 2nd place. Is Theo Bradshaw. Max Taddy, who led and then got shuffled back, now leads again, but now he's got Theo Bradshaw behind him. Bradshaw right in the slipstream of Max Taddy. Down the back straight, Kevin Ivanoff and Ryan White back into 4th place. Then it's Ralphie Branscombe. Taddy, arm off the wheel, not happy there. Look, feels he's been nudged wide. Down the inside goes Bradshaw. Ivanoff is through as well. Ivanoff from 3rd place will now lead. Bradshaw in 2nd. Then it's going to be Max Taddy. The top 6 shuffling the pack. Bradshaw down the inside of Ivanoff. Does anybody want to lead this race for more than one corner? Bradshaw, Ivanoff, Max Taddy, Ryan White in 4th place. Then it's Branscombe. Jensen White on the back as well. He has a look over his shoulder. There's 4 seconds back to the battle behind of Stoneman, Haase, Price and Forrester. Into the Dell. Diggers, the right-hander, onto the back straight. Lap traffic in front of them. Bradshaw with a helmet tap. Wants Ivanoff to work with him. Ryan White's going to come down the inside on Max Taddy. He's through at least one place, could be 2. It looks like he was alongside Ivanoff, then pulls out the slipstream, does Ryan White. Between the two of them, they managed to sort it out, but Kevin Ivanoff up into 2nd place. Theo Bradshaw down the inside of Thomas Battershill. There's contact there between a few. Looks like that could have been Larry Price, was it? Keep an eye out on that. Not quite 100% sure, but no, it's not. He's still in a battle. So it's a driver with a very similar helmet and livery. Trying to keep an eye out. Could have been Charlie Stapleton. He's got a blue and white helmet as well. So it looks like he could have had a problem. We'll have a look at drivers dropping places. It was indeed Stapleton and Ronnie Legg, although he made up a few actually, Stapleton. It was Ronnie Legg and Ed Spain that came together. So not the first time in this race that Ed Spain's had some contact. Dropped him 6 places down into 21st. The yellow flag out at Marshall Post 1. So it looks like we could have somebody off down the far end of the circuit. Trying to keep an eye out for who that is and where. We'll see if anybody's dropping down the order. Yellow flag is still out, but it's hidden from the view of the commentary box. Theo Bradshaw, though, continuing to lead from Kevin Ivanoff and Ryan White. Yellow flag is in, so whoever it was has managed to rejoin the fray. Looks like it could have been Cameron Tipping. He's showing as being down in 25th place. So there he is. There is Cam Tipping. There's the kart off to one side. Theo Bradshaw leading the way, opening up the gap from Kevin Ivanoff. Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe, Max Taddy and Jensen White. Ashley Haase, Fenton Stoneman, Larry Price and Alfie Forrester. That's your top 10 as it stands in front of Loveridge, Hookie, Gomez, Ralston, Eden, Hayes, Housego, Stapleton, Legg and Spain. Theo Bradshaw, though, with 14 seconds remaining, may well get round here to get 2 more laps in. This and the last one. Keeping an eye on the timing. And he does indeed get round with 1 second to spare. And now we're going to have 2 more laps here for Theo Bradshaw to have to hold on to the lead. Bradshaw, Ivanoff, White, your top 3. After a frantic middle section to this race, things seem to have calmed down ever so slightly. I get the feeling that things are going to ramp up again when that last lap board comes out for our drivers. We've already had 14 laps. It's going to be a 16-lap final as Theo Bradshaw makes his way down the back straight towards the right-hand hairpin of Raymond's. He's got a bit of a gap from Ivanoff, then Ryan White. Behind them, Ralphie Branscombe now is running in 4th, and he has a bit of a move. Then Ryan White and Kevin Ivanoff down the inside. Ivanoff is off the track, goes across the grass. How everybody's missed him, I've absolutely no idea. His steering wheel takes a beating, and Ryan White and Kevin Ivanoff come together on the final lap. Bradshaw, though, will continue to lead. Ryan White in 2nd place at the moment, at least on track. Think that one will be looked at post-race for the overtake down the inside. Branscombe is in 3rd. Then it's Max Taddy in front of Jensen White. That's going to be your top 5 as it stands. Don't think any of them are close enough to make a last lap move, although Branscombe is close to Ryan White. Theo Bradshaw, who retired from Heat 2 and had to come through. White and Branscombe. Theo Bradshaw wins in South Wales. Theo wins from Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe, Max Taddy and Jensen White, your top 5 in front of a recovering Kevin Ivanov. And then it's Alfie Forrester. Fenton Stoneman's dropping down the order outside of the top 10. And then it's Forrester in 7th, Loveridge, Hookie, Haase, Gomez, Price, Ralston, Yeadon. Then it's Hayes, Housego, Stapleton, Spain, Legg, Sullivan, and Fenton Stoneman still hasn't taken the checkered flag. Don't know where the kart is. Can't see it on this final lap, but Fenton Stoneman looks like he's off into the tyres on the outside of the Surtees left-hander. There's definitely a kart down there. But there we see the replay on that of the final lap incident between Ryan White and Kevin Ivanov on the entry to the hook. Theo Bradshaw, though, wins from Ryan White, Ralphie Branscombe, Max Taddy and Jensen White, with Kevin Ivanov, Alfie Forrester, Archie Loveridge, Jensen Hookie and Ashley Haase completing your top 10. So the penultimate final is with us here then, as we make our way down the junior Rotax grid. Ollie Naylor on pole position with Kasper Tomilewski alongside Cameron Nelson and Callum Foster row 2, Harry Hurst-Grover and Rhys Owen on row number 3. Emily Cooper and Christian Stefanoff on row 4 with Archie Carter and Jacob Anslow on row number 5. Marcel Popper-Cull starts 11th, Hamish Forrest alongside with Bartek Filipiak and Martin Wright on row 7, Ben Horner and Jason Duckis row 8, Archie Dyson and Jensen O'Neill going on row 9. The top 20 completed by Joshua Jarvis and Ellis Garrett. Sam Stoner and James Waring are on row 11. Jack Dimbleby and James Kell on row 12. Then it's Ethan Bath and Ollie Paul, Emily Ackitts and Gregor Reed, Harrison Bishop and Harrison Purnell, row 15. With Ewan Stevenson, Molly Pugh and Kieran Thompson completing your junior Rotax grid. So just having a quick look. Don't think we've seen Gregor Reed out. I didn't feel that I saw his number 49 machine being loaded into the back of a van earlier on. So that will explain why he's not out on track. So they're down to 32 rather than 33 runners in our junior Rotax class. In a quick look again into the live chat comments. We've had a good look for Jensen Hookie, not from himself, but that's from his mum and Chloe after my comment earlier that they were commenting from Jensen's own YouTube account. Good luck as well to Ryan White from mum Casey and Lucy watching at home, and a well done to Archie Loveridge from Rachel Deans for that Honda Cadet final. Junior Rotax then, rolling round, rolling start of course for this one, and once again it's Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski on the front row. Naylor will lead them round into the tram lines. They accelerate. And it looks like, nope, false start. They went a little bit too quickly there at the start, I feel there. The acceleration was a little bit too soon. There's a yellow line painted across the track. It's in a roundabout grid between grid positions 9 and 10, and then 11 and 12 are just behind. So looks like the acceleration was a little bit too much there. So we're going to roll around once again. Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski off that front row. So Naylor slowing them down once again. He's still trying to work some heat into his tyres. So field still quite spread out at the back, even though Naylor has slowed them down. Maybe people are just conscious they don't want to incur a front fairing penalty with contact as they make their way into the tram lines. And it's another false start. Thought it might be because the power down again very, very early. The field still coming round the final corner. And in heat number 2, Naylor had this perfect. He was very, very wide round the final corner and then hooked into the tram lines perfectly. Let's see whether they can do this again. That's the second attempt at getting this race underway. Field just slowing itself down. There is Naylor in the 85. It's Tomilewski alongside in the number 20 KMS kart. So hopefully we can get this one going. The issue hasn't been how the field has been formed up down the back straight. It's been how quickly they've then approached the start line. Having gone round the right-hander at Raymond's, the power for me has just been going down pretty much up on exit of that corner rather than at the acceleration line, which is painted on the circuit some halfway between the Raymond's hairpin and where the start-finish line here is at Llandow. So we'll see where this one goes this time. Into the tram lines they go. And it is a further false start. I do not believe the message has been conveyed that some of us have got a long way to go home. But we're going to have another attempt at getting this race started. In fact, we haven't. The red flag has come out here at Llandow. We've got the 11 off on the side of the track. That's Amelie Ackett's. Her kart has rolled to a halt. Sam Stoner's kart is off as well, but the red flag's out. So if the red flag's out, hopefully they'll be able to get that machine fixed and get it back out again, because if they can, with the red flag being out, we should be able to be a complete restart, and Sam Stoner may well be able to get that 38 machine out onto track. So, red flag is out. The field is rolling round into position. And, we're going to see what the race director decides here. Field have been coming round quite quickly previously, and I've mentioned pretty much every time they've come round that they've been accelerating a lot earlier than what we were expecting them to do. Field is into the tram lines. And Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski off the front row. Is it a case that it was those two, or is it a case that there was people further down the field that were having some issues getting themselves into position? Tomilewski and Naylor being invited by the race director. And the in the words, yeah, they've been invited by the race director, in the words of the Fonz, to step into my office. And he's now currently having a conversation with them. We've got mechanics being allowed out onto track, particularly over on the far side. The 11 of Amelie Ackett's kart just being worked on. Just don't know whether Sam Stone is able to get out either out of the pit lane. Their kart was rolled in the number 38 machine. So just making sure everybody is clear. So the 11 of Amelie Ackett's been able to be worked on because we are under a red flag situation. And I'm just having a quick look out the window. We're going to see what's happening with our two leaders. So Amelie Ackett's kart has been moved and she is rolled onto the back of the grid, which is great for the driver of the number 11 machine. She will be able to take part in this final. Don't know whether they'll slot her back into a normal start position. But Callum Foster's kart just being worked on. Looks like the front fairing is just going to be slotted back into position. Just looking out of the window here, we could have a situation where the front row is moved to the back of the field. It may well be time for me to dip into my championship regulations again. Although having said that, there is 26 pages or so, or 15. Don't think I'm going to get an opportunity to read all of that before the resumption of this race. We'll have a brief browse while a few engines are started up, and we'll see what's going to happen. Don't know whether they might be given one further opportunity to get it right. We'll see. Completely surmising up here in the commentary box, which is a nice way of saying I'm filling for time whilst we get this race back underway. Not filling for time anymore. I've just had a small orange thrown to me, so I'm going to tuck in my son, as the saying goes. So if you're at home and you can hear some chewing, one does apologise, loosely. And Ollie Naylor's kart and Kasper Tomilewski's kart are being wheeled to one side here at Llandow. It looks like the entirety of the field are going to be let through. Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski are just stood to one side together. I think they're just going to have a chat with each other. Tomilewski's kart just having the exhaust blown through. If anybody was wondering, that's one small orange eaten in what I believe to be world record time. We'll be applying to Guinness for that one to be dropped in there, to the world records. So now the drivers that were on the second row of Cameron Nelson and Callum Foster just being told by the race director what he's looking for at the start here.
Yeah, what's all this commotion going on?
Ollie Naylor in the 85, Kasper Tomilewski in the 20. What we're also playing here is a game of musical vehicles, because we're just getting the karts all back into the order that they should be in at the beginning of this rolling start. So at the moment we've got, if you look down there on the grid, we've got enough people if we could get Martin Brundle to do a grid walk down here at this rate, although no Jackie Stewart in order to plough in and get some of the Junior Kart Championship celebrities to come and talk, but plenty of discussions being had down there on the grid. Just trying to get all of this in order so that we can get going. Some karts being lifted just to blow it through. So we just need to get everybody into an order so we can get this one going. We have got Micromax as well in the holding area ready to come out. Looks like Sam Stoner's kart, the 38, is down there just towards the pit gate exit, and we're just trying to get that started. There's a couple of people looking at that kart for Sam Stoner down there on the left side. So it's just down there, just behind the grid. They're still trying to work on Sam Stoner's kart with a few people. The kart's currently being lifted up onto its side at the moment. They're just trying to, don't know if we can get the camera shot on it. There it is. Number of people just holding that kart up to one side, just trying to fix something on it to try and get Sam Stoner back out for this final. Stoner there with the black helmet, just waiting. This is the thing with karting. The three people that are working on his kart there, none of them are Sam Stoner's dad. Looks like he's gone off to try and get a spare something from somewhere. Three other people, though, just trying to work to try and get that kart back out onto track. So it looks like there's just something tightening up on the top there. Final few turns. Hopefully they can get that kart started. That's Harrison Bishop's dad there on the right-hand side, just trying to get Sam Stoner out. Looks like it's started. I can see smoke coming out the engine, although the Micromax drivers just behind, they're going to have a face full of fumes because they are all stood a little close. So is Sam Stoner able to get back in that kart and get back out for this Junior Rotax final? Complete restart, of course, with it being a red flag, so there's absolutely no reason. And Sam Stoner looks like he could well be back in it. If he's not, I've just seen him shake hands with a few people just to say thank you, and it looks like Sam Stoner is wheeling his kart back out onto the grid, and Sam Stoner will take his place in this Junior Rotax final. Ollie Naylor, Kasper Tomilewski move to one side. So the field will come through in a few moments' time. Just trying to see where the race officials are on this one, just to make sure everyone's in the correct position. Looks like Sam Stone is just trying to figure out where he should be and have a quick chat in terms of position. It is a red flag, so it will be a complete restart with the exception of the two with the front row. Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski move to one side. Tomilewski now with his feet up on the steering wheel. Looks like he's pretty much accepted it. Ollie Naylor's been sat back in his kart for the last 5 minutes. Visor down. Staring at his steering wheel. So we're still playing musical karts, and I think in 5 minutes I'm going to go out there and demand that the results for Junior Rotax will be done by a running race of 1 lap from a standing start in the original grid positions to dictate where we're going to go. I think we just need to sort Sam Stone because his kart just needed to be put back into position after he wasn't there, but now he is going to be back there. So we're currently playing. Currently playing a game of shuffle the karts around. So if there's anybody in the live chat that wants to keep me entertainment. So I'm having a quick look as well. Lee West saying well done to Sam Green. Tim Winters saying that's Sam Stone, every ounce of effort. And Joshua Rowan say commentators knowing their regs at Llandow. Who knew? Who knew that we know our onions? It's almost like we like reading things like regulations. Although to be fair, I do have all 16 pages in front of me for this one. And just for the avoidance of any doubt, I was reading here on the in the starts procedure. It says starts will be rolling except for Honda Cadet and Bambino, which has been like that all day. Penalties may be issued for any driver who is jump start or false starts, and in the event of a continuous false start, the race director may stop the race and move the 2 drivers on the front row to the back of the grid. The race director's decision is final. And that is what has happened here at round number 3 of the Junior Kart Championship, with Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski appearing as if they have moved aside. The rest of the field will come through. And Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski will have to try and come through this field in this 12-minute plus 1 lap heat, or in this 12-minute plus 1 lap final, sorry. Drivers at the front are all getting into seats, so that means that they should be as they were. Still some shuffle going on further down. Ollie Naylor has finally got out of his kart. He's now walking down the grid to speak to a few people, getting a commiseratory handshake there from a few as well. But he's going to be in a position now where he's going to have to charge through this field. As we look out the window, the shuffle of karts is going further towards the back. So hopefully we should be able to get going here in a few moments' time. I mean, I'm all for a random grid final. We just randomly pick them out of the hat, or put them in number order. If you pick number 2 or whatever, you just get to go off the front. We'll just do them like that. I mean, it's not going to work much for Rhys Owen. He's in the 99. He'd be going off the back row, but you know, it is what it is. You know, let's get this one going. And A few drivers have made their way over just to say hello to a few people. Now it looks like they're all heading back towards their karts. Ewan Stevenson's just being pushed onto the side in the 57. Looks like Amalie Ackitts has been able to retake her original grid position as well in the 11, so that's moved her up from a few places from where she was expecting to be, because having rolled to a halt on the rolling up lap. So hopefully we're in a position to get this one going. And I do hope for the sake of going home that Cameron Nelson and Callum Foster, who will now go off the front row, get this one right on the rolling up lap, because I'd hate for them to have 3 attempts and then it go back to Harry Hurst, Grover and Rhys Owen, although I'm sure they won't mind, on now the de facto second row. Samsona's kart is now being rolled forward once again into position. So we're still waiting. There's less filling in a pucker pie than what's happening right now here in the commentary box. Other pies are delicious too. Bartek Felipe X-Karts on the other side. So I might keep thinking of just random ways of bringing this junior Rotax final to a conclusion. We should maybe have a Le Mans style start where we just line the karts up in single file and make them run across the track. Rock, paper, scissors tournament, because we do have 32, so that works nicely, doesn't it? Down to 16, then 8, and then into a semi-final. We could even do that with a toss of a coin as well, couldn't we? Do it best of 3 or something like that. Or we could just we could arrange the tyres into a big square and have an over-the-top tyre Royal Rumble. Last one still in the ring. Been asked by our director if we want to run a couple of adverts. The answer to that is yes.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome back to Llandow. We're still waiting the resumption of this junior Rotax final. So just slotting what I hope to be the final kart in position. Looks like it's the 84 of Harry Friel. Although they are much easier to just pick up and put back down because they don't wheel around quite as well as you'd hope. Particularly when it's a fixed rear axle rather than a slip diff. Ewan Stevenson down the far end of the grid. He just slots his helmet back on his head. And at the moment, still not having the grid cleared. At the moment. So, final few people. Looks like we are having the grid cleared. And Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski's karts parked to one side at the moment on the start grid. Final few helpers making their way off. Here we go then in junior Rotax. We're going to get a rolling up lap. We're going to get the instruction in a few moments to start the engines for the drivers down there on the grid, and it will now be Cameron Nelson and Callum Foster off the front row as Kasper Tomilewski just sits there with his legs up on the steering wheel again. Tomilewski and Naylor stationary as they wait for the rest of the field, and then they rejoin in the final two places, 31st and 32nd respectively, for Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski. Emma Hurstgrover on, just seems like I need any more anxiety for the race. Come on, Harry Hurstgrover 14, and good luck to Emily Cooper from Kimberley Tinker. So it looks like we could finally be getting this one going here in Llandow. Penultimate final of the day. Micromax still to go after this one. Nelson and Foster leading them round then down the back straight with Ollie Naylor and Kasper Tomilewski. We've still got one kart going slowly down the back straight, still out of position, so just looks like they're going to roll in off the back of the grid after a problem, and try and keep an eye out as to what number kart that was. Nope, they're still trying to regain position down the back straight right before the final corner as well. The 31. That's Archie Dyson. Into the tram lines we go. It's a false start, which, yeah, it's a false start. We're going to have to give it another whirl, unfortunately, in junior Rotax. Got a driver stationary on the outside of the hook corner. Don't know what number it is. Looks like it could well be. But another kart going slowly there. That's the number 12. It's not. That's the 42. Ellis Garrett's kart slow. Stationary, and Ellis Garrett is climbing out of the kart, the 42 machine. Disappointment for Garrett, and the kart rolled off onto the outside. So let's see whether we can get this one going again. The issue that we've had throughout the restarts, this one being the fourth one, in fact this will be the fifth one. We had 3 attempts before the original red flag, and then this one now as well, is the point in which the drivers are accelerating out of the final corner. It's not that they haven't been in formation. Once again, the 31 of Archie Dyson trying to get into position down the back straight. Now he is going to roll in. Just getting it going. they go into the final corner, they've just got to be slow to the acceleration line. Through we go. There's contact into the back by the 89 of Archie Carter into the back of Emily Cooper, but Cooper survives and moves through up into 5th place. So we are away and racing finally in Junior Rotax. Yellow flag is out at the post. We've got Molly Pugh's car rolling to a halt on the outside of the hook complex of corners. She's out of the kart trying to move it out. She's dragging it away herself to try and keep this race under green flag conditions. The marshal over to help, but Molly Pugh just trying to get that car out of the way. Yellow flag is in, so we are still away and racing here with Nelson leading the way. From now, Harry Hurst Grover up into 2nd place. Callum Foster in front of Rhys Owen. So we make the moves down. Looking in the background, Ollie Naylor down the inside. Let's see where he is. Cameron Nelson leading them from Hurst Grover, Foster, Owen, Cooper, Stefanoff, Carter, Anslow, Wright, Duckis, Filipiak, Joshua Jarvis, Jensen O'Neill going, James Waring, Sam Stoner with Archie Dyson, Ben Horner, Jack Dimbleby, Ollie Naylor up to 19 in front of James Kell. That rounds out your top 20. Drivers making their way round the Chandler's right-hander. We've got the 25 of Kieran Thompson off into the pit lane. So we are down at least 3 runners. So we're down into the 29s now. Of the 32 from the beginning. So with Molly Pugh and Kieran Thompson, we've got 28 runners remaining with Hamish Forrest, the final one of those, in 28th place. Cameron Nelson, though, with the fastest lap. We've got some big moves. Tomilewski up inside the top 20. He charges back through, makes up 3 places on that previous lap. Cameron Nelson leads from Harry Hurst Grover. Top 5 have broken away. Emily Cooper just off the back. So they make the run down the back straight towards Raymond's. Looks like it's Martin Wright in the 41 now making the move down the inside. He'll be through on Archie Carter, I think, and he's moved himself up. No, it's Kevin Christian Stefanovs. It's Archie Carter in 6th place, Martin Wright in 7th. Cameron Nelson once again with the fastest lap, although Harry Hurst Grover going with him, only 3.5 tenths of a second behind. And there's a gap back to Callum Foster, Rhys Owen and Emily Cooper in 5th place. Then it's Carter and Wright, some 1.4 back. They're going to have to work together to try and close in on Emily Cooper in 5th place. See them in the background, although Martin Wright is down the inside. He's going to move up on Archie Carter for 6th place, and through he comes. Fastest lap from Rhys Owen. Quickly eclipsed though by Martin Wright with a 44.658. Front of Jacob Anslow, Christian Stefanovs and Bartek Filipiak up inside the top 10. Have a quick look as to where the other 2 are that we're looking out for. I'm going to click them on the timing screen. Ollie Naylor, Kasper Tomilewski, 16th and 17th respectively as it stands, both making up a place on the previous lap. As Harrison Bishop dropped 3 down into 28th place. Tough lap for him. As Harry Hurst Grover looks to have closed in ever so slightly there on Cameron Nelson at the front. The gap down to 2 tenths of a second. There, James Waring with a good move that looks like that down the inside there in the 28. And Ollie Naylor forcing his way through as well. Kasper Tomilewski trying to find a way through, now up onto the back of Bartek Filipiak, who was 12th on the previous lap. They're trying to find their way through. Ollie Naylor, Kasper Tomilewski, heading towards the top 10, still not even at half race distance yet. Nelson and Hurst Grover, the top 2, have broken away from Foster and Rhys Owen, Emily Cooper, Martin Wright, Jacob Anslow and Archie Carter, Jason Duckis and James Waring round out your top 10, with Ollie Naylor and Bartek Filipiak in 11th and 12th. Kasper Tomilewski 13th. And Ollie Naylor, who was having a GoPro fastened to his kart by the Driven Dreams team before the start of this final, or the resumption of it at least, after he'd been moved to the back, will be collecting some superb footage at the very least. He's now right on the back of the 16 of Jason Duckis. He's down the inside as well. Duckis is going to try and come back at Ollie Naylor. Naylor's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside and does. And Ollie Naylor's up into 9th place, having started outside of the top 30. Kasper Tomilewski not too far back either. And Ollie Naylor scything through this field. Leaders, the top two are as they were, Nelson and Hurst Grover. Then it's Foster, Owen and Cooper, although Cooper currently being reeled in by Martin Wright and Jacob Anslow. Looking out the window for the field coming through. Ollie Naylor's gone missing. Don't know where he's gone outside the top 10, but Ollie Naylor off the track, down on the outside of the Surtees hairpin for Ollie Naylor. There's his kart. He's already sat down inside the marshal's post. Anslow, Kart now Tomilewski up to 9th. James Waring in P10. So that rounds out your top 10 as it is. Front of Duckis and Filipiak. Not seeing any warnings or anything up on the screen yet, which could explain anything to do with Naylor being off. Cameron Nelson, though, continuing to lead the way from Harry Hurst Grover. Then it's Callum Foster, Rhys Owen, and Martin Wright now inside the top 5, having found a way past Emily Cooper. Onto the back straight they go. Cameron Nelson leading the way. From Harry Hurst Grover, Callum Foster and Rhys Owen. Martin Wright once again with the fastest lap of the race. Ollie Naylor takes sanctuary there, down there in the second marshal's post. The 31 is in the pit lane as we've got the 17 off on the outside of the corner. That's Christian Stefanovs. He was on the outside of the top 10. 16th place for Stefanovs, having run inside the top 10. Callum Foster and Rhys Owen still battling it out for 3rd place, with Martin Wright, Emily Cooper, and just behind them the 29 of Jacob Anslow being dragged along as well. Callum Foster, Rhys Owen, Martin Wright now right with Rhys Owen. Kasper Tomilewski sets the fastest lap of the race in 9th place. Here's your battle for 3rd then. Foster, Owen and Martin Wright bouncing over the rumble strip on the outside. Foster throwing the kart around like a dog toy into the Dell and Diggers complex, out onto the back straight. Leaders are as you were, still with a gap of around about 0.4 of a second between Nelson and Hurst Grover. Martin Wright, though, now right on the back of Rhys Owen, trying to find a way through. Oh, and there's contact there. Rhys Owen tips Callum Foster round down at the left-hander at Surtees. Callum Foster from 3rd place. He's had a great weekend, pushing his kart back, trying to get it free out of the tyres. He's going to try and turn it round down there is Callum Foster to rejoin this race, but he's going to be well down the order. Callum Foster from 3rd place, turned round by Rhys Owen, with Martin Wright now taking 3rd place. Foster will drop all the way down. He'll be outside the top 20, I feel here. Tomaszewski up into 5th place. Anslow, Cooper, Carter, Waring and Filipiak. Tomaszewski might not have enough to close in now. 2 minutes to go plus 1 lap. He's got 3 seconds to close in on Rhys Owen in 4th place. But Kasper Tomaszewski with a great charge through, as was Ollie Naylor's before him, before Ollie Naylor was off into retirement down there at Surtees. Almost joined a few moments ago by Callum Foster. In 3rd place, Cameron Nelson and Harry Hurst-Grover. Still battling out for the lead. Nelson, though, with a gap now of 0.6 of a second from Hurst-Grover. 1 minute and 16 remaining. They are going to get round in enough time to get additional laps in. Could be a 17-lap final at this rate. For Nelson, leading the way from Hurst-Grover. Still winding the screw, opening up the gap by 0.6 of a second. Out to 0.7. Still, it's going to be a race here as to whether they get round for an extra lap again. They are so close. The 64 is rolling to a halt of Jack Dimbleby on the outside of the first corner into the hook. Yellow flag will be out over start finish, it is. So no overtaking on entry into there until they're past the incident, but Jack Dimbleby's day is over with 3 laps to go. He's looking down, looks like the chain may well have come off that machine, and he rolls off into retirement. Half a second the gap down. They got through prior to the time elapsing. Hurst-Grover takes 2.5 out of Cameron Nelson at the front. 2 laps to go. Now is where Hurst-Grover needs to turn this one up, find some wick and try and close in on Cameron Nelson. 2.5. We've got the 24 rolling to a halt as well of Ethan Bath. He's going to roll out into retirement. He's on the outside. That kart going very slowly. Yellow flag waving once again over the start finish. That comes out now as Ethan Bath rolls off to the outside. Needs to get out of the kart and he does so. Harry Hurst-Grover, Cameron Nelson battle for the lead. Last lap board this time round. The gap down once again. 0.3 of a second. Harry Hurst-Grover closing in. Goes slightly wide round the hook complex of corners. Couldn't overtake there anyway. But the yellow flag being out. Hurst-Grover closing in. Nelson, who's led this race from the green at the start, being reeled in right at the end by Harry Hurst-Grover. Up they go towards the final right-hand corner at Chandler's. Then into a final complex. They come up towards the Dell. In they go. Round Diggers. Can Hurst-Grover get a good enough run out of the final corner? He closed in, but I don't think he's going to be close enough as they head down towards Raymond's for the final time. Cameron Nelson wins at Llandow from Harry Hurst-Grover. That's your top 2. Then it's going to be Martin Wright, Rhys Owen and Kasper Tomaszewski in P5 from Jacob Anslow, Emily Cooper, James Waring, Archie Carter and Bartek Filipiak, I think, will come through. No, he's been forced out. It's Jason Duckis who completes the top 10 from Sam Stoner. Then it's Bartek Filipiak, Ben Horner and Hamish Forrest for 14th place in front of Ollie Poole, Jensen O'Neill going, Ellis Garrett, although he won't be there because he retired on the opening lap. I think it's Harrison Purnell in 16th behind Joshua Jarvis with James Kell and Callum Foster recovering to 20th place. So Junior Rotax are rolling into the pit lane. Micromax are next up, so they'll be making their way out for the final race of the weekend here from Llandow. James Fabricius and Leo Livings are on the front row, with Jos Huschke and Fraser Anderson on row number 2, with Marley Fisher and George Swire on row 3. Then it's Arthur Farrett and Sebastian Clark, Logan Rolfe and Buddy Hugo, with Morgan Weston and Soreen Gallagher on row number 6. Jack Holmes starts 13th, with Alfie Mayer in 14th, Lewis Herbertson and Fabian Gandhock on row number 8, Elliot Dimolo and Alice Fairclough on row number 9. Then it's Logan Jones and Harry Quintock, Hector Dickey and Jack Hutchinson, your 22 runners in our Micromax class. Sebastian Clark in the 50, in front of Buddy Hugo and the 41 machine of Soreen Gallagher. Lewis Herbertson in the 53, the 71 of Elliot Dimolo and the 73 of Logan Jones, in front of the 21 of Hector Dickey. So they make their way down the grid. Some junior Rotax is just being recovered back into the pit lane. So we're going to make our way back down the other side of the grid.
Hello.
Just going to have a quick look at see whether we've got some classified results from some of our other finals earlier on today, as we wait for the carts to be recovered back into pit lane. Looks like we're still waiting on everything from Mighty Bambino down. That was clear, with the exception of a 5-second penalty applied to Ansel Murray for gaining an unfair advantage. That promotes Ralph Martin up into second place. Those two had a coming together, so that redresses the situation in that race. So Junior's just being recovered back into the pit lane. Ethan Batcart just being pushed back down, start finish. You can see that just in the distance. So we've got one cart of Ethan Bath just being run back in. So the final of the day should be good to go in a few moments' time as they make their way out onto the grid. The circuit is now clear, so we should be good to go. And we did have a few carts coming all the way from the far end. Ollie Naylor's machine needing to be recovered. Still got the very difficult job in the commentary box of picking the driver of the day. There's plenty to think about when it comes to that. And we are out of the dummy grid as the field rolls round. This Micromax final. James Fabricius then with 72 points from the day. Leo Livings with 71. Very evenly matched front row between the two of them. Look for George Schweier as well from 6th place. He qualified in 6th for this final, despite as well having a retirement, which is a great effort for George Schweier. So as they make their way through the complex of corners at the far end of the track. So at the moment we are not in a 2x2 formation by any stretch of the imagination. And, it's going to be a false start because Leo Livings definitely wasn't alongside James Fabricius at the front of this one. So the field now will make their way round for a second attempt. So let's see if we can get this one going. The field already seems to be better in a 2x2 formation round the far end of the circuit. So that will have everybody nicely in as to where they were. Down the hanger straight they go. They're now into a 2x2 formation. Just got to be nice and slow. Into the tram lines they go. Looks like we're good to go racing, and we are. And Hushka sweeps round the outside of Leo Livings as he follows James Fabricius through. Fabricius then leading now then from Josh Hushka as they head down towards the double left-hander at Surtees. Behind them it's Leo Livings. Then it's looks like it's George Schweier up into 4th place with a good start. Confirm that in a few moments' time. It is, because Marley Fisher with the red cart and the black nose in 5th place. So it looks like Fraser Anderson's been shuffled back. He has into 7th as it's Arthur Farrer coming up into P6. Down the back straight they go then. Down the inside goes. Oh, and Fabricius is off. It looks like he's just outbraked himself into the bottom hairpin. Down here at Raymond's, we're going to catch it again in a few moments' time. Fabricius, who looked like he had a bit of a gap to Josh Hushka behind, looks over his shoulder into the braking zone, tags the brakes a little bit too late, and Fabricius spins himself out of the lead just as Hushka gets overtaken for the lead at the same time. So it looks like it's Leo Livings now who leads the way from George Schweier and Josh Hushka. Your top 3. Then it's Arthur Farrer in 4th place, being pushed along by Marley Fisher. Anderson trying to get alongside Fisher, scrubs off too much speed. Sebastian Clark in the background. And now at the moment, the 2 gear-up drivers just looking to push away. Don't want to take each other out in the early phase of this race to Leo Livings and George Schweier. Schweier's going to move to the inside, though, early. And George Schweier is through down the inside of Leo Livings. Josh Hushka, 3rd place. Arthur Farrer in P4 from Marley Fisher. Into the Dell, right-hander at Diggers, the field concertinaing together. Anderson's got a good run to the inside there, looked like a Fisher, but then had to back out. So they make their way through. Keep an eye out for Fabricius coming back through this field, see where he can go. Hushka down the inside, trying to move on Leo Livings. Livings with the door closed firmly, and now Hushka's going to have an opportunity, and he is overtaken by Arthur Farrer. Ran wide, and Farrer managed to move his way through. Keep an eye on the nose cones, though, down the inside. Anderson puts a move down the inside of Marley Fisher by the look of it. See whether he's come out in 5th place. He has. Great from Fraser Anderson. Solid weekend for Anderson here in the Cadet Kart Championship, moving himself up into 5th place, just behind Josh Huschka. Out onto the hanger straight once again, the top two, George Schweier and Leo Livings, pushing away with Arthur Farrer just behind. Then it's going to be Josh Huschka. Arthur Farrer with the fastest lap in 3rd place, trying to hunt down Schweier and Livings in front. Fisher is 6th with Clark, Rolf, Hugo and Gandhock up inside the top 10. James Fabricius recovering up into 17th place in this final. So from pole position, carried too much speed down there into the hairpin at the bottom end of the track at Raymond's final corner. So over the line they come, still with 8 minutes to go, a normal heat length of course. So it's Schweier and Livings from Farrer. Logan Rolfe in 7th place with the fastest lap of the race, Huschka 4th, Anderson 5th, then it's Fisher in front of Rolfe, Clark, Hugo and Gandhock. Thank you of course to all of our sponsors who have been cycling through into the top right hand corner, including our title sponsor, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, along with Fiber King, Optimum Motorsport, Exim, MHR, KKC and Tillett Racing Seats as well, which you'll see in a few moments time on the banners on the right hand side as they come all down the back straight, which I definitely did not read out of the commentary box window. George Schweier and Leo Livings continue to battle it out at the front, and now it looks like it could well be Schweier still leading from Livings. The two of them, the numbers on the side of the kart with plenty of rubber on, not making it at all easy to pick out in the commentary box. Arthur Farrer just behind with Josh Huschka and Fraser Anderson 4th and 5th. Logan Rolfe, Marley Fisher, Sebastian Clark, Buddy Hugo and Fabian Gandhock. Look over the shoulder from Farrer in 3rd place, Huschka just behind. We've got a massive gaggle of karts there behind Alice Fairclough in 12th place in the blue helmet, with Jack Holmes, Morgan Weston, Lewis Herbertson and James Fabricius right on the back of this now in the 91 machine. They're 3 wide down the back straight. Going towards him, Fabricius is going to try and do 3 into one corner. I think he's only going to end up getting 1. Might not even be that. He got down the inside though, and then was just squeezed too tightly to the inside. He's going to have to do some work. Down the inside he goes of Morgan Weston for James Fabricius, trying to work his way back through inside the top 10, trying to get up there. Going to have to work his way through, and down the inside of 2 he goes. The 36 is going to try and come back at him down the inside. That's Jack Holmes, and he does so. I think it may well only be a matter of time though before Fabricius finds a way through, and indeed he does, into the first right-hander down there at the Dell, and he is through. Sets off now in sight of Alice Fairclough, who is in 11th place. Fabricius trying to wrestle his way back towards the top 10. Still got 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. At the front, George Schweier sets the fastest lap of the race from Leo Livings and Arthur Farrer, with Josh Huschka and Fraser Anderson still your top 5. It's been pretty much the status quo since the beginning of this race, with Schweier, Livings, Farrer, Huschka and Anderson the top 5. Then Logan Rolfe, who set some early pace early on, needs to find half a second to get up onto the back of Fraser Anderson. Leaders starting to spread out a little bit. This is where George Schweier could do with a few more kart lengths to make this one comfortable. Head down behind the steering wheel, down the back straight, pushing away, just trying to find his way through. Is in the background, Sebastian Clark gets down the inside of Marley Fisher. That one is for 6th place or 7th place. There we are on the screen, in front of Buddy Hugo and Fabian Gandhock. Alice Fairclough and a charging James Fabricius trying to come back through. The last lap was 0.6 of a second quicker than the driver in front, so continuing to push, and then not too far in front will be Gandhock and Hugo. So certainly could get towards 9th place. It's going to be a big ask to get onto the back of Marley Fisher in front. So he's got another 3 seconds to go. Leading duo have migrated back together once again. The gap 3/10 on the previous lap. Hushka now swarming all over the back of Arthur Farrett. Trying to find a way through. Was tight out of the final corner. Just trying to find a different line to get alongside Farrett over the start-finish line. Fabricius has managed to find the way past Alice Fairclough for 11th place. Now sets off only a few tenths behind Fabian Gandhock. Going to look out the window to see if he's managed to find the way through. He's right on the back, although it looks like Alice Fairclough has wrestled the place back from Fabricius. So Fabricius now getting into the realms of where drivers are going to be defending a little bit harder against him. Down the inside of Fairclough, he goes into the final corner, just looking out the com box window. He has indeed finally managed to make that one stick, although we thought that earlier on. Fairclough managed to get her way back through. And they came over the line on the previous lap. Fabian Gandhock now in front of the two of them. It doesn't look like that even with them battling, they've taken too much time out of each other. Swire's opened up a gap again from Leo Livings. They were less than a tenth when they came over the line last time, although as you can see on the camera, it looks a lot more than that as they head out onto the back straight. Could well just be that Livings is very, very good round this final corner and closes up as they head down towards Raymond. In the background, we can see they're making their way through. That's the 32 of Logan Rolfe with Sebastian Clark just behind them, Marley Fisher. Logan Rolfe has managed to move his way through into 6th place. It looked like there was a change there on the timing, although it doesn't show it up or down on the actual timing screen. So still with 1 minute and 50 to go. George Schweier opening up the gap to 0.2 of a second with the fastest lap of the race as well. A 49.072, 0.2 quicker than Leo Livings behind on that previous lap. It's still Swire from Living. Then it's Farah, Hushka and Anderson in this battle for 3rd place. Anderson in 5th, still got a bit of a gap. A comfortable one at least, back to Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Clark and Marley Fisher. Then behind them it's Buddy Hugo, who now has James Fabricius right behind him. Fabian Gandhock having been overtaken, now coming under pressure from Alice Fairclough and the 36 of Jack Holmes, who's closed in as well. Still 1 minute and 4 to go. Laps timed in the 50-second mark, so there's still plenty of time for things to change at the front, because we've got 3 laps here in this Micro Max final. It's going to be 16 laps. Leaders have once again come back together. Leo Livings and George Schweier down the back straight, and they have got some lap traffic in front of them of Logan Jones in the 73 to navigate. And they're going to catch just in the exit of the hook, I think, here. So the 2 gear-up drivers going to have to work together to find a way through the lap traffic. Do it cleanly as well. Swire and Livings into the double apex left, down at the far end of the circuit. Lap traffic in front, and they go through nice and cleanly down the inside they go. Doesn't cost either of them too much time, although James Fabricius with the fastest lap of the race in P10, closing in on Buddy Hugo in front. Out could well already have found a way through, and he has. So James Fabricius back up into 9th place. Swire, Livings, Farah and Hushka, your top 4. This is the leading duo. This one's going to get tasty now as the last lap board is out here at Llandow. The final lap of round number 3. George Schweier, Leo Livings. Which of these 2 gear-up drivers are going to take the victory here? Or will it be Arthur Farah taking advantage of the leading duo battling it out in the final few corners of this race? Heading down towards Matt Werthers for the final time. Keep an eye out on the background as well for Farah and Husker. They're still battling out over 3rd place. Swire, Livings into the right-hander. Farah's there in third. Hushka's through as well on the lap traffic. Into the Dell for the final time. The right-hander for Diggers. Can Livings get a good run out of the corner? Swire immediately comes to the inside to try and defend off Leo Livings. Hard on the brakes. Livings sends it from an absolute mile back. Drag race to the line. Leo Livings takes the victory from George Swire, Arthur Farah, Jos Hushka and Fraser Anderson, your top 5. From Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Clark, Marley Fisher, James Fabricius and Buddy Hugo. That's your top 10. Here we go with one of the best overtakes you will see from Leo Livings. Late on the brakes, dives right down the inside. I tell you now, watching out of the commentary box window, he was 4 kart lengths back when he sent that down the inside, stamped on the brakes, and more impressively, got it stopped in order to get the run out of the corner, and Leo Livings takes victory by less than half a tenth of a second from George Swire. What a way to end the weekend here at Llandow. Leo Livings, George Swire and Arthur Farah, your top 3 from Jos Hushka and Fraser Anderson, completing the top 5. Logan Rolfe, Sebastian Clark, Marley Fisher, James Fabricius and Buddy Hugo rounding out the top 10 here in the south of Wales. What an ending to the day. What a weekend it's been for round number 3 of the Bambino Cadet and Junior Kart Championship here from the south of Wales. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our kind sponsors, Marshall's, the team behind the scenes that never really get any credit for putting on a fantastic race weekend, the medical team for when we needed them for coming to our assistance as well. Thank you for watching here from Llandow in the south of Wales. We'll be back in early July for round number 4 from Fulbeck in Lincolnshire before we head to Clay Pigeon and Wilton Mill at the end of the season. Thank you for joining us here on the Alpha Live channel. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, at least for that last overtake as well into the final corner. I've been David Sullivan. I'm going to go and catch my breath. What a weekend. Thank you for joining us.